Good morning, Wayne and Nico. How are you today? Coming to you live for the first time from the closet. I have my setup done, ready to go. It's working out okay so far. Thank you for the follow. I forget 85. How are you this morning? There it goes. It does take a minute. Not too bad. You a little sore from laying carpet yesterday. Yeah, laying carpet can be rough. No, not a webcam. Not in the closet. Not with the mess behind me. There's no room for a webcam, really. I don't even have room for a green screen behind me. Sorry to hear you're battling a sinus infection. But PV County is always good. I've been in the middle of buying equipment. And now I need to find... yeah, I don't like that one. What do you have for extra goodies? And hopefully you're not having... Really? It's a license plate holder. What are you adding? Oh, little itty bits to those. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to keep that mod. Those two will probably go away. The other one, though, should be over here. This is the rim color. I wanted to go Fendt with it. How's that look? That's not bad. At least it doesn't have the big blue discs all over it. And that one would act as a plow. I'm going to have to buy a few of those and trade my other ones in. And I need at least 2 big Fendt tractors. I will need at least 2 big Fendt tractors. I also need a planter, but I don't know if I've delivered that yet. I have 5, so 2 main farm on one. It's telling me I've already got one over here? Oh, let's take a look and see what I got over here. So I can remember. How's it going, sauce stuff? Thank you for that follow the other day, by the way. I know I wasn't streaming at the time, but I did see that. There's that. I'm pretty sure I don't have a seeder here yet. Is it still down at the shop? It is still at the shop, okay. I'm not doing too bad. Just getting used to my new setup. Tractor. Large tractors. I don't think I like either of these. I thought I had another one I downloaded. Let's take a look and see if there's another one I downloaded. I add too many mods. I'm a bad boy. I don't follow too much of Dave's advice when it comes to that. I'm addicted to mods. Yeah, I followed when I was watching the recording of the last stream you did the other day. Oh, nice. Nice. Setting up Hilltop at the moment with New Holland stuff. I might move them elsewhere. Yeah, I'm currently setting up a new Hilltop with I started thinking about Fendt, but I might go Claas because I really don't like the Fendt tractors as much. I thought I'd added more Fendt tractors. Guess I just added this one. Let's see. Oh, you do have some nice tires though. I guess I'll stick with this one. Do you have any of those fancy Fendt colors? Ooh, that actually looks kind of good. That one actually looks kind of good, I will admit. And the extended fender. Whatever. That actually looks pretty decent. I'll need 2 of them. I will need 2 of those. Fendt there. I'll go Fendt green there. No, I'll go black to match the Fendt tractors I just bought. Apparently I bought that one the other day. Gonna have to sell that. Off to Hilltop with you. I've decided Hilltop's gonna be my root vegetable farm. And then Johnson and Piper are going to be a combination of the cereal crops. And Dusty Lane is going to be my like cotton, tobacco, and those type of crops. I will pay to fill this up before I bring it over, just so I'm not wasting all my seed that I've managed to bring over there. How's the sound so far this morning? Anybody see any or hear any issues with it? It's a little soft. Alright, let me see if I can turn it up some. Oh, that's all the way up. Oh, one volume master. Go up a little bit there. Like that. Yeah, that's a little better. That's a little better. I did have the game sounds down quite a bit, so. Paying the big bucks. Liquid fertilizer. I'm not making fertilizer and seed fast enough, I found. Send you over to Hilltop Farm on your merry way. You need to go back up to my gravel pit. I don't use this setup. I don't need this setup anymore. So you can head back to the shop sell point. When you're in the prices menu and it shows the name, is that part of this? No, it is not part of the seasons mod. There are 2 mods that will do this to give these names underneath here. One is what's the word? Unit Convert Lite, which I do not unfortunately have a link to. The other mod that does that is Info Menu. But if you're using precision farming, Info Menu tends to have some issues in conjunction with precision farming. So Wolfie, a member of the community, has made an edit to it that allows for it to work, but what it does basically is it strips a lot of the functionality of Info Menu out. Yeah, Unit Convert Lite. How's it going, Erwin? It's not actually built into the mod pack anymore, I don't believe. But if you can find it there, yes, that will do it. But the older version of Unit Convert Lite also will have issues with precision farming. They've, I guess, put an update out to it, but I'm not 100% on that one. I was using it for a time, but I stopped using it before precision farming came out. So now I just use Info Menu. Thank you for that follow, Miss Wilson451. How are you this morning? Welcome to the community. Send that stuff down to the sell point. I don't need to do anything with animals yet. No, I do not. Chickens need to hurry up and give eggs. Not eggs, newborns. Wow. I need to get a truck and start getting rid of animals. Speaking of trucks, there is a new truck I have, and I want to take a look at it. Oh, fuel tanks. Let's chrome them up. Stainless. Yeah, stainless sounds good. Rim color. Aluminum nose. I forget, thank you for that tier 1 subscription for 6 months in advance. That is awesome. I appreciate that. My cats are in the other room going nuts. What do you think? Blue? Should I go with a different color? Maybe we'll go deer green. I don't have any green trucks, so why not? Yep, I have 5 kitty cats. And a dog. I don't know why I'd need GPS on this thing. Ooh, those look good. Actually, you'd be surprised, I forget. The dog he's a male dog, but he has mothered all of the cats since the minute they came home. And now the cats will go up to him and basically want him to clean them and mother them, and they'll do it all the time. It's pretty funny. And he'll kind of look at us at the when the cats are doing that. They'll start like flopping on his face, like wanting attention, and the dog will stop and look at us like, "Help me." And all we can do is look at the dog and say, "You started it. You got the cats used to it." It's not a bad looking truck. What is going on over here? What did you do? This is why I want to get rid of this truck, or this setup. Wolfie coming in. How's it going? Wolfie subbing at tier 1, resub 2 months in a row. Thank you, Wolfie. It's a tag axle, I believe it's... Hey, I can put it up and down. I'm doing pretty good. First stream from the closet, as it were. I like the smoke from the stacks. Not a ton of smoke, but it's nice. It's subtle. How's it going, Papa 55 Can? How you doing this morning? The whistle's a little bit much, though. I have to mention that to the modding group. Have you or the rest of PV County seen the Sim dashboards or Android tablets? I do have Sim dashboard. I haven't done much with it yet, but I was planning on trying to mess around with it a little bit. I got it primarily for ATS, but I haven't had a chance to play around with it too much. Oh, the hood opens too. Look at that. Got some decent detail in there. That's cool. And the fifth wheel plate slides nice. Not too shabby. Oh, nice. Nice, yeah, I haven't had a chance to do much with it. I've got it, I just haven't done much with it. How is it for turning into buildings for loading? What's that? How's what for turning into buildings, Papa? Dave forgot to turn down those. Alright. Mail. Guessing the rest of the mails must be down at the bottom. They sure are. Oh, did I accidentally transfer a female? I did. Keep the female. Most of so long you can't get into the buildings that. Oh, this truck? So far so good. I've only had it 5 minutes. But I kind of like it. It's HD modding put it out, which Fummins is part of. The sexes are part of the seasons mod, Arwen. So you are gonna go over to factory CM Meat Market. Go. I have a few different trucks. I really like the Roadrunner one, but this one can be a little bit different at times. It is a bit long with that third axle, but it's not too bad. What I want to do is make the tires on this thing just a smidge bigger so it can haul the Volvo mining trailer. Well, Crimson looks good on that. That. No. No rack. Street bumper chrome's fine. Could do that. Could do that a bit. But it would actually look a little bit better, I think, if the wheels were just a smidge bigger. Oh, animal transport, silly. Oh, that's right. They're in here. That one. Sure. This one's gonna get dedicated to the old cow farm. Aw. Come here. No, come here. Next. Pull forward, please. Alright, 2 more plows, send them back to Johnson. Go John Deere yellow. John Deere green, sure. Give me 2 of those. Yeah, I kind of like the way that Kolob looks. And the nice thing about the Kolob is that one at least particularly doesn't have any issues that I've seen. And it's a straight body, so it's actually easier to drive the mining trailer around. It's one of the reasons why I want to do something with it for the mining trailers perspective. Oh, and the biggest thing is it doesn't burn fuel like the Volvo, the articulated Volvo truck does. That thing burns so much fuel, it's not even funny. Send you to Johnson Farm. I can actually go through now and get rid of some additional plows. Somewhere in this big long list. It does act as a plow, yes. I'm not a fan of the Cat 777. I had it at one point. Okay, somewhere in here. Implements, maybe? That's what you get when you buy too much stuff. Get rid of that. And that. This one is the Gigant 12S 1600 by Wooly. I found it on fs19mods.com. Right. No, it's not that one. It's been updated since that one, I believe. No, maybe it is that other one that I just had. I thought there was a... There's the link to it right there. Got your own one that is either plow or subsoiler version. Yeah, the Flexicoil's nice. It is bigger, but on this map I found that unless you want to redo all the auto drive routes yourself, you'll tend to have a lot of issues with that getting caught in the bridges and on a lot of the roadways because it's so wide. So I just That's one of the reasons why I like this one so much. It's nice and narrow, so you don't have to worry about it being so, getting caught and stuff. Not a problem, Nico. Yeah, I got a truck over there for that. I clear some trucks out of the way here. They're all getting stuck on stuff. It does. I don't know, to me, I don't bother to use the, store delivery mod. I don't know why, I just never really wanted to use that over something else. Use the Joker. I don't think I've heard of that one. Had to go grind a few trees over at Hilltop. Cost too much. Bang. Really, you're driving in circles. Whatever. Be that way. There we go. Couple of nice cultivators. There's fields together as well. Never thought of that. Yeah. I've merged a few together. I got a few more I gotta go merge together in a bit, but they're over at Hilltop. I might also take some time, since it's still early in the day and it's not quite planting time yet, to address some of the fields over at Piper. Of course you're not next to that one in line. Why would you be? Oh, the Horse Joker, Disc Hero. I had to play with it, made a plow version, fully colorable, slightly up the speed. Nice. Oh, this one? Nice. You hate Field 14, it has a mountain on its own. What about Field 14? 14's the easy one, it's 11 that's got the mountain. Well, in my case, had a mountain. Gonna be so different tomorrow when I get my new steering wheel. Gonna feel weird. What happened to the mountain? I made it go away. It cost me like $18 million thereabouts to landscape it away. But if you give me just a second, I will show you. We will make life a little bit easier to get over there, though. That would be where the mountain was, as you can see. No, kitty. Not on the desk. Not on the desk. Bad kitty. Yep, the mountain's gone. As you can see, there's no mountain there anymore. This is part of it here. I still got to smooth in a few spots. You notice there's a sharp ridge here. But I'll do that after this next season. I'll spend a little more time smoothing. But I made it disappear. It came out alright, I think. Because I made a small field out of these two. I made a slightly bigger field out of these 7, 10, 13, 17 fields. These two went together, those two, those three. After harvest, these 4 will go together. I plowed those 2 together last stream. That one there, I will probably keep these ones separate now, the way they are. These 2 will probably get plowed together once they're harvested. 69 and 70 will get plowed together once they're harvested. I might pick up both of these at end of season into the winter time before ground freezes, when there's not a lot to do, or maybe even summertime. I don't know. I don't even know what they're planted in there at the moment. But I'll probably get these 2, plow them together. It's looking like what? Oat and rice. So that would have to go away. But 68 and 67 will probably go together into a field. 64 will stay by itself. And then over here at Hilltop, these 2 are naturally going to get plowed together. These 2 will get plowed together probably. I will probably pick up 89 and extend it a bit. But this farm here is going to be grass work slash root vegetables. So potatoes, sugar beets, things like that. I don't need too many fields of those types. That's why I'm saying I'll plow those 2 together. I'll probably plow those 2 together. This one will stay as is. But for right now, this is a rice field, so it needs to go away. I'm not worried about sacrificing the rye to get those into one field and replant. This is already potatoes, which is fine. The mustard, I think, needs to change as well. No, not that one. This one. Mustard. Nope, mustard's fine, so I'll leave mustard the way it is. The millet can stay. I just don't know if I'm going to what I'm gonna do with this one here yet. I haven't bought that field yet, but I'll probably end up doing so. If I end up buying this chunk of land, which I probably will eventually, 95 is probably just gonna get turned into grass. Because the idea at that point would be to have all of this grass for mowing. Since Hilltop has the nice big silage bunkers right there. I'll turn it all into grass and just silage it all. Though I might also do my hay dryer and move that over there. The one over here at Johnson Farm. I'd probably get rid of the fermenting silo at that point, but I would keep the hay dryer. Since it's pretty nice for making hay, which I will need plenty of. Alright, time to turn you off and you off. You need... I'm gonna have to move all my sugar beet. Let me take all the seed from here. I will move all the seed probably over to Piper. I'm gonna need it at Piper for sure. I don't think I have much for seed at Piper yet. You need more wood chips, so I can go set you into the compost bin. I will be happy when my new chair finally gets here, though. Have to wait a little bit for that. But for those wondering, this is the new... No, come on. Really? No, I don't want it on the corner of the screen. I want it on this screen. Thank you. This is the new computer desk setup. Built it myself. So not bad. Yeah, took a little bit of work. I had to run power over to the closet, so I wasn't running an extension cord in here. Thankfully, I had a spare breaker in the panel I could use, and I ran a dedicated line, so I don't have to worry about my computer tripping out any breakers. I do need to add a support post to it. I know that for a fact, because it's a bit wobbly, but not bad for a short time period. I need to find an extra truck. How do I never have enough trucks? Never fails, like I never have enough trucks. No, I don't want that truck. I am slowly but surely getting rid of the entire pile of gravel. I've been busy. This is why I don't use the Volvo mining trailer. That's why I don't use the Volvo mining trailer. Because these ones can be hooked together and make an Australian road train. can't do that with a Volvo. And believe it or not, this setup works great. I never have to worry about it getting caught but one area. There's only one area on the whole map that trailer set will get stuck. And it's up by Lydia's. So as long as I don't send it to Lydia's at all, I'm good. I just gotta decide what I want to do in this area of the space. Though I have thought about trying to move my animals from Johnson Farm up here. One, it would be a lot closer to Lydia's for getting rid of the males of the animals I don't want. And two, it would help significantly with my frame rate. Yep. Yeah, I have, I've got too many auto-load trailers. But, in my case, I have, a set of 2 I use for building, a set of 3 I use for building. Too big hill with road up them was a test of power pulling 4 trailers on the old PV map. Yeah. These ones seem to do okay. That truck there has pretty decent power. So it works out alright. No. It's listed at 1250, but I don't know what the specs actually translate to. One common misconception is if somebody puts, goes into the XML and says 10,000 horsepower instead of 500 horsepower, it won't actually have any effect on the vehicle unless you start changing the torque scales and the gear ratios. Without changing any of those, the number is literally just a number. Makes no difference whatsoever to the game. The only time any of that will ever make a difference is if it's on, for example, a tractor. There is occasionally a line in the XML that says rated horsepower, or for the PTO, or PTO horsepower. The only time it ever comes into play is that PTO horsepower if you have something like what's a good example? Like an auger wagon where it needs a minimum horsepower rating. If the rated PTO power for the tractor isn't high enough, it won't let you run it. Really? Allow. This is the Randon trailer, yep. That one is the... trailers. How's it going, Henry? How to put coal into 3M. 1 second and I will show you. The trailers I'm using right here are the Randon bulk carriers. I use this one though, because I can have the rear trailer hitch attacher, and then I just put dollies underneath it. The dolly one does not have a trailer attacher to keep going, so I don't use that one. But as far as 3M goes, what you're gonna do, Henry, is you need to dump the coal right here. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Doing alright. First stream from the closet. Ooh, I need to put some more calcium carbonate in here. Did I not send you to the cow farm? No, I guess I didn't. Just sitting there burning fuel. Go to the cow farm, would you? Yeah, I think I might use this space up here. This flat space and then the one straight across. Really? I don't care about your CDC coronavirus updates. Why are you notifying my phone? That was the 3M factory. Yep. I have the 3M factory stuck right in front of the drywall factory. That one's full already. So yeah, I think I might move all my animals up here. If you've got a glue factory that wants coal, that's what it should look like. That's the 3M factory right there. The vodka factory is a large area. As far as the vodka factory, I actually bought this chunk of land here by Port Birmingham, and I cut the trees out of this corner right here, and that's where I got my vodka factory. I haven't built it yet, but that's where I put it. Other than that, though, I don't know, of course, where you've got things placed, but this is a large flat area here, as is this grass area, they're nice large flat. You've got this space here that's already got a large flat area that's got a gravel texture on the ground. This is large flat right here. Of course, any of these mines, if you empty them out, make nice large flat areas. That's the great thing about this map, is everybody kind of plays it differently, and most everybody has their own different places for stuff. There's that complete. Get this on its way back down to Port Fitzgerald. Place the glue factory. It's a big square fence area with 3 triggers in the front. In global, it's listed. You need to build it first, Henry. That's what's happening, is you need to build it first. Let me send this off. So if I were to go here and do this, there's a big flat spot over here. You run on over, I'll show you. That's alright, Henry. We all started somewhere. Thinking one of the mines, to be honest, maybe the big ore one. Yeah, there's a lot of places you could put it. For sure. So if you look, what you need to do first, Henry, is you need to bring over resin, planks, and boards from the sawmill. So you need 40,000 liters of resin, boards, and planks. Once you do, this factory will slowly build over time. And once it's done building, yeah, that's close enough. Once it's done, it'll look like this. Once it looks like this, you'll get the triggers for the calcium carbonate to go in, the coal to go in, and you'll have a spot over here to unload resin into it. And then it will, over time, make glue and epoxy. And trash. Not a problem, Henry. Not a problem. Well, looks like we have ourselves a standoff, gentlemen. Allow me to diffuse the situation. Allow me to diffuse the situation. Nice. Yeah, getting used to those autoload trailers is a big boost to getting things around the map. Makes a huge difference. 80 miles an hour down through there is probably not a good idea. My cow farm. Alright. That was weird. Transfer to boy cow. And that boy cow. And that boy cow. I get a lot of male cows. I need to talk to Dave about that. The reason I say that is because I know for a fact that the rate at which cows are born male is a lot lower. Unless you're specifically breeding beef cattle. Alright, male, 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 male. See, I should not be getting this many males. No dairy operation would get this many male cows. see a male in there. I might have, who knows. I really wish you could just, like, sort by sex. It's getting full. I don't think I've got room for any more cows. I do a milk run too. I will have to do a milk run as well. And there's that. Oh, wait, at the bottom. Fine, be that way. It's full now. That's a lot of cows. Alright, you need to go to CM Meat Market as well. Before I do that, you seem awful tippy with all them cows in there, so let's slow you down some. What do you mean you can't get there? Why can you not reach CM Meats? Really? What is your issue, sir? Why do you think you can't reach CM Meat Market? You have like 16 different ways to get there. Driver cannot reach it. Why can you not reach it? Is it because there's already somebody else there? I don't know if it didn't disconnect any lines. You should be able to go right down through there, and in. Oh, not even so far that way. Sure wish they could make it so cows could be placed on hilly areas. It would be nice if they had a way of doing it so you could have like a free roam pen. Thank you for that follow, Toyator56. Sorry if I butchered your name. How are you doing this morning? Welcome to the community. How to put different stuff in the dynamic storage quarry. That one I don't know, Henry. I haven't really messed with it too much. You really telling me you can't find CM Meat Market? Come on. You're already here now. Now you can go back to the cow farm. You sure you can find that from here? Something's going on here. Why can't you reach the cow farm? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Nico. But I haven't changed anything, so I don't know how all of a sudden it wouldn't be able to reach it. I wonder if it's this truck. Because that is so weird. It's telling me I suddenly can't reach the cow farm. Still telling me I can't reach the cow farm, huh? Now I can reach the cow farm. Really? Really? Now all of a sudden I can reach it. Down here I couldn't reach it, but there I can. Those are there. They're attached. It's attached. Are you really just that dumb? It's in your truck? Huh. I give up. I don't know. Nope. Too many loops, bail out. See, meat market. You have sheep. Sell the sheep. You'll go back for goats. See? I don't get it. It's just that truck doesn't like anything. It's my story, I'm sticking to it. It's a good spot for these, I think, over there. Nice little spot for these right here. That camping guy, thank you for the follow. How are you this morning, kind sir? Oh, thank you. I don't know where I got it. I think it was fs19mods.com. You're not my plow. You're a planter. Thank you for the follow, Captain Jake. How are you doing this morning? gonna get all used to doing this, and then I'm gonna get all thrown off when I have to do it all with a steering wheel. Okay, that's good. Oh, I need to... You're here now. Need to put a shed down here somewhere for all my trailers. I'll put this one over here, I guess. High ceiling. I got a G29 with pedals and shifter. You can stay there. Alright, this farm. New Holland Farm. Yep, I use those DB120s everywhere, camping. Mainly because they do everything and saves me a lot of switching around. In the midst of switching out some equipment this morning. No issue with doing so that I know of there, Henry. Never had an issue with rain and doing anything with the minerals. That'd do it. That would do it. It is a really good map. Dave has done a fantastic job with this map. There's just so much stuff to do. Why? Why? Why must you try to climb the silo? Bad driver? Thank you for that, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know, everybody keeps telling me I need a crash counter, but I feel special not having one. I'm like the only person that doesn't have one. Everybody's got crash counters now. Everybody's got crash counters nowadays. You can go back to Johnson Farm. And I need to get somewhere amongst all this good stuff is my case equipment. I have too much equipment on this map. Somewhere, maybe? As I'll start selling this while I'm here. Yeah, it is pretty fun to do that. It is pretty fun to blast through the tunnels and come out the other side. Right when you're ready to log? Nice. It's usually how it works. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Too many buttons. There we go. Now, I was in search of... my Case farm. No, you're my New Holland farm. There's the Case farm. Ah, you did farm manager up in the mountains? Nice. You need to go back to... shop sell. You can also go over to the shop sell point. That's better. You should probably get loaded with lime and ready for work. You will need to work eventually. That's better. There we go, like that. Thank you for that follow, Acid6Earn. How are you doing this morning? You are probably gonna be needed soon. Very soon. You need to empty the water out of this. Where's the nearest pond? Oh, that'll work. There. Now I can start filling you up with liquid fertilizer. I don't know why I bother keeping the herbicide thing. I really don't. I've not used it yet, Too many vehicles. Hey, it's finally back on its matching trailer again. Bye-bye. You are in the way. Zoom zoom. I think I'm probably gonna move this thing as well. This was getting used over here by the Galena. Somewhere off in the woods. See if I can manage to do this without hitting nothing. That's a lot of grassland. Interesting. Didn't even know that was there. Can auto drive detect where you have placed your factories? You have to edit the current route on that one. Every time you place a factory down, you have to edit the route yourself. Me, I've added quite a few routes and loops and what have you. Where can I sell milk? Where am I going to get a good price for milk? High Point Taco Bell? Nah. Price Chopper? I don't have Taco Bell with power. I don't think I have Price Chopper with power. Where is Price Chopper? That's Home Depot. There's the Helsinki. That's Aldi. Kohl's, McDonald's, Menards, Price Choppers. Way down there. Transport company it is. Pretty much Vonge. Roots and loops and hoop the hoops and all over the place. Wrong button. That button. Not bad. 40 FPS right now. Roughly. For as much stuff as I got going on this map. That's not too bad, I don't think. I have some milk. Have some milk. I could be cheap and just auto sell it, but I don't want to be. That seems cheaty. these. And those. Not gonna bother with the soup and beverage storage, I don't think. Or cold storage. Or the dry goods. Food storage, nah. No. I have a produce storage, but I haven't done anything with it yet. Oh well. Welcome, Scurvy. How are you this morning? Could have sworn I'd found a way to turn those down a touch, but that one seems to come across really loud for some reason. Oh, where's that second 3M factory? I'm doing alright. Just getting closer and closer to finally getting to planting season. I put down all those bee houses and I have not used them. That one. When did I hit $3 million? Holy cow. I gotta get rid of that compost bin too. I don't need it no more. Did I really shut the doors on the goat pen? You do try to pick loud ones. Well, that's one way of making sure everybody knows you're there. Alright, male, 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 male. That's a lot of boy goats. Jeez. That is a lot of boy goats. Oops. I don't want to get rid of the female goats. Oh, goats, goats, goats. Jiminy Christmas. That's a lot of goats. Plus it's the only Jurassic theme you can find on Twitch after an hour. So wow, that's a lot of searching for. That is a lot of searching for a Jurassic Park theme. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll admit I haven't spent too much time messing around with the. I wonder where Transport Company is. I haven't spent a whole lot of time with the blurb stuff. Oh, that's Tractor Supply. Nope, 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 nope. Does he not have it set up in here? Nope. No transport company. Okay. I know it is. I know it is close though. Oh, really? You opened every single one of these? That's poopy. That's better. Shop. Underlay. It is, but you just happen to be searching through others and ran across it. It's blurb. It's actually called Rob Theme. That's some dedication. That is some dedication. Oh, I need 4.6 million for that piece of land. That's a lot. Alrighty. 89 is currently rye. Oh, I need a sprayer for over here. And a lime. Something to do with lime. Well, I'm gonna need to do some work on that. Fent is Agco. I wonder what we got for Agco's sprayers. Let's see. Fertilizing technology. I'll have to do some searching on that. No, don't start driving yet. Not ready for that. Hague, you think is Agco? I'll have to look into that one. Remove my Halo theme headset. Notice when no longer played. Ah, that's a bummer. I gotta control S, yes. Auto width. I always go a touch down with the width. I don't want an offset. Like that. No, not fold up. We're gonna Alt E. Want this in a nice straight line. There we go. there, I think. Bingo, bingo. And down the road we go. Making the field bigger. Definitely gonna have to buy the forest. And I think I'll take field 89 and I'll probably bring it up somewhere into... I might bring it up about as high as... maybe somewhere right in this area here. Bring it up that hill so I can run it straight across, square it up. To the bottom of the field, yeah. I'll leave a little bit of room before the road, so I stop there. And then I need to come over here. And reset in this direction. Oh, really? You don't want to be nice and... why are you not... Come on. That's better. That is better. Alright, Scurvy. See you in a minute. Alright. Let's see how big we get this. It might not like dragging this thing back up the hill. I will probably need a bigger tractor for that. Really not a huge fan of the tracked ones, but I could always go with one of these. I have to find a modded one. Shh. Oh! I could go with this big boy. Yeah. Yep, I'm gonna get that in a minute. As soon as I stop and change directions. That I don't recall. I want to say I got it from Papa Smurf modding, but when I did get it, it had some issues I had to fix. Yeah. That just looks absurd. Let's go with Trelleborg. Wides and weights. GPS. Thank you for that follow, Gamley1973. How are you doing this morning? Killer Smurfs. It's on a few sites. Fent Try 6, look for version 2.0. Yeah. I said I don't recall where I got that one. Wherever I did get it from, it had a couple of small issues. But it might have been because I didn't have version 2. I've had that mod for a while, so I do not recall exactly where I got it from, unfortunately. E. I did drive at least 15 meters. Bite me. There we go. Doing alright. Soon time to get home. Nice. Always nice to get back home. If there's a 2.1, obviously I'd go with that one, Nico. I don't recall what version mine is, because I've had it for a while. Fent. Oh, I do have the version 2. Maybe that's why I didn't have any issues with it on this map. I might have gotten that in one shot. Hard to say. I think I'm a touch off. That's a bummer. I'm gonna have to landscape that little tiny itty bitty bit. How's that for luck? Complete luck. Because I will admit, that is exactly what that is. I did pick you up, right? Yeah, I did, okay. That's crazy. Alright, I need to course play. Calculate current field edge path. I guess it helps if I'm in a field first. Doesn't like it when you're not in the field yet. You're not gonna... 2.1 on Yes Mods, nice. Yeah, I don't think I've got that version. I've got a prior version, but it seems to work okay. I'm gonna leave you right here for a minute. I have a traffic jam. Let me deal with my traffic jam quick. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Get myself in to the transport company. Yep. Nice. Nice little tidy 300 grand from some milk. Alright, you're gonna go back to the cow farm now. No, I want to get in the vehicle, please. Thank you. That is too funny that they showed up in alternating order like that. That is funny. It's a great looking tractor, but I found the one I had ages ago gave off a lot of lag when using it. No, I want to sell you. Yeah, it probably does have some lag to it. It depends on the... if it's a high poly model, it can definitely have a lot of additional lag with it. Alright, you need to go to Hilltop Farm. Off you get, sir. Now I need to go to Plows. Over to this. White. New Holland blue. Yeah, I like that a little bit better for the New Holland farm. I need 2 of you. Then I need Case IH with a gray metal maybe. That's not bad. Well, that'll work right there like that. I need 2 of you. Yeah, that Fendt did cost me some frames, I guess. It's alright. It's only there for when I need to plow. Since it is pretty hilly over there. You need to go back to Piper Farm. Honestly, there's times I'm amazed I still get the frame rate I do. There are many times I'm amazed I still get this kind of frame rate. You're off to Piper. Good day, sir. No issues yet. That's a good thing. You are gonna go down to... No, why am I grabbing it? Dusty Lane. There we go. Hey, stop that. You can also go down to Dusty Lane. Crone, Horsch, Pottinger. That's a lot of extra goodies. You'd think they'd move the CB so that it wasn't floating. Bouncing through the chair all the time. $78 goats. That's a lot of goats. What are they gonna do with the goat? Is it gonna eat the goat? How's it going, Jacob? 22, 44, 55. That's probably why I didn't want to recalculate the field boundary yet. I hadn't really touched 87 or 88 yet. I can't see the smiley. What face was that? It's too small, Wayne. I can't tell what that was. That's probably a little bit better. Now will you calculate the current field's edge path? No, you won't. Be that way. Woohoo! That was quite the dip in the frame rate all of a sudden. Ah, happy face. It's so small on the screen I can't tell what it was. No, stop. You can now go back to Hilltop. This got a horrible turning radius. Really? Hmm. How's it going, Bodine? Don't you worry none there, Bodine. I've been going for a couple of hours, so. Why won't you calculate the new field edge path, huh? Huh? I'm doing alright. Just trying to make a couple fields up here by Hilltop. Gotta combine a couple quick before planting season begins. You know me, I can't leave field sizes well enough alone. I think what I need to do is wait till I'm back in the field. If that makes sense. This thing has a horrible turning radius. Oh, really? Thank you. Yeah, it's not finding it for some reason. It's being weird. I'm not gonna go that far, Bodine. Too many roads in the way. Why won't it figure that out? I wonder if any of these fields over here need plowing. Nope, apparently not. That's good. Because I don't want to plow you. Even though I'm doing it anyway. Do 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 do. I'm curious why it doesn't seem to want to calculate. Because it should be. Did Dave get his oil? I went to bed at 11 o'clock last night. I don't know. I went to bed, and he hadn't gotten it when I went to bed. And that was... Oh, when did I leave? I don't know. I think it was around 12:30, 1 o'clock I went to bed. And he hadn't gotten it yet. So I don't know. We will have to ask him if he comes on this morning. He's probably sleeping. I'm guessing Boomhauer's probably sleeping. Oh, he did get it? Nice, Wolfie. Awesome. He found one. Nice. I've got 2 I've found so far. But I don't have the ability yet to make the drill rig, so... I will eventually. That's one of the reasons why I actually avoid going into the desert right now, Wayne. I don't want to give away anything. Whew. It didn't like that. Uh-oh. I broke it. You got 7 or 8 running already? Nice. I broke it. Ruh-roh. Broke it. Got 1 rig going already, Wayne? Nice. That's unfortunate. Oh, there it goes. Whew. I was worried for a minute. I was worried. I will admit. Yeah, I do own the desert, and I've started digging. But I've only cleared probably this much. Or less. That had me worried. I'm gonna save before I do that again. Don't want that happening again. That was bad. There is a lot of money to get in sand, yes. There's a lot of money in sand out there. I don't know how much sand I've taken out of the desert yet. I know it's quite a bit. Do you know if Dave just went for the piles, Wolfie, to look for the oil, or did he start digging out the whole thing? Using a 30-meter wide Frazee, just driving back and forth. That's a pretty big Frazee. He went straight for the piles. I figured he probably would. It's a lot of digging if you don't. It is. It's a whole lot of digging. Only factories you have so far are construction and forestry, so nowhere close to getting oil. It takes a bit. It does take a bit to get to oil. I've got Dell Electronics built, but I haven't put anything in it to get it running yet. So, you might have tweaked it. Yeah, just a bit, I'd think. I haven't gotten the motors yet for the drill platforms. How about now? Do you want to calculate the current field's path? Hey, finally. 88, overwrite. We're gonna go headlands 1, around, turn, start their current vehicle position, yes. Hopefully it's going in the right direction. We'll go northeast. Longest edge. Touch that down just a sec. There we go. Now I need to go over here, turn on the little thingy so I can see where they're at. That's perfect. Nice. Nice. Drop that right there. Go over here. Nearest. There we go. About time. Nice. That's about time. You can stop there. You're empty. Let's get you back up to the gravel mine. Does crystal steel have anything in it yet? Nice, 16 pallets worth. You need to be on long pallets. Turn on. Why? Long pallets. Shut you off. Give the pig some straw. Making a lot of concrete, holy cow. Concrete, I got 103,000 liters in there. Not a lot of steel, unfortunately. Alright, epoxy. Is that what I need over here for these things? How's it going, JD fan? Alright, I got nails over here. I need epoxy and boards. I need a pallet of boards and a thing of epoxy. I'm gonna have to up that, I think. 'Cause that's yeah. I have to up those capacities. I can't be doing that whole can I get the truck? I got the truck. Yay, I got the truck. I guess I need to, yeah, cargo containers. Epoxy. Spawn out one. Super strength not on? It's on. Why can't I pick it up? There it is. Hiya. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, they might produce a lot, but I want to be able to put in more than 2,000 liters at a time. I have so much nails and epoxy and boards that I don't mind if I can put in like 50,000 of each and then just let them produce. Boards. That's planks, boards are over here. Might as well start doing something with all those bees I bought. I don't put enough of them down. Go away sign. I don't like the signs. Alright. Like so. Really? Didn't register the epoxy? It did not register my epoxy. Now are you gonna take it? Heavy D, thank you for that screamer. I appreciate that. Scared the snot out of me. How you doing, Heavy? That's good to hear. Now it takes the epoxy, really? Now it takes the epoxy? In the parking lot? I have what, 1, 2, 3, 4 of 13 bee houses. I got a lot of bees. Yeah, that's all I'm looking to do is just modify the fill level. So in my case, I'd have 25,000 of each of like the nails, epoxy, and boards. And that way it would take an entire container worth at one time. Yeah, I probably went overboard. He's magical, look at that. He's magic. Thank you for that follow, Heavy. I do appreciate it. Whew. I guess I'll go put these away now. Mean old troll smacking the little dude in the purple hat. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was going slow. Why are you trying to tip me over? None of that now. There goes that. Go back around, put this back in the other spot. Ow. Really? Oh, I've got to wait for that to transfer. Gotcha. Yep. Alright. You can sit right there. You can sit right there while it waits for it to transfer. In the meantime, I need more seeds. Oh nice, the weather has gone up in temperature. And I think hopefully it should be giving me an update on my soil temperature here in a few minutes. That would be awesome if it turned it up just enough that I can start planting. Because that is what I'm waiting for. Oh, I still need to combine those two, which I'll do after that field's done. That one will stay the way it is till harvest season. This one will continue with the potatoes. The tapetas. There you go, you can stay there now. Alright. AGCO brand. AGCO brands. Their brands are Challenger, Fendt, Massey, Valtra, Grain and Protein, AGCO, Fuse, Gleaner, GSI, White and Sunflower. Alright. Noticed last night that the cement truck is very top heavy. Yes, it is. It sure is. If you're not careful, you will tip that thing over. That's AgChem. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a sprayer for the next time I get in here. Yeah, the center of mass is probably a little bit high on that one. I think its mass in general is a little bit high. But I've played with mine a bunch, so I don't know if it's actually accurate anymore. Let's see, I need to get into number 1. Might as well get you hooked up to the planter, get the planter ready to go, because I know it's going to be no time at all before I can start planting. I could probably get rid of a harvester or two as well, I guess. But I'll wait. Alright, get you topped off with liquid fertilizer. Numero uno. The first thing this thing is going to plant is going to be a lot of wheat. Barely turn it. Yeah, it does want to tip a bit. Like I said, I've messed with mine a little bit already, because I was trying to get it to go faster. And I've got it to go a little bit faster, but there's something about it that's funky. I don't know. I haven't looked that much into it yet. It's not easy getting it lined up underneath there. Yeah, that's why I say, like I said, mine I messed with a little bit. Mine, the speedometer no longer says over 100. It's a little bit lower. I think mine's in the 90s. And I've got it to go 53, 54-ish. just from messing around with a little bit. I have not yet messed with the mass or center of gravity part yet, so I'll probably do that at some point. I need seeds. Do 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 do. I forgot I emptied this silo. Oopsie. I had forgotten that part. That's okay. I have a plan B. Why do none of you go straight to the next one? Da-da-da-da-da. Tractor number 2. Jeez, I got some hours on this one. There's a wall there. Got it. How much does your FPS go up when you aren't streaming? Probably about 10 frames. The problem is I've got a lot of stuff going on at Johnson Farm, so it does not help me very much in the frame rate department. That's why I was talking about moving all of my animals up into the mine area. Part of that being because it would take care of that out of Johnson Farm, which would help out a lot. And then the animals themselves would benefit from being in an area where there's not as much going on. But you figure I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 factories, 2 gold masters, plus all the animals here, and 2 storages. Oh, and the sawmill. So I've got a lot going on here. Oh, the explosives factory too, forgot about that one. I have a ton of equipment down here. I haven't done myself too many favors when it comes to that. And of course I never close any of my garage doors. Forgot I have all these things too. Like I said, I have not done myself any favors when it comes to Johnson Farm. Alright, let me think. What does... Corn. Maize, loam. Like loam and sandy loam. Maybe I'll make that a big corn. Maybe I'll put corn over there. That's probably what I'll do. Find it funny that some people moan if their FPS drops that low for me. Yeah, I've never really worried too much about my my frames. As long as it's not stuttery for me, I'm good with it. Rice, peanuts, tobacco, onions, clover, millet, hops, carrots, mustard, no. Coffee, wheat, barley, canola, oats. Yeah, I'll do oats over here. Loaded game had 2 containers. Somehow Dolly glitched and was attached, but sitting on top of trailer unlocked. That sounds like a bad day, Scurvy. That sounds like a bad day. As long as my frame rates are... what are you doing? As long as my frame rates are in the mid-20s, at least, I'm good with it. That's the way I see it. If my frame rates are in the mid-20s or higher, it's smooth for me to play. So I don't worry too much about anything else. It's playable for me. Because I don't really notice that much of a difference between 20 and 60 or 70 frames a second. You know, it doesn't really change that much visually for me. There, that's better. They're all topped off, ready to go. Yep, all topped off, ready to go. Nice. Alright. And I said, you're taking your sweet time. I did say I was going to go... Nope, wrong. One of you. I'm going to move corn over to field 64. So this needs to get changed out. Never had a dedicated GPU. It makes a big difference. I mean, I don't exactly consider my GPU very high-end. It's... well, at the time it was a fairly cheap GPU, but it works pretty decent. Probably have a computer worth 10K and still get those FPS just out the game. Yeah, unfortunately the way this thing runs... Like, I mean, right now I'm 26, 27 frames a second. You can see the thing going. I could jump over to Cyberpunk, where I have the graphics turned up higher, and be getting a solid 60. i3 game runs on low settings, but it's pretty smooth. Yeah. That's how I mean, I tend to look at it as, does the game run smooth? and look halfway decent, because if it does, then I'm happy. I don't need everything set on ultra max settings in the best the best resolution possible and everything. I I don't I don't think it's that necessary. Especially a game like this one. Unfortunately, the way they've got it coded, it just doesn't really matter much. You're never gonna get the greatest frame rates once you start doing a lot with the game, because it only uses certain amounts of your system resources. Chat pad. Yeah, that's never mess with those, so hopefully Scurvy can help you. Exactly, Potsy. It doesn't have to be max frame rates to me. As long as it's playable. Like I said, I mean, you see it dipping down around 20, but it's not really stuttery on my end. It plays good, so I'm happy with it. I mean, you see it's in the 20s right now, but I just passed my uh, steel and concrete factories, which are some of the worst in the game for lag. That's part of what's hurting me at Johnson Farm, is you can just barely see crystal steel loading in from Johnson. Oh, excuse me. So that affects my frame rates there quite a bit. Oh, that's right. That was another thing I was gonna do too, potentially. Let's stop that there. I'm gonna get rid of you. Customized you.
Chord progressions, sounds, little ditties, tiny things. Just snatch them all up.
1 second as I go over here. Not supposed to have anything running right now that has. Alright. Corn headers. Fine, the steel isn't too bad with the FPS, but the. Yeah, exactly. The concrete factory is really bad, and I've got it sitting directly beside my. Um, Other factory, so. I guess let's color code this with a harvester. It's going to my New Holland farm. I got 2 of those over there already. Do we go New Holland yellow or New Holland blue? I'll go New Holland yellow. Why not? Looks good that way. Wides, duals, go wides. Big. Biggest. So we will customize this to be design color. That's kind of weird looking. Yes, repair it. Challenger yellow. We'll go New Holland blue. That just looks funny. If I go Challenger yellow with a New Holland blue that way. That's not too bad, I guess. I'll go like that, I guess. Yeah, I'll go like that. Have to eat. Leave the stream open. Alright, you enjoy your food there, Wolfie, and I appreciate that. I actually got a truck with 4 auto-load trailers to the concrete factory yesterday without issues. Don't get about that too, is inside going out in the pickup area. Yeah, the only time I have issues with the concrete factory for me getting trailers in and out is because I've got a field right behind it that I don't want to drive into. Other than that field, it works just fine. I have no issues whatsoever. I like that. That works. That's a cool looking little setup. Nice. I'll take it. Yeah, that'll harvest some corn. Send you on over to Piper Farm. Andale, andale, iba, iba. Yep. Yeah, these ones were Stevie. I found them on fs19mods.com. That's where I found those ones. It comes as a pack. You'll have to unzip it. But it comes with these 3 here. The regular single track that you can get just wide or really wide. The double tracks. And this one here. I mean, why he couldn't combine them into one vehicle and just have different options for the tires, I don't know, but it seems to work alright. I have plenty of other combines. Yeah, see, that one doesn't have the 3D tracks, I don't think. Nope. Yeah, I haven't been to his Facebook page in a while. Yeah, the X9, that one's pretty nice. I've got an X9 Edit. I just haven't done much with it yet. Because this one has the 3D tracks on it. You can get rid of the demo off of it if you want to. This one here came from JT's, or no, not JT's, TJ's Custom Edits, I think. Yeah, TJ's Custom FS19 Edits. Yep. Yeah, he released it, last week, I think. Nice. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna switch over my my other John Deere harvesters. I'll switch these 4 over at some point when I have a spare $5 million. Everything's so expensive. So expensive. Alright, now. Somewhere I sent the road train. Is it up here at the gravel pit? It is. Yeah, well, SIID is the one who originally did it. And then TJ edited it to add the extra tire choices in and make the X9 part selectable. Which is why it's not on a bunch of mod sites, it's only on TJ's Facebook page. But it is the version that originally was done by SIID. I know SIID is supposed to be updating it for a PC only version, I believe. That's going to have additional tire choices and stuff. But I have not seen anything from him in the past few days about it. He did have it on his Facebook page at one point. Almost got stuck. Almost got stuck, I did. Oh. Not that the chains do anything, they're all decorative. Yeah, I think I'd seen something about custom modding. I know they're also working on that case planter too. I don't know where they're at in the stage with the planter. But the rate they've been releasing mods, it could be March before the planter comes out. So I'll keep my eyes open and see what happens. Yeah, they are working on a lot, Wayne. And sometimes I think they bounce between projects too much instead of just finishing one and then going on to another one. How's it going, Swart Captain? How are you this morning? matches the quality of the 18th. Yeah, I will say they take a while to put out mods at times, but you can't deny their quality. And having said that, I know quality takes time, so I'm more than willing to wait for it. This is PV County. It's a 16x PC only map. Exactly, Potsy. It might take a while for them to put out mods, but the mods they put out are very high quality, and I'm more than happy to exactly. Rather than them putting out the same 5 mods over and over again that are low quality, crappy mods, they do put out a lot higher quality mod, so I'm good with that. And typically, you won't get many, if any, errors from their mods. They have a very extensive error uh, debugging process they go through before they put their mods out. So normally they have very few errors that you have to worry about with them, which is nice. I say normally, JD. I'm not saying that's not a spaghetti mess. There's a lot of people though that don't seem to have very good XML habits as far as neatening their code up and making it readable. But that's my gripe coming from my former coding days. I would at times take very long and a whole lot of extra time just to neaten up the code so it looks nice and can be read easier. Port Fitzgerald with you. Oh, not even that. Just little stuff like invalid case warning on the C850. I haven't used it enough to see if there's any errors. No more spreader doing lime leaf strips with precision farming, even though the map says it's been done. Yeah, it's part of precision farming. Even sprayers will do the same thing. They'll jitter, but they give a full coverage. It's something to do with the with it changing the application rate. Not necessarily, I forget. Difficult to write, yes, but you can still neaten it up so that it's very easy to read the different sections and tell the different sections apart. I mean, a lot of times just an extra space between one section and the next makes a big difference for reading code. Yeah, the invalid case warning will, and any warning like that will definitely get popped by them. One other gripe I do have with them is these 4940 sprayers. They were supposed to address the lights, and they claim they did, but when you turn the lights on, these side lights many times don't actually point at anything. So they don't really give you light at all. It's weird. You go out in the field and they won't actually give you light in the field. I say that now, and of course now it's gonna prove me a liar. Yeah, now it's gonna make a liar out of me. Of course it is. It's like mine thinks it has a 32 spread instead of a 24 that it's supposed to be. Huh. Your spreader doing lime. Sometimes lime and fertilizer, it will say one spread rate, but have a different spread width between lime and fertilizer. I know that's the case on a lot of those spreaders. Yeah, I mean, you understand. I forget it. A space here, a tab there, just to keep things neat and lined up. Uh, difficult to write doesn't mean you can't take the time to. It's like proper penmanship. You know what I mean? Capitalization and punctuation. They go a long ways. Just because it might have been difficult to write doesn't mean you can't take the moment to put the tabs and the spaces in and make it easier to read. Not just for the next guy, but for when you have to do debugging work on it. If there's an issue with the code, it's so much easier for you to be able to get in yourself and adjust that code. You know, it goes a very long ways. Why not take that moment to do that? Exactly. Have that problem at the Terragator. Dun, 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 dun. Park you in here. Actually, I'll probably need you. So I'll leave you hooked up for now. Park you right in here. Light's not showing on the ground. Yeah, it's weird. I know the other day I was messing with the lights on the 4940 and they weren't working like that. And now today all of a sudden they are. So I got nothing. I don't know, me. Dun, 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 dun. I suppose I should get this one filled up. Welcome, Rich Trains. How are you doing this morning? The flowers need to grow back. Ow.
This is Sparta!
Champ 3630, welcome this morning. How are you doing? You pulled out over here, parked right and ready to go. Alright, now I said I was gonna plow. Oh, you're getting along. Good, 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 good. I'm doing alright. I'm getting ready to put a couple fields together, I think. Alt-C, S, auto width, down just a set. Get rid of the offset like that. I think I'm gonna go... Nah, that's a little close. Maybe somewhere in this range? Yeah, we'll go in this range. Like that. This is a plow slash cultivator. It can do both. I do not have a link to update 21, champ, but give me a second. I might be able to do this and this. Ta-da! I can do that. Yeah, more of a subsoiler. I'll drop you in the ground about there. Turn on the field creation. Not a problem, champ. This here was on fs19mods.com. That's where I got this one, fs19mods.com. Color selectable, and it comes as a pack with a disc harrow, which is just a cultivator, and it also has the plow. Do I go down this way and bring it back up and over? Do I make it a funky sized, a funky shaped field? I can do that. Bring it down around here. Up over like that. Yeah. I can bring it up here, round it over there. Yeah, we'll make this one a funny shaped field. None of this square stuff. We'll do it funny shaped. That's what we'll do. No, somebody put their graphic just a hair off. Just a hair too far into the pillar. I know that feeling. Yep. Yeah, they just put the graphic a touch too far into the corner post, that's all. It happens. Otherwise, the interior looks like they did a good job with this one. It's an edit I got somewhere, I don't know. We got talking about all the equipment the other day, and I went nuts looking for equipment, so... I think in the last week I've added probably 30 mods, or 30, yeah, about 30 mods to my folder. Oops. Oh, I'm gonna have to... What's growing down here in 70? That's clover. Clover does good over here, so I'll leave that field doing its thing. But this one's definitely gonna have to get taken care of. Lower, please. Thank you. I'm gonna park that one for a second. I gotta go get this started on field 69, otherwise I'm gonna forget. I will forget otherwise. Yeah, I think that's gonna go away too. I don't need all that. Yep, alright, well. I guess I will finish this one, then I'll go deal with the other field. I now have plans for it. I can never leave field edges alone. I'm bad when it comes to doing that. I'm always extending things and changing field sizes. Yeah, I've gone a little excessive with extending fields though, Potsy. Like, that mess. It's 430 acres. Biggest field on the map. At least until I decide I'm going to extend field 64 myself. Done the same thing, you've gotten rid of one of the roads even. Wow. That must be a pain every time Dave updates the map. I thought about doing that, going in and deleting out some of the roads. Make some of the fields a little bit bigger. But then every time Dave updates the map, it's going to be a pain. I think I'm going to go just a touch bigger. Just plowed it. I'll wait till he's done updating before he... Yeah. I know he's getting closer to being done with the... large updates to the map. Nope, just a touch more. That's better. I know Boomhauer has suggested I raise the ground above the height of the road, but that just seems, I don't know, it seems weird. Yeah, I know a lot of people have said that, and who knows, I might. I might at some point. Because it'd be nice to combine, like, these two fields, maybe. I've also wanted to look at maybe doing some of these ones down here, combining them. Be nice if someone comes up with a mod for animal pallet food storage. Yeah, I know X-Man has mentioned doing something about the animal pallets, but I don't know exactly what he's planning on doing it. But as JD Fan says, the this here will hold the animal foods, the farm storage. You can place the animal pallets into and then spawn them back out. Not a problem, Jaren. Not a problem. Alright. This one's getting a bit bigger. Yeah, that'll be a nice, nice little boost. I think it's all fun and games right now, but what's going to end up happening is I'm going to get to the end of the season and have to harvest all this stuff and go, why did I do that? What made me think that'd be a good idea? Oh, I've got Courseplay, for sure. I definitely will be using Courseplay. Speaking of Courseplay, I'm going to have to go check on my Fent one in a minute. See how it's doing. Something like that, maybe. What was the outcome of Dave's vote last night? Dave, the outcome was like a 52 to 48 split, so he's not going to make any changes with that one. If you do that, don't forget to get rid of the auto drive route. My combine just happened to be full in the wrong spot at the wrong time. How to try planter. Yeah, I have gotten rid of a lot of the auto drive routes already. I have a few more I've got to, obviously I'll have to get rid of. With the plowing of these fields together and stuff like that. The big one that took forever for me. Did I not lift? I lifted you. Why are you plowing in the middle of the frickin' road? Why were you plowing in the middle of the road? I lifted that plow, I thought. I thought I had lifted it. Alright. I'll line you about there, I think. Alright, now clearly I'm gonna have to go fix that. Is that the right brush? No, that's not the right brush. That one's the right brush. That's better. Like that. I think he was very surprised. Yeah. I know he'd had a conversation with Jababo about it, which is what brought that whole thing on. Trying to think of things that would help make the map better for multiplayer. But at the same time, I know Jababo has talked about how it's kind of difficult to get started with the bridge thing going. And I think that's what kind of had Dave going in that direction. But I do like the idea of the maintenance. So I don't know exactly what Dave's going to decide to do with it all. I think it'll be interesting in the end to see what he ends up coming up with. I'm gonna see if I can't, It did stay pretty 50-50. I know a lot of people, and I think what happened was a lot of the people that are, more, I won't say, like, starting out easier, you know, just starting out, I think a lot of those are the ones that voted yes, and a lot of the people that have already built all the bridges are like, nah, I've already dealt with the bridges. I don't want to deal with the bridges anymore. But yeah, I could see maybe where Dave kind of comes up with a middle ground to it, but it would be a lot of work to make those changes. So if it had been overwhelmingly yes, I know he would have gone ahead and made the changes. But it's Dave. You never know. He might have seen it really close, and then he'll end up deciding instead of 25k of each product, going to 50k of each product, and then still adding in the maintenance part just because it'd be cool to add the maintenance part. And he likes to do things that are different and not on other maps. Hence why we even have this map in the first place. So I know prior to his stream we talked quite a bit in chat. He'd mentioned the maintenance part of things, and he'd sounded really excited about doing it. So we might see that get added just as a matter of he wants the maintenance side of it. Alright, I lifted you. Didn't find the bridges all that bad. Once you have the factories, you can build... Yeah, I mean, once you've got all the factories built, you can really get going along with it. But for those people that are more starting out, I can understand where it's a bit daunting to try and get there. Let's see, are you gonna actually... Nope. Not yet. I have not touched the fields enough. One main bridge that goes to each island, then remaining the rest stay the same. I think if he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it for all of them. Maybe something he could have that could be activated or not, like with the mud on the map. With the simple. I don't think it's that simple with that, because you'd actually have to go in and physically change all of the different construction points. Go ahead, Lewis. What do you need? What would you like to know? How do you create channel points? In my case, I don't have anything going on with the channel points yet, so I haven't really turned them on. But channel points typically are gained by watching the streams, and like when I get done my stream, I'll find somebody to raid. When you join me on a raid, you'll gain channel points. Following gives channel points. There's a whole list of different things for the channel points. Rather get it done and over. Be worse trying to have to run all over map numerous times. Eventually won't have to do far, as you won't have time. I can see both sides of it, TC and me. The channel points only get set up. They're set up inside the dashboard somewhere. I don't remember exactly offhand right now, Lewis. But what I was saying, TC and me, I can see both sides of it. Especially since Dave, it'd be like a once every 5 years type of thing. So, you know, it's not like you'd have to do it a lot. It'd be very infrequent. Thank you for that follow, Lewis. I appreciate it. You know, I know Dave, he wouldn't go crazy with how frequently you need to do it. I know that for a fact. Dave would be pretty Brawlmeister23, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. How are you doing this morning? 3 hours, 33 minutes, and just about 33 seconds. You're correct, Henry. There we go. 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Permissions, profile settings, stream schedule. Sub stuff, ads, Unity, enable channel points, customize point display. Alright, was it Lewis? Lewis, if you go under your creator dashboard, go to your community. There'll be a channel points heading. You can edit and customize your channel points there. To be honest, had bridges been easy, I probably would not have had so much fun with the ferries. Your lucky number, Wayne? Nice. Yeah, I mean, it might take a bit to build up to bridges, but it's not like there's not alternatives. the ferries, while I didn't really use them much, I just focused on getting to bridges and made that my #1 priority. And it didn't really take long. I had bridges going by pretty quick off. I had bridges building. And now I've got almost all of them done. I mean, I didn't fast forward until things were ready to build, so I immediately just went right into going to town on getting the factories placed. As soon as I could buy them, I did. So it didn't take me long at all to get bridges going. Yeah, I mean, you've got the tunnels for alternatives. Long before I had bridges ready, like I had blasted the tunnel up into the ore this way, and then up into CM Meat Market for the for PMS. I did that pretty early on. Are there tunnels that go to the islands? There is a tunnel if you can get up this way to this pond up here by Field 94. There is a tunnel. You can see just a little bit of a difference in the color of this rock right here that will lead you down into Hilltop. You can... There's no tunnel over to this one or these. But as far as Hilltop goes, there is a tunnel down to Hilltop. But that's the only one you can actually tunnel to. The rest you either need bridges or using the ferries. Alright, drop you down again. Will you go now? Not quite. Alright. I think what happens is I need to go just a little bit wider with the field edge path before it'll register. Yep. Map was very intimidating at first. It quickly became interesting. It can be intimidating. It can. Just with the amount of stuff on the map and everything going on with the map, it can take a while to really know what's going on and the best course of getting things going. I think it took you one full in-game year to get all the bridges. Now you're working on factories and tunnels. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm in day 3 of early spring. I just started my 2nd year. I've got this one bridge down here by the racetrack still to build. I have this bridge here by Field 94 to build. And then I have these 2 bridges up here by the gravel to north of 64 to build. Other than that, all my other bridges are built. I've got most of the factories down. And then, yeah, I'm just working on building factories. I've already got Cargill built. I've still got to do Pepsi, Heinz, Planters. Heartland Bread. Wolfie's Pizza should be finished soon. I've got to do Sam Adams. I have the Chocolate Craft and... I have something else hiding behind Starbucks. I can't remember. To build. Dole is built. Dell is built. I've got Ken's just about ready. Kellogg's just about ready. Aurora is done. I still got to build the stuff in the winery. I got to do Domino, but I got to finish this bridge here. I'm waiting on steel for it. I have CM Meats is running. Don't have Campbell's done yet, but I've got Copper by Design finished. So I'm getting there. In game years. In game years. In my case, I'm running 9-day seasons, so I've got 3 days into the start of the new year. It's about to turn mid-spring for me. You see, I just about 282 hours in the map so far. Hello, Kiston. I know. I don't have a footrest for you to lay on. Real life years, it feels like. Well, I've been playing the map since August? End of August? One of my kitties is all upset. He normally likes to come lay on my legs when I've got my recliner out. And since I've moved my desk, I don't have the recliner anymore. He's upset with me. I can tell. He's very upset with me. I did get the new desk done, yep. It's all done. There's the new desk. All set up. I've still got monitor, some wall mounts for the monitors coming. So they're going to get mounted further up here. My wheel and pedals and stuff are coming, so the pedals can go underneath. The wheel can get moved from side to side on the desk. I still have to put a support in here, down to the floor. But, yep, I got all my cables passed through the corner. So, not bad for a little spot in the closet. And, of course, prior to me building the desk, I had to run electrical. From the breaker box, I've got a dedicated 6-outlet set up in the closet now. Quick question, what's the best start for PB County? Like, what factories to go first? That is a loaded question, but primarily you need to do forestry first. If you look in here, you see the sawmills are all listed at number 1. You need to pick one of these sawmills, and then you'd have to have the planks, and the planks would be next, like the board chipper, the chipboard, the pallets, the paper. Build those in their numbered order. After you do that, you can start in with the construction factories. You see Stone Crushers number 2. Then you have the glue factory at 3, the drywall at 4, concrete at 5, steel at 6. Once you get all of those done, you can basically do anything in the game. Started as a miner, got lots of money to do the forestry. Yep. You will need the shell. I don't remember where that one hides. It's in miscellaneous, I think. You will need the shell fuel to produce your fuel on the map, simply because there's no fuel on the map otherwise. You can't go to the gas stations. So you will need that one placed down relatively early, but it's not one you have to build. You just need to place it down, and then you can even, from the shell factory, if you need to, especially when you're just starting out, you see here you can even buy like the corn if you wanted to, you can buy the inputs, and each line of inputs will add to the total amount of diesel being produced. So you can buy each of the 4 different inputs, and each input will add hourly to the amount of diesel being produced. How's it going, Sense Fan? Thank you for that follow, 615 Alex. I appreciate it. And not a problem as far as the help goes. That's why we are here. We're always more than willing to answer any and all questions. Gonna get some food, gonna be lurking around. Alright, Billy. Thank you for that tier 1 sub. I very much appreciate that, Alex. And welcome to the crew. Well, I very much appreciate it, and I try my best. You gonna calculate the current field path? Hey, yeah, alright, progress. 68. Overwriting, come here. Time to automate this mess. Overwrite, course generation. 1 headland all the way around, turning. We're gonna go longest edge. And we're gonna start from the southwest. Like that. Yep, I like that. That'll work. Pick up the plow. You can buy the logs for the sawmill, yes. That is also correct, Nico. Basically, a lot of the starter parts to the map, Dave has done it so you can buy the inputs to help people get going, especially in the early game. The logs for the sawmill, the inputs for the shell fuel. On the stone crusher, you can buy the diesel, if I recall. Let's see, stone crusher. Typically, a lot of your stones are going to come from the explosions, but there is a production line that will allow you to create stone to run the rest of the production. Shh, I changed my input capacity. But it will allow you to buy the diesel to produce the stone, so you can put the stone in for all of the other different production lines. And I am one of those people that buys the log, Sense Fan, because I prefer to, rather than deal with the transporting of logs, I just go and that might be enough. What I end up doing is I go and grind up the trees into wood chips, and instead of doing the logging, I just buy the logs. Is this gonna be far enough over? Just barely. Nearest waypoint, drive course, my friend. Off you go, sir. It has to be the big round stones and not the gravel, yes. Actually, what I need to do is go in here, do this. I want it to go down a touch there. Now generate the course. And go back. And the reason for that is once in a while, every now and then, if you do the full width, you tend to get little skips in the field. So I prefer to go just a touch under the full width when I set up auto drive routes and course play routes. There we go. Now, I need to do some work over here. So you're gonna move quick. Oh, I should probably deal with the Fent Vario, because this one's gonna take a little bit more work, a little more significant work. So let's go deal with the course of play, Mr. Fent Vario. Thank you. Ooh, excuse me. You've been mighty helpful. We'll go about here somewhere. Right about here. Back you up to there. Alt E. Straight line. Like that. Yep, I just grind up my trees, turn them into wood chips, simply because I have a love-hate relationship with the auto-load wood trailers and the feller bunchers. As much as I don't mind the feller bunchers, they're not bad, but getting nice, neat piles is at times very difficult. So I don't like using them. Occasionally I will. I'll get into a mood for it. But the part that I really hate is the auto-load wood trailers that love to tip over. It is a pretty nice trailer. Or tractor, rather. I had an issue with the other, because it's very hilly over here. The other Fendt tractor I had was not liking to plow up the hills, so I went with this one instead. You just have a hate relationship with them. Yeah, I can fully agree with that. Oh, look at that. Ken's is about finished. Apparently I got more material in there than I thought I did. It is cool watching them build in stages. Kinda cool. It's already potatoes, but no, I'm gonna keep it potatoes. I'm gonna keep 86 potatoes. It's already planted. Once I harvest it, I'll have a ton of potatoes for the next time I have to plant potatoes. You can stand the auto-load trailers after you turn them into wood chips. How do you get them into logs to drop off at the sawmill? In my case, what I do is I cut the trees into wood chips, and I buy the logs at the sawmill. So I don't have to turn them back. What I do is, in order to help with my frame rates, I take the trees off the map by grinding them up. Didn't like plowing, but makes a good tractor. Exactly, Scurvy. That's the same thing that's gonna happen with me. The Fendt is gonna stay like my seeding tractor and stuff like that, and I'll use this one for plowing. But with the sawmill, let me see, sawmill. Open this one for... If you go to the board production and you go to the logs, you see here you can buy the logs for the sawmill. I just buy the logs, and I know the idea is that the more you mine and the more you cut down trees, the more stuff it takes off the map, so the better the map will run. So to compensate, I grind the trees into wood chips, and I use the wood chips for composting. Does that make sense? I use the tree maverick, I grind the trees up. Especially over here, I just took a big chunk of these trees out. At some point I'm going to come and finish these trees, and I'll extend the 63 the rest of the way up here. But that's been my approach to it. Just because every time, I know one of the log trailers, they just updated to change its center of mass. So it's supposed to be a lot easier to use. This one here, I believe, they just changed the center of mass around on it, so it's easier to use. But I still prefer this one right here. Does a very good job. And if you really want to, it by itself can hold 3 million liters of... That's how it comes. It's a Farmer Boys modding mod. I haven't had a chance to try this out yet. It looks pretty cool though. You get the big 5-section cultivator that was turned into a plow. Yeah. That one's nice. But it's a little wide for getting around some of the areas. Much like it's not quite as bad as what's the word I'm looking for? Are you planted? Planted, germinated, nice, perfect. It's not as bad to get around as the Flexicoil, but it can be a bit difficult at times to get across bridges and stuff with the auto drive routes. So that's what I like about this Lemken. It's nice and small, but it's still got a decent width to it. Without being so tiny it's not worth actually doing. Alright, get you lined up, I think. Badoo. I've got a... Okay, that's on a different server. There we go. Did you get the trailer wood chipper from Fummon's modding group? I did. I need to get the updated version. Oh, you used the Flexicoil. You've got a Flexicoil that was turned into a plow. Yeah, I don't like it because it's so wide. It's hard to get into a lot of the different shops or sheds, and at the same time, if you stick it on anything and send it on an auto drive, it's gonna get hung up in a bridge, like every time. So I tend to, instead of using that, I found at one point I had what was it? I at one point had a version of this that acted as a plow, but even that one's kind of funny with the auto drive. I've got this one here. It's not quite as bad as the Flexicoil, But again, it's so wide, it gets hung up in all the bridges all the time. So the Flexicoil's it is a bit wider than this. This is 16 meters instead of the 25. But it works just as well, I think. Finally got your hands on the Tree Maverick. It does work a lot better. That's been my experience with the Tree Maverick. It works a lot better than the Brux. I don't know if it's the trigger area in front of it when it comes into contact with the trees versus the Brux. It just seems to work a lot better. It doesn't have the issues of... that's probably too far. It doesn't have a lot of the issues with being very finicky connecting to the tree to grind it. Alright. Get in here, maybe. Right about here. Yeah, something like that. There, hopefully this will allow me to combine the area of those two fields together. I hope. Haven't branched out your fields yet. Still got to get the main ones around Johnson Farm, so I don't have much for it to run into. Yeah, with Courseplay thrown in, it makes it a lot easier. Every time I set up a Courseplay route for a field, I always do one or more headland route, passes, and it makes a huge difference on the AI and how well it works. It's very easy to be able to sit back and let the AI do it at that point. Okay. Alright. Just about done this field edge. Ooh, look at that. Perfect. Wow. Getting good at lining those up from across the edge of the map. Alrighty. Now, I should be able to go... Calculate current field's edge path. Perfect. And you're going to reset 85. Really wish you could start out going backwards in the list. That'd be swell. Once that north, west, longest edge, 15.9, generate. Brock's best way I got it to work was on the fell, and even at that had an issue. Yeah. I never really got along great with the Brux. I guess if you want to do a really small pass and then do the other pass, you go right ahead. Perfect. How's it going, Manuel Paul? I'm just making some bigger fields. Time to spend much money. Time to spend lots of money. Spending the money. Alright, something like that. Now I need to paint. If I can find the right grass texture. That one. Oh, excuse me. Big flat stone area, go bye bye. Go bye bye. That works. Like it. Time to make field 69 bigger. I think we'll go about here. Drop you down on this auto width. Touch down, get rid of the offset. Get out of that menu. There we go. Ooh, too close to the trees. Too close to the trees. We can fix that though. Didn't realize quite how close I was to the trees. About there. How do you fix it if it says the land can't be deformed? There's several reasons it might say that. One, either you don't own the land, or two, it's an area that just doesn't allow it. A lot of times it has to do with there being a trigger or something of that nature in the way. In the case of water, it's water. It doesn't let you. Global company doesn't always help, Wolfie. Unfortunately. Not when it comes to landscaping. Well now. Is there a mod that will show the names of the fill type in the... There is. It is info menu. It's turn off, you can't either. Yeah, the info menu mod will show the prices. Or the names underneath the prices. Not a problem, Alex. The only thing I will say, if you're using precision farming, they haven't updated info menu mod to work properly with it yet. So you'll get errors, you won't be able to buy land. Apparently I have to smooth that out. Hello?
What's going on?
It's a Fummins. It's the whistle while we work guy.
So why I work?
That 49X has quite the... That 49X has quite the whistle to it, sir.
Yeah. I didn't do the sounds on it.
It's a pretty nice truck though.
Very nice.
I've already got one. I've already gone and downloaded one.
Just one?
Well, so far.
What's going on, Bodine?
I haven't bought many trucks yet. This morning. How's Fummins going today?
Just having some lunch.
Having some lunch? That's actually a good idea. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Breakfast was too long ago. Gotta finish landscaping this hill, apparently. Maybe that'll work a little better. Perhaps that will work better. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Make field 69 bigger. You coming along okay? You're getting along nicely. What was in 78 or 71 and 72? It looks like millet and wheat. I will leave those alone then. I will have to fertilize them though. 70, 71, 73 I've got to fertilize. pH seems good, but they definitely need to be fertilized. Oh, excuse me. That's nitrogen levels. Be nice if you had the pH levels on that thing. That's what I was afraid of. I'm going to be right close to that edge.
They'll be fine. They're only driving there every so often.
Yep. Well, and I'm going to be using course play instead of the regular worker. Otherwise, I'd find worker H somewhere in the ocean trying to harvest the seashells or something. No, my luck. Bah, can't be in cab with this thing. That drives me nuts. You can even see it flicker out here. You started putting your basement back together yet, Fummins, or you're still,
Not waiting for the concrete to harden yet.
Oh, come on, concrete's hard. You should be able to walk on that by now.
I can walk on it. Can't shoot it with a Hilti.
Sure you can. It shoots even easier now.
Yeah, it blows it apart.
Minor detail.
If it was like poured up against a wall, I would do it. But because I got that gap,
Oh, you left a bit of a gap there.
yeah.
Clover's growing, nitrogen's bad, pH is bad. It's clover. I'll leave it for now. I'll leave it for now. I'll wait till the end of the year to move that. Plow it over. Not right now. I'm gonna leave it for. I'll leave it and I'll do it at the end of the year. Cause I don't know how big I really want to go with it yet.
What's going on, JD?
I'm gonna have to get some lime out on some of these fields though
Chris, what are you doing?
that are growing
Out of there,
already.
come on.
I have to actually soil sample all of this down here still. Ow. I need to find a Agco brand sprayer and lime spreader.
There's a Massey sprayer out there.
Nice, now I just need a lime spreader. Lime spreader. Sure, I'll find something later when I get bored and decide to go nuts with more mods. Oh, Terragator is Agco? Nice. That works, I'll just send another Terragator over there.
There, that one should work. Put it in chat.
See, Fummins is bad. He not found. Not only that, that's it's Farming Mods 2015 Fummins.
It didn't work?
No, Farming Mods 2015 homemade sprayer. Yeah, no, I think I know what that one is.
It's for 2019.
Yeah, gotta remove the plus at the end of it. Yeah, probably. Bad link.
There, that one will work.
Yeah.
The first
no.
one I sent you is that little. It's actually an IMT, and it's got like a spraying width of like 3 meters.
Yeah, I remember it from Daggerwin's videos.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I'm gonna spray field 64 with it. Can you imagine trying to spray field 64 with that thing?
You just have to leave your game going for like a month.
Yeah, with the helper on buy fertilizer. Cost you $3 million in fertilizer. I'm just driving along. Wow, I've already put almost an hour on this tractor? That doesn't seem right. I haven't done much with it. This is the one I used to plow over field 68 before, which I guess is possible. I don't remember which tractor I used for that one. Bye, Felicia. Oh, that's a nice Massey. Nice.
Oh, I didn't see that. I would have banned him. I was too busy.
It's alright, I
stuffing
got
my
him.
face.
I got him. It's nice having the second monitor now. I just boop boop.
Yeah, it won't be long. Then you're gonna need 3 monitors.
No, I don't have room for 3 monitors.
Go up top.
No, I'm already going to be putting those ones up on the wall. They're going to be mounted probably 6 inches higher up onto the wall. That way I have room for my speakers and stuff underneath them. And I've got a few other things I'm going to stick along the back edge of the desk. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a handheld spreader out there somewhere. I think there is scurvy. I want to say I think there is.
There was one for 17.
I want to say I think there is a handheld spreader out there. Mez's playing satisfactory. Wonder if you're gonna recognize the new... Haha! It worked. I've noticed it's been funky like that occasionally. Stream Deck? No,
Oh, you
I
got
don't
one?
have a Stream Deck. Eventually I want to have one though, yeah. But I've also got a 10-port USB adapter coming and a few other things. Course generation 69. Headlands 1 turn. We're gonna go longest edge. Current vehicle position's fine. Hit start. Turn that on. Imagine doing a big field with that. Yeah, exactly. I wonder why it doesn't decide it wants to go. Yeah, I eventually plan on getting a Stream Deck. That's one of the things, but I also want like a spot for like pens and pencils and a few other things to go in the desk area. I've also got the wheel, the steering wheel coming too, so I don't want the steering wheel being in the line of sight to the monitors. So if I lift the monitors up just a little bit, it'll have me looking over the wheel instead of through the wheel. Just get to the other end of the field, dude. Seriously? Why don't you go faster when the thing's unfolded? It's not like it's in the ground. Gotta fix that quick.
That's better. I hate you so much. No, next closest. Something I did with this map, I started with 20 million because in a save game I had this. I've done that. Treated it as though I've completed one you know, I've moved from one area to another and sold off my stuff and brought the money along with me. Kind of role played it out like that. Yeah, for sure. You'd either move the equipment with you, or depending on the distance, you'd sell everything off and take that money to go start a new farm. You wouldn't necessarily be starting back over again with no money. So, I understand that. This is probably going to destroy a bunch of crop. I'm gonna have to redo all of the... Son of a biscuit, I forgot about that part. Yep. This game does allow you to play however you want, which is really nice. There's... The only limitation is your imagination. And then you get a map like this that has so much stuff you can do to it that it just... It makes it that much more diverse. Nobody does things the same way.
Some try to.
Some people do try to, but everybody's got their own way of kind of doing things, and you know, and nobody ever seems to put their factories in the same place or take the same approach to making their money or whatever. Okay, good. The clover isn't grown enough to get destroyed. Phew, I'm gonna go through some lime, I think. Speaking of the old 49X.
Green.
Yep. It's kind of hanging out on the John Deere farm, so. Alright, well. Can't forget to empty this thing out. Can't forget to empty this out. Not at all. Getting closer to being able to afford that other piece of property. Alright. You, sir. You have work to do. I don't know if I have any lime over in this one. I'm gonna go check it just to be safe. Nope. Nada. De nada. I need to get rid of that variable application rate mod. Doesn't work well with precision farming. Wrong button. Okay. Over to this point. Too far. Alright, over here I have 32 through 34 to do, and those 5 to do. And I have a feeling I'm going to need to get some auger wagons or something for lime. Is this truck just seed and fertilizer? No, it's an anything. That might be what I do. When you start this map, when the mining option, where is your house? That's a good question, Bodine. I don't know. I don't recall ever looking at that. I know when I first started this map, trying to figure out where I wanted to start, I know I did try a bunch of the different start locations to see where I wanted to start out at, but I don't remember where I ended up, where the house was for that. Nope, you're not far enough over yet. Apparently I'm adding quite a bit of lime over here. Thumbs down. Those are getting ready to go. Thank you. I need... Draw a line from High Point to Field 91. I started there. Be up in the north east where the 3 depots. 91 to High Point to Field 91. Oh, yeah, up in this area, right? I want to say. Yep. Yeah. This lot right here. So I gotta do this one here, that there, those there. About halfway down a 2-part gravel depot. The cement factory? Yep. It is a pretty good area. That's why I think once I'm done with the gravel in the in that pit that I've been working on, I'm going to make this area here and the gravel area here my new farmyard. I'll move all the ducks and chickens and stuff like that up there, and that'll become my new farm area for the animals. It'll get them up out of Johnson Farm, so it'll help, you have dibs. It'll help up my frame rate in Johnson Farm area a little bit, I think. wow. That Terragator is almost out of lime already. Yowza. You're a mining magnet there, Henry? I think I'm gonna get 3 more of these. 4 more of those. Just for doing the lime shuttling. Three, 4. Lime, where's the lime? How much lime do I have in storage? 3.8 million. I think what I'm gonna have to do I think what I'm gonna do, since on PC you get 20 save game slots, I'm thinking of trying the other starting options. Yeah, I mean you certainly can, but then you're starting over and you're stuck. Think you're gonna make Piper Farm your livestock farm? Yeah, I think that's what Boom did too. But me, I'm gonna have Piper and Johnson as arable. Hilltop will be grass work / root vegetables. How's it going, Jay? I'm gonna have this one down here. Why can't I think of the name of it? Dusty Lane will be for cotton and tobacco and things like that. And then I'm gonna put my animals right up in this area here. I've already got the cow pens. I've got a biogas plant there. I'll just put a storage in up here somewhere, and I'll put all of the chickens and cattle and stuff like that up there. Seems like a good place to do it. Then they're all somewhat together. Do you need a forklift to get paper pallets? No, not necessarily. The paper pallets will come out if you use the auto load trailers. They go under small or medium pallets. Will pick up the paper. Not a problem, Henry. Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, Bodine. Every now and then you kind of got to change things up. That's usually when I spend time on another game, though. Speaking of which, I need to get off my duff and get, don't get me started with that, Jay. I've had more than a few issues with some of their mods. About you, Fummins.
Sorry, what was that?
Had any issues with mods from the Expendables?
Um, some of them have some basic error stuff, but nothing too crazy.
At least it's not WMF, Wood Meadow.
The problem is a lot of trucks now are starting to have mod conflicts with each other because of the scripts that they're using.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily the mod creator's fault.
Helper G has completed their task. I'm guessing you didn't complete your task, you just ran out of material.
Like I said, the main thing we're finding now is that add config script is destroying a lot of mods because, you know, everybody adds the same configurations, you know, mirrors,
Yeah.
you know, paint jobs and stuff like that. For some reason, that mod is, or that script is adding more configs to other mods and making mods not load. It's weird. I don't know exactly why it's doing it, but so like all ours now, we have our own naming system.
Yeah.
So unless somebody takes our stuff and copies it, we shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, I can understand that. I know I've seen that quite a few times in my error log is issues with the, you know, this configuration already exists or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. And then sometimes you'll just get that error, and then other times, like I said, it will create all kinds of problems.
So don't tell me you're...
Did they?
What, put out a lot of mods today? I don't know.
Yeah, he said they put out a lot of mods.
It's possible. I haven't really paid attention today.
Let's take a look. See any, unless it's on the mod sites. Thank you, Bodine.
Yeah, I gotta get the updated tree grinder.
Yeah.
I got the version you sent me, but I know they put out the new version today.
Yeah, we had a couple couple issues with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't used it yet.
The one collision was set to static, so as soon as you moved it,
Oh.
it wouldn't chip anymore. But like if you ran back to where you had it and had a log, it would take it and chip it.
Yeah.
Oops.
Wow, 8 of them put out today? Holy cow. Mod Network. I don't think I've been over there.
That's where all our stuff links to now is Mod Network.
Is it?
Oh, that first one is old. Somebody just is putting it up now. Yeah, I think a lot of these are old. Somebody's just putting them up.
HD modding. That one right there. Not a problem. Yeah, Fummins is with HD modding on Facebook. They just put out a new Western Star today, the new 49X that just come out in September. Looks really nice. Says page not found. Well, let's try that one. Not a problem, Willie. There, and I'll have to sample that field when that one's done. I think I'm going to have to get another one of these stupid samplers. Yep, Helper B has stopped work unexpectedly. Tank is empty, you think? Helper Sam has completed their task. This is going to be expensive. That's going to hurt the pocketbook a little bit. I know. I know. There's the one I'm looking for. your merry way you go. Come here, you. How's it going this fine Sunday morning, Mr. Randy? $85,000 for lime. Youch. And he's gonna go to field 70 with all that lime. I'm cutting across the field. Normally I wouldn't, but I don't care. Fields. $70. I have the small lime mine, but right now I don't have enough lime at my storage facilities. So in this case, I'm going to buy some for right now, just to get these back out in the field. And then I will work on getting more lime for later on. Trucks. Roadrunner. I'll black this one out, why not? Yeah, why not? Wheel brand. Sure. Sure. Oath. No. Big one, duh. And trailers. I'm gonna sort out my liming needs real quick though. Helps if you buy it, dummy. Guys seen the new John Doe with the animated screens in the cab? I have not. Do you know who put them out, Manuel Paul? This is what you call tactical. Something like that. Until I can make herbicide, just use global market to buy it. A lot easier than dealing with pallets, so I can fill orchards and greenhouses. Yeah, I don't really do much with the herbicide, because I don't bother with weeds or anything like that. LSFM John Deere pack. I'll have to look for that one there, Manuel Paul.
We got a big tree chipper. It's not a. You can't take the tree down in one go.
Yeah, I showed it earlier. Forestry. Like I said, I just need to get the updated version. That's a monster right there. Not a problem, Henry. Yeah, she's a monster. Do-do-do-do. Thank you for that follow, Pettas Dirty. How are you doing this morning? Oh no, you didn't complete your task. Give me that. Is that vehicle over to field 70 yet? Where the heck did he go? Taking the long way. Master 86 coming in with 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, Randy. It went so fast I didn't even get a chance to see who all got them. Gifted to Nick M10, Medaria, Chuck H850, Gamer Paul 22, Ice Cube 1964, XCOM 90, Jeff 691204, Ian 51, Willem Mackey, Nana Ninja 67. Help if I put the mouse on the right screen. Oh, you might destroy crop. I don't think you have care wheels. Nope. I guess not. Pipe out. Over yonder. There it is. I love that truck. Ah, I'm melting. I'm melting. Very handy truck. Ouch. My back. Alright. You're still doing your thing. You're still doing your thing. That means both my tractors at the New Holland farm are taken. I will need a trailer for over there anyway, so New Holland's usually white. The blue? That's not bad. Trucks. Rim color. I can get down with that. Oh yeah, that looks like the blue power. Nice, that'll work. Not bad. And in miscellaneous, somewhere in here. Helper Robin has completed their task. Nobody said it has to go on a little side-by-side. You guys need to add that to the 49X. Yeah.
No.
Yeah!
That's cheaty.
There's plenty of vehicles that have 3 points on the front of them. Typically European, but still. That is the Roadrunner Plus on the in-game mod hub. It is pretty nice. Oh, but I digress. I need another trailer. This one's gonna be rim color of gray. It's not quite the right gray, is it? Yeah, something like that. Trucks. Rim color. Fuel tanks. Mirror. Don't need the ramp. Nokian tires. Rack. Of course, the big engine. Wait a minute. That can stay there. I need a different trailer for this truck. I need a different trailer for that truck. Extra bumper the way I see it. I use my pickup truck with the front lifted out. Yep. West semi dolly. Main color. Sure, why not? Rim color. Gray. Whatever the design color is. That Kolob truck isn't what I thought. I put a D11 on the trailer and I had issues. That's too bad. I didn't really look too close at it, to be honest. I've got it. I've messed around with it a little bit, but I haven't exactly bought one and tried to do much with it. Oh well, that's poop-a-doop. No rear hitch either, huh, Fummins?
No. We could add one.
Yeah, because that's a big one. A lot of people put hitches behind those things.
Yeah, it's a heavy haul truck though, really. That's why we didn't really add one. I think we're gonna make another one with a shorter frame.
That'd be nice. Don't get me wrong, this one's really nice, but... Alright.
D11, really?
And, you need to go down to Dusty Lane Farm. Welcome back, Wayne. Yeah, he was talking about the Kolob comes with a trailer.
No, I'm just saying that Twitch jammed up D11.
Yeah, pull the D11.
Heaven forbid you say D11.
Yeah. That's
Is
alright.
D12 fine?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Last
you can say D12. How about D10? Ah.
I think it's just something about the pull the D11 or something that it had a issue with. I don't see anything wrong with it either. It's just probably something because it says pull the... I don't know. Twitch is weird like that. They really are. Some of the stuff they ban makes no sense. Take care of my Lyme issues in a hurry. Sticking with the Roadrunner for now. It is pretty nice. I like it's got the fan in the front, and it's got the gear change sounds to it. It's different. I like it.
Another reason we don't have the trailer hitch is because it's got that ramp on the back. That's
Oh, yeah.
gonna be useful a bit.
Either way, the F-250 and Gooseneck does a better job. A lot of it has to do with the trailer physics, I've noticed. Because some trailers do really good. How do you increase the work area of the milling machine? Combination XML and i3D. You can change some of it in the XML file. Other parts of it you have to change in the i3D file. This one here, it comes with the Kolob truck as part of a pack. Comes in a pack with this. And I think the big part is the trailer physics aren't that great. '82 Studio, yeah, that's my favorite trailer too. It's really nice.
Yeah, he's got a lot of nice stuff. He's got a lot of nice stuff.
Oh, really? It's gonna empty? It's weird. My game Steam, how would you rate their mods? I've never heard of that one. Oh, that's who released the Kolob? I've had no issues with that Kolob, I just didn't know who did it. I never really paid attention to who originally did it. But otherwise, it's been a solid mod. I didn't have huge issues with it or anything when I got it. Yeah, I would agree with you, Scurvy. However he did the physics on that trailer, it can handle. I've seen at least 2. I think I saw somebody try to put 3 D11s on the thing, and it took it, which shocked me.
The problem we're having is like we're up against the limits of giants.
Yeah. No, I agree on that one wholeheartedly.
You know, there's so much more that could be done and made, but giants is the limiting factor of a lot of stuff.
Yep, I fully agree on that. Alright, you are gonna go down to Dusty Lane. Oh, Dusty Lane Farm, where are you? Off you go. Have a traffic jam. How's it going, Oppies? How are you this afternoon? It's already 1:30 in the afternoon. Holy cow. I have to park some equipment at some point. Do. I want to say this fits end to end like that, I think. It does. Look at that. That's some good stuff. You can go back there. You're there. You're there. Kolob wasn't bad, but for a heavy 8x8 truck like it is, the truck itself couldn't handle the weight of the dozer very well. Trailer wasn't too bad. Yeah, I think the power on the Kolob needs to go up as its biggest fault. I might make some edits to it. Default, send you to Johnson. That too at the power, yeah.
That camera needs some edit
What camera?
on that truck.
Oh, on this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's got 3 different camera angles, I believe. It's got the outside the cab, and then one of the boom, I believe it is.
They
Hilltop.
did like 30-degree view angle or something like that.
Yeah, because you got the interior, you've got one back like that, and then the exterior. Like that. You can go off to Hilltop. You should hopefully make it. No sense in wasting all that gas. Alright. Da-da-da-da. That far enough down, or did I need to go further? Oh, didn't quite get the corner. Didn't quite get the corner. 12-hour stream? Probably not. Maybe if I take a short break. I do need to get up and get some food. Soil sample sent for analysis. Put that away for right now. At least until you're done plowing this field, then I can get the spots that haven't been done yet. That needs to get done, then I can get the soil analysis on that one. Soil analysis back on those. I just need to do that area once this is done. That's all sampled out, good to go. I need to plant first. You never know, Bodine. I might. And apparently I'm going to have to come back and do that, because that's annoying. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. come back and touch up that hill a bit. Missed a spot there too. Yeah, I missed a few spots on that hill apparently. Alright. You're only half paying attention. Football started. I don't watch football. Definitely not this year. Definitely not this year. Hilltop doesn't have any lime yet, so you can just get up there. So I need to pick up a Massey sprayer for up here. Or Terragator sprayer, maybe. Terragator's 36.6 meters wide. This one is... How's it going, Randy?
Need to tell Dave that you need a crop duster in this game, you know.
Just
That's
about.
the only thing we're missing. I know, to put a mod like that in would be near impossible.
No, they've got crop dusters, they just don't work that well.
Yeah.
Alright, and what else did Fummins send me? $90.30.
I don't know if they're the same or not. One seems like it has maybe a little more detail. I don't.
Yeah, the $90.30 seems a little bit like it's got more tire options than the other one. The other one looks a little bit newer. I'll check them out. I'll check them both out just to be safe. Site can't be reached. Bite me. Stupid things. And close a few of these extra windows. I only have about 30 windows open at the moment. There we go. You're headed to Hilltop. You're headed to Hilltop. And you went from the lime mine all the way over there to turn and go that way. Really? tunnel here? The tunnel wasn't faster. Sometimes I really wonder. I mean, seriously, I could have gone right through this tunnel, right through that tunnel, through that tunnel, down, boom, boom, I'm there. What I need to do is connect that through there. Because I could have literally just come out of here and gone zing, but even through these tunnels would have been faster than apparently coming through here, through here, through here, and something. It's weird. I don't know why it's been doing that.
Trying to find a better route.
No, I sent it with auto drive. And instead of it coming from this lime mine right here down through this area, through this tunnel, through the ore mine, through that tunnel, down, across, and over, it came from the lime mine and went way over here for some reason. Like, seriously, why way over here?
Conflict in the routes.
I have no idea.
You use a setup. You use X-Man's pre-setup routes, right?
Yeah.
Could
And
be it.
I've reconnected a lot of stuff.
That could be it. Could have.
I'm wondering if
one
there's
with the other, or it could be just a glitch.
Was the hired helper female? Probably.
Oh. I hope Manuel isn't married, because if his wife or girlfriend hears that, he's liable to have knots on his head for a month.
That's why it didn't do it. Right there. That's why it took the long way around right here, because of this. Won't next time. That's why it took the long way around.
Auto drive and course play are all full of little tweaks that have to be done to make it run perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Well, in this case, I had forgotten to connect that one direction.
Yeah.
So instead of it going the short way, because
it went the long way around.
It went the long way around because it didn't realize that it could go in that direction.
Uh-huh.
Okay, there we go. It's like, did I lose my sound all of a sudden? What the heck's going on? But I didn't. Six o'clock in the evening.
So how'd the stream go yesterday for Dave?
Well, it went pretty good. Went pretty good. A lot of people were apparently happy to have him back.
Yeah.
He had...
He has a monster community.
He had 2 or I think 3 hype trains that I saw go off.
I saw 2.
I say it was at least 2, if not 3 different hype trains go off. I don't know if this is going to be fit underneath here or not.
But I left pretty early, so...
You've tried course play for field work, but your workers still miss lines. The big thing with course play for the field work is adjusting the width. Sometimes the width auto sets, so it's very, very Like it's gonna miss little bits. There we go. Send you back up to the lime mine in a minute. No. Which direction are you going? You're going that way. 35 more minutes before he's done. I'm so happy, didn't want him to finish his story time by playing the chicken dance. Yeah. I think that thing went off at 1.4 times in a row. Just kind of nuts.
Yeah, we all love Dave. Dave is giving us, has given a lot of himself. So
Yep. Go ahead,
it's
Bodine.
understandable.
I might be able to answer it for you. That was a long one. Yeah, exactly. There was 1.3 long ones back to back.
Ooh.
Yeah. He is indeed, Scooterwick. He is indeed. Really?
But he doesn't want to do that last little strip there.
No, it doesn't seem to want to.
What you have to do is you have to sit there and start it yourself, and then turn around and make him take over.
No, it won't even because of the precision farming. It thinks it's
Oh.
already done.
Yeah, I forgot y'all are using that thing.
Keep seeing YouTube videos of a wrecker. I have not seen any videos of a wrecker, Bodine. So I have no idea. Pay my workers better. I don't pay him
We
at
have
all.
one in progress.
He was talking about ATS.
Oh,
I don't pay my workers at all. Nah, the field thinks it's done, so why waste the lime? That's how I look at it. Why waste all that lime if the field thinks it's otherwise done? It's not like there's a gap on the side of the field. It thinks it's done, so. I won't tell it no.
That's after taking my meds.
That one's gonna do the same thing.
Oh no, this one will let me finish because it's showing up on the map as having a gap there.
Hmm.
It's possible, Bodine. I know that they've had some significant updates lately with ATS, and it has broken a lot of mods. There we go. That field will be done in a few minutes. Like Farm Sim, I have mod addiction for ATS also. Yep. I hear you there, Jay. My favorite mod so far has been the Viper Pete 389. Yeah, I like the Pete 389 by Viper 2. As far as the trucks go, the big thing though is a lot of the cargo mods I've seen be like, oh my god, crazy money. That is one thing I've seen with the cargo mods. Like the one for the Jeep trailer. I put it in at one point, looked at it, and I took it back out because I didn't feel right using the thing. You buy the trailer, and then every single job is like $2 million to haul something. I'm like, that doesn't, no, that's cheaty. I don't mind earning some money, but that's wicked bad. There, now I just need one for Piper, and one more I'll send down to my farmyard there at Johnson Farm. There we go. Park this one in undercover because I won't need it for a bit. Just now hit level 10. Yeah, I think the last time I played I was level 18. I think I might have hit 18 or 19.
I played 18. I am level 5100 on ATS.
Damn, you're old.
Yeah. I get to play it every single day of the week. And I get to carry stupid loads too that y'all can't get.
Oh, drywall? We get that.
No. Trash paper.
Trash paper? Nice.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Alright, there,
Bundled up
Fumans.
cardboard. Alright, Fumans. Matter of fact, that's what I have on the trailer right now. It's going to be there tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah. It's only about a 200-mile trip, so.
That's not bad.
Nah. From here, it's about 200 miles. The total trip's about 375.
Alright. Introduce your nephew to ATS yesterday. He had everything in sight. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I need to stop buying equipment.
I'd say so. You're gonna have a super complex with just to house all your implements.
Oh, you have no
Exactly.
idea, right? It's gotten bad now that I've got Piper, Dusty Lane, and Hilltop. I've been buying equipment for all those ones too. Like the cultivator I'm backing, or the plow I'm backing in here now, I've got 2 at each farm, so there's 8 of those. I have 2 of these case tractors. I've got a few other tractors over here. I'm now up to, I think, 6 of those John Deere planters. I've got sprayers and lime spreaders at every single farm now. I've got 5 of those tender trucks now.
Well,
3.
think of it this way: if you ever have to start selling something, you start selling equipment and be set.
Yeah,
I got $20 million worth of equipment.
it's probably more than that. I bet you it's more than that. By the time you add it all up, I bet you it is more.
Probably. Boy, millennial farmer just love you to death.
Oh, I've got the case farm.
Every piece of equipment he could ever beg for.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Vehicle overview. Money. Oh, it's got pallets in there too. Still going, still going, still going. Pete's, John Deere's, flat decks. The dollies, the skip. There, all the way down to there is just equipment.
Oh boy.
So, do the math on that. Does the amount of equipment affect
every
gameplay?
bit of about $40-50 million worth of equipment.
Oh yeah, that's per
That's a
farm.
rough guess. That's a rough guess.
Yeah.
Could be more.
Yeah, yes, the amount of equipment will affect your gameplay. The more you have close together, especially when you look at the poly count, the higher poly models and the higher poly equipment, the more of it you have together, the more it will affect your gameplay. But I don't have a problem. I needed equipment for all my farms. I just don't want to have to drive it everywhere. That's all.
You have a problem. That's not called a problem. That is called an infatuation.
Well, I probably had. I did get rid of some equipment. I did. You guys saw me. I sold off like 4 John Deere tractors and a few other things. The pallets and stuff on the map don't help either. And I have more than a few of those. Really? You're not gonna want to spawn out that one last stone. Be that way. Oh, I definitely bought more than I sold, yes. What is it with that one stone that can't sit still? Yeah. Equipment stalker. I don't want the stone in my hand. I want to activate the pusher. Go. OSHA would not recommend this.
What's that running up behind the?
Yeah.
The hill? Yeah. No, OSHA would definitely have a conniption fit about that one.
Mm-hmm. Sure would.
Well, the hoppers or your tippers are starting to blend in with the background of everything now.
Yep. There's a lot of hours on those tippers.
With no bath.
That's correct. OSHA only has a problem if you die. Or if they see you. If they see you, they tend to get upset too.
I had one guy upset with me because I climbed on my trailer to move a tarp one day.
Did you tell him, would you rather it fly off going down the road and hit the car behind me?
Oh, I was actually at a company unloading, and it didn't. I tossed it up there. It didn't go where I wanted it, so I got up on the trailer. And it's a no-no to climb on your trailer. I told him, it says, choice is yours. Either I do that, which I'm on flat ground or on a flat surface in order to do stuff, not playing around on the edge, or you bring one of your guys out here with all that fall protection that you all rave so much about,
Oh yeah.
and move that daggum tarp where I need it, because I ain't moving until it's moved. Plain and simple. I made them forget one of their rules.
Yeah, some of those, some of the safety people really go nuts with stuff. It's like, seriously?
Yep. I had one told me, "Oh, I can take your CDL." I says, "Here it is. Come get it." Sit there and waved it in his face. "Come get this. I want to see this." Y'all know how, most people in here know how violent I can get. Try taking my livelihood, see how violent I really get.
Yeah, there are a lot of things they wouldn't like on this map. You're right, Scurvy. Throwing around dynamite, carrying pallets of electricity.
Yeah.
Yep.
I look at it this way. Safety is all very good, all very well intended, everything. But when safety causes you to forego production, when you can sit there and your production can be just as safe as anyone else's, but the way you want to do things is going to cause you to lose production. Safety isn't all that great.
Yep. Thank you for that boom sticker, Roffies.
speaking of Boom, where is he still off, or did he come in last night?
He came in last night for a little bit. He's still having a lot of issues. He's been in the
Well, I know
with
I
his
was.
tooth there.
We can fix that. Of course, I'm the one that lives closest to him. I don't think I want to have to run.
Yeah,
I
he
got
was,
a blackjack. I can knock it out for him.
I think they were talking about surgery or something.
Probably. That's the only way they can cut on me. I mean, do any type of dental work on me. I was terrified. I was tortured when I was a kid. Plain and simple.
That explains a
Four
lot.
teeth,
I'm just kidding.
four teeth pulled out of my jaw when I was 8 years old.
Youch.
No Novocaine. Nothing to deaden the pain.
Yeah, it's no good.
Yeah. Well, dentist, I don't ever have to worry about the dentist anymore. He's gone. He was gone not too long after all that happened with me. But it's the PG channel, so I can't kind of divulge what actually happened to it. And no, my father and my mother, nobody did that. It was someone else that did something to it. But
Ow! That hurt.
I understand the boy's pain. I mean, it's teeth are something that makes me shiver just sitting there thinking about it. But yeah, teeth are something that you have to take care of. And if you don't, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, I've got one partial tooth, and I've had a few other issues, but nothing too major on my front.
Well, I've got, let's see, one, two.
There's still snow up here.
I've got 10 or 11 teeth in the top of my head. They all had to come out eventually. And I have to have implants put in. Or upper plate or whatever. So, but I'm a big chicken, so the only way they can do anything like that on me is to use the old 2x4 upside my head, knock me out.
Yep. Alright, I will be back in just a minute. I'm gonna go grab something to drink and a quick snackaroo. Won't be gone about a minute.
And we get to watch his truck take off and drive through everything.
I brought the headset with me.
Oh, I know. At least with Darius, Darius can drive a little bit. Unlike Dave turned around and would tend to beat himself to death going through tunnels. It's like watching paint dry. That poor guy's slow. I know you can hear me, Darius. And just so everybody knows, Darius gets picked on just as much as I pick on Boom, Dave, X-Man. I don't play favorites. Everybody gets picked on.
I think you
Even
pick
some
on Boom
people
the
in
most,
chat.
actually.
Yeah, I probably do. I probably pick on him a little too much. Poor guy. He's wanted to scout me a couple of times. And we live the closest to each other. He lives in Missouri and I live in Oklahoma. Luckily, it's far enough he can't walk here.
Well, he could Forrest Gump it if he wanted to.
Yeah. Well, you got fellow Okie in here, Darius.
Yeah, who's that?
Blue Eagle.
That's cool. It's interesting how we tend to find so many people that live near each other and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my lower legs are going numb from this chair I'm sitting in.
You still sitting in the recliner?
Nope, nope. I'm in the my closet. The closet is done.
Oh.
You didn't see the pictures in open discussion?
I saw a picture of a desk that you had started building, or you built that was against the wall. I didn't know it was in a closet.
Yep, that's in my bedroom closet.
Uh,
That's the new computer.
yeah, cool.
The new
No,
computer setup.
Bardine, I don't live in Texas. Although I do go down to Texas a lot.
Actually, I just came out of the closet a minute ago, so I could get a snack and a drink and go to the bathroom.
You touch it out. I knew that was going to come around eventually. Oh, God. TC. You'll get slapped. I see this coming. Nope, hadn't come out of the closet yet.
Well, see, technically I was out of the closet. I went back in the closet.
Uh-huh.
This guy does drive slow.
Well, I noticed when he was going uphill, he was really dragging 3-4 miles an hour. I'm like, really? I mean, yeah, you got 4 trailers back there, but can't be that daggum heavy.
Thank you for that follow, XQC Dog Food. How are you doing this afternoon? And I did offer to build one for Dave, but I told him to move first, and then we'd build one for the new house.
Yeah. I've toyed with that, with the idea of it. I have a space that I would like to look at doing that with in this room. It used to be the what I call the vacuum chamber, but it's nothing anymore because it's just the closet's been made larger. That's about it. Yeah, y'all like this, the construction of this, this extension of my closet. I use 4x4 posts on this thing just to
A little
put
overkill,
it
ain't
all
it?
together. Oh yeah, I mean it's
There
got
we
a
go.
door in it and everything now.
Snack done. Drink in hand. And he's just now pulling into Port Fitzgerald. Look at that.
Whiskey in hand is not drink in hand. Not on
It's not.
strength.
It's not whiskey. It's apple juice.
Not touching that one either, child.
I don't drink that often. It's been like 6 months since I last had an alcoholic beverage.
Sure.
I've never been a big drinker. She's never been me. Even my wife doesn't really drink. Neither of us are really big drinkers. Heck, we've had half-open bottles of wine that at this point just need to be dumped out because they've been sitting in the fridge that long. One of them, I will tell you, was opened last year on our anniversary, which is
Ooh.
coming up in 7 days.
Oh. Whew.
It's been sitting in the fridge. We just haven't bothered to do anything with it.
Well, I knew somebody was celebrating the fact I'd gotten cut on.
Yeah.
Because that was about my surgery on my ankle was the 16th of January last year.
Yeah, January 18th is our anniversary. This year will make 18 years her and I have been married.
Well, tell her I said congratulations, and I congratulate you too, my friend.
Well, thank you, Randy.
Mm-hmm. I think it's been...
Last year was 17. 2003 to 20 is 17.
No,
This is 21. No, I'm arguing with my wife. She's looking at me going, how many years have we been married? 18. Because 2003 to 2021 is 18 years.
Yep. I'm trying to think.
But she's sitting here looking at me like, no, that's not right. How many years have we been married? I'm pretty sure my math is right on that one.
Yeah.
Just feels like longer.
Pretty sure.
She just leaned back and goes, it just feels like longer. Yeah,
Oh.
probably. Being married to me, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't feel like 50.
Let's see.
Alright. I was in the middle of getting some liming done. You're done now, so you can... Good. I need to
Coming
bring...
up on year 19 with mine.
Wow.
How anybody could deal with me for 19 years without killing me, I have no clue.
I think the same thing.
I think it helps back that she doesn't have to see me but on the weekends now.
Yeah.
On my vacation. That's the reason why she's been able to be sane.
Yeah, auto drive can take a while to get things added in. Did you use the pre-built auto drive routes, Willie? That are off of the PV website? Because it should have most everything in it already. Matter of fact, I've taken a ton of stuff out of it. Oh, you didn't see him till after you started? Yeah. No, it does not work for the ferry. It's because of the way it turns. It doesn't like to use. Doesn't like to work for auto drive. Auto drive doesn't know how to handle the turning of it. I need to send you over to field 34-ish. While I go deal with another vehicle. Where are you going? Whatever. Yeah, go to 34. I've got to come over here and deal with you. You're done now. Nice. That's all done. You're gonna need a bath. Early spring, it's getting dark. Well, 69 looks like he's about to finish up. It'd be nice, field 69 finish up, then I can get that one soil tested. Because I guarantee that when the next day kicks over, my soil temp will be ready for planting. How's it going, Techno Freak? Testing if you could run this map with seasons is no go and stream it too much lag, dang it. That's too bad. How bad are your frame rates if you try to run it when you're streaming? I mean, I don't have the greatest computer, but it seems to do okay with this. Gotta make sure I give that one a thumbs up. It's a good song. So what happens, Techno, is with seasons, especially when you change days, like me, I'm about to change days, you'll go through about a 2 to 3 minute, depending on your computer, of seasons updates. And they'll lag you down for a couple of minutes. If you fast forward, like when you fast forward through the night, you'll notice it lag you down for a few moments, but it usually doesn't last more than a minute or two, and then your frame rates will bounce right back up. Basically, that's seasons updating field states and things like the soil temperatures and stuff like that. Anytime you fast forward and it has to resynchronize once you fast forward, it will go through a quick update, and when it does that, it will lag the system down a bit, but then it usually comes right back. Yeah, I know it was raining for days. When it rained and day changes, kills your PC. That's too bad, because in my case, I usually find like I'll go up and I'll deal with my animals and stuff quick, and then I'll go deal with my cattle. By the time I'm done dealing with them, the frame rates bounce right back. Texas Toast hosting with one viewer. Thank you very much, Texas Toast. How's it going? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. 6.5 hours in, still going decent. Just took a quick break to have a snack and stretch my legs. Trying to get a little bit of soil sampling done, and then I'm probably going to fast forward through the night and hopefully start doing some planting in the morning. It's 6 hours late then. Only as late if you want to consider yourself that way. I've actually spent a long time just plowing out fields and connecting some more fields, buying equipment, trying to get everything ready. Yep, that one, it's a short tunnel, but it does have a lot of explosions in that one little tunnel. Once you get back to work in the summer, you get updated. What are you running for a graphics card, Techno? 1066 gig. Yeah, I'm running a 1660 Super. Also a 6 gig. How much RAM do you have in your computer? Too much? How much is too much? What speed is the RAM? Do you know offhand? I gotcha. I gotcha. How's it going, bad lad? Don't recall it off the top of your head. Thank you for following, bad lad. I appreciate that. Oh, don't want to put that in there. Yeah, the speed of your RAM can have a big difference. I know mine's running 3200 right now. The other big thing to consider too is your processor speed. I'm guessing you've got a multi-core processor for your CNC woodworking and stuff like that. i7 8700. I don't know what the speed is, the megahertz is on that one. i7 8700. Uh, 3.7 up to 4.7. It's not a bad processor. You might just have some slow RAM, because the RAM itself should be pretty sufficient to run the game. Trying to get to install the auto drive stuff. Just started the map. Nice. Open, I said. Are you familiar with X-Man 1971 at all, bad lad? No. What I'm saying is the speed of the RAM could be a factor in it, because something to me says you should be getting better performance out of it than you are. Tried following X-Man's install, but I can't get them to work in game. Oh. One of my vehicles got to the end point.
What speed are you running, Tech?
He doesn't know. 3 SSD, all new. Well, let me check on something real quick. Benchmark. No, not that one. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. Yeah, that must be the 6 gig one there. Yeah, because your video card's not that far behind mine.
What's he running?
He's got a 1060 6 gig. Benchmark has it around 10,000. Mine's around 13.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also your GPU too. Yeah, I mean your GPU is a little bit on the low side, but it still shouldn't take that long for Seasons to come out of it.
No. Sounds like a memory issue more than anything else.
Yeah, but if he's running 256 gig of RAM.
Yeah, well, it's not the amount of RAM you're running, it's how fast is your memory. That's the thing. If your memory is running at 2100 megahertz, then that's going to slow down everything you do.
Yeah. Well, latency too. I know those big sticks tend to be higher latency.
Yeah,
but
they're extreme high latency.
But still, Seasons shouldn't take that long to come out of its Seasons bit.
How long
should
did it
file
take?
I get off PVB name same as one in your yes, and your PCS. If file should be replaced, and you click yes.
Going up here to see what he said.
It's not downloaded, it's the same name. What version of auto drive are you running, Bad Lad? Because I know he had to make a 1.07. Yeah, I know he had to do something to the auto drive file because of something to do with one of the recent updates for it, but I don't remember what he said on that one. Use Farm Sim. Because it should be this one here, the auto drive config. You just move it in. RC1 was the one I was told to use. I haven't. Still, I just gave up making your own routes. Because you put the routes manager in here. And then otherwise than that, it's just the auto drive config. But I haven't done much with it since I got it running, so. Okay, one of you course play guys is at the end of your route. Must be you. It is indeed you.
And you're not doing too bad on FPS either.
Me?
Curtis.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean, for 1660, it's not bad at all.
Any reason why someone would be stuck around 10 FPS after upgrading RAM? That could be a lot to do with the RAM speed, the latency, the processor, or your graphics unit. Tried the auto drive config and it won't show, as I was only going to use it for getting from mines to sell points.
Almost had you. The trick with this game and many others is when you change RAM out, if you go to bigger sticks, they have a higher latency to them, and that can affect your speed. That's why a lot of people overclock their memory. Big trick with memory is, unless you're trying to make it do 10,000 megahertz of speed, you're not going to hurt it. Memory has always been one of those things you can beat the daylights out of memory, and it still works. Might see if you can maybe push the speed up a little bit, and that may help it. You get better frame rates.
Well, the big thing to consider too is what are you trying to get for graphics settings?
Yeah. Are you actually on a PC or are you on a?
I mean, I've got this running on my son's laptop, and it runs 30 plus frames on medium. And I didn't go crazy with this laptop either. But he doesn't have crazy amounts of stuff on the map and things like that either. I've kind of made that apparent. If you try to put crazy amount of stuff on the map, it's going to hurt you.
Yeah.
I'm running 22, 23, but I know if I got rid of a lot of my pallets and a lot of the other stuff I've got on the map, it'd go up quite a bit.
Bad Lad, what are you looking at as far as
it was,
mods that you have? Extra mods that aren't
everything was fine.
part of the map.
Now 32 is lag city, and yes, the BIOS was updated. Let me open this up real quick. One of the things you should look at is go here to your memory once you open your task manager and look at this speed setting. If this speed is at 2000 or 1800 or something like that, then it's probably didn't take the right speed for your RAM. And I know when I fixed mine, it made a huge difference just there and out of itself. Now with no seasons and you're at normal 60 frames all the time. It is at 3200, which matches the new sticks, and you're still at lag city. That's strange. Try clearing your cache, your shader cache.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see if there's any more of these spots anymore. It's too dark. I'll shut this down for the night. You deleted it? That is odd that you'd be... Do you know what you were running for FPS beforehand? Yeah, seasons is a big one for
frames.
for frames. Seasons, course play, auto drive, they're huge when it comes to your frames.
Yeah, they'll eat up your frames quick.
I'll go with 10 hours. Probably in the mid 40s. I'm wondering if you don't have a bad stick. That's not running right. Do you know what the latency was on it? Because the latency plays a big factor, and I know some of the RAM chips, if they're on the cheaper side, usually have really bad latency to them.
Yeah. Here's another thing. I don't know if you are on a laptop, and it's all laptops are pre-built.
Yeah,
Laptops.
I
Some
almost had
laptops.
you's not.
Okay.
Badlands the one on the laptop.
Okay. As far as laptops go, because they're pre-built, you have Dell, HP.
That's a lot of them.
All these companies that make laptops, they're proprietary. And Dell's real bad about it. Asus, okay. Asus not quite as bad, but some of them
Asus are actually really
memory.
good. Asus are actually really good laptops. It's just a problem Reaper's having. Just checking with you guys for him whilst he's busy. It's strange. Something sounds like it's not right. Like there was a bad chip or something. If the frames are suffering that badly after upgrading the RAM like that, it sounds like there's something else going on.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like you have a bad stick. It'll still show all the memory and everything.
Yeah, it just doesn't work right.
Yeah.
Either that or it's like, going from a low latency RAM to a high latency RAM. It's going to act like it's not even there at all. Give me over here so I can allow that.
Just pick the trailer up, why don't you?
Well, I was trying to allow Badlads comment because apparently Asus and Asus is they're thinking it's something else. Twitch has been dumb lately.
Yeah.
May need a motherboard BIOS update to run the better RAM. That he did say it was all updated though with the BIOS, so I don't know. GPU GTX 1050 450 watt power. I want to upgrade to a better card and PSU. You're definitely gonna need better power supply, I'd go to at least a 750 or an 850. Try to get a modular one if you can. Just for cabling purposes. The 1050, yeah, that's a bit low. It's old.
Yeah, especially TIs.
32 gig of RAM isn't anything to sneeze at. The i7-8700, yeah, even the new i7-8700s run a lot higher than that. The one I just looked at when I was checking with on what Techno said he was running. Where the heck is my cow pasture or my pigs? Where did I put them? Oh, they're there. They're running at 3.7 to 4.7 range. The big thing to keep in mind with this game is it's very, very CPU intensive. In the speed department, the speed of the CPU. Cores make less of a difference with Farm Sim. Stupid thing. See, I'm already done with my seasons update. But the cores make less of a difference with this game because it doesn't know how to use them. It'll only use one core and 2 threads out of your system. You can try upgrading your CPU, but you might need a new motherboard if you do that. It depends on
with Intel, you will probably have to just look at, if you're going to do that, you might as well look at just rebuilding the whole system. Intel's nasty about it. Now, AMD, they only have a couple of interfaces out right now.
Yeah, they only have a couple of chipsets.
Yeah.
Chipsets is what you were looking for, Randy.
Yeah. But is that 8700, is it water cooled? Liquid cooled?
I'm guessing probably not, given the fact that he said it's an 8700 and it's running as slow as it is.
Yeah.
It sounds like an early gen 8700.
Well, I have a friend of mine had an early gen 8700. It ran at 5 gigahertz, actually 5.133, I think is what it was running at.
Ooh,
so
I got
they
pigs.
are capable.
I got pigs. Oink oink oink. I went from
animal. Period.
Well, yeah, but I went from 20 to 60 in one night with the pigs.
Ooh, cool.
Really, guy? Oh, you're in a lovely friggin' spot. Good job. You numpty. The hell'd you do?
Drive down.
Apparently it flipped off the bridge. No, don't drive into the water, you stupid. I'm trying to help you out.
Okay, Willie, you have a Dell. I give you an idea. Every computer I've ever owned has always been a clone. And the reason why I prefer clones over any pre-built system is the simple fact I know what I have in the system. Dell is a proprietary company. Their memory's proprietary. Their motherboards are proprietary. Their processors themselves are set up to where they can control how fast they're going to run by the motherboard. You might be able to or liquid cool that processor,
It weren't me, Wolfie. It weren't me.
and you might be able to overclock your processor, which will help run the game better. Okay, the 8700s are a very good processor, and I'm not an Intel person, as most people know. I'm an AMD person, but I have to give Intel a lot of credit. That is a stout processor.
Thank you for following WearTag. I appreciate it. How are you doing this afternoon?
And
Alright.
you may be able to take that Dell and do a little bit of tweaking with it, overclock your processor. If you, unless Dell's changed their attitude on things, you're probably going to have to go with, if you keep their motherboard, you're going to have to keep or go with their memory, which isn't cheap. There's a few things that can be done to that Dell. I've seen Dells that people buy at military surplus auctions, and they turn them into awesome gaming rigs. Treeing away. Cut it down.
Yep. I will.
Want to be real technical? I'll tell you the best thing you could probably do, if you're able to spend the $2,000 for a system, you'll save a lot of money, and you'll have the power. Go to AMD, get you a good 570 motherboard.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
what I
so,
run. X570P Pro.
Yeah. Make sure it's for the AM4. Get you a you can get a 3800, and you would have no problems.
Apparently you don't want to use your headlights. Whatever.
You could I haven't looked around the graphics card market lately.
The graphics car
They've been
market
up-
is stupid.
Yeah, they've been severely up and down. Don't buy any of the 3000 series right now. You're not gonna you're gonna pay through the nose right now for them.
Anything. I was
Yeah.
looking the other day, Randy. The 2070 Super is $1,200 right now.
Jeez.
Normally it retails for around $8.
Yeah.
The market is so trashed on graphics cards right now that if you were to go to Amazon and look at 2070 Super, you can get a used one for around $1,000.
Well, let me put my 1080s back to get, or put the backs on my 1080s and start selling. Sheesh.
Yeah, because trust me, I was looking a little bit. I'd like to get up into the 20 series somewhere with my next purchase. And I was just taking a look to see where they were at, to see if they've started to come down at all. And they've gone up. Because there's no 30 series really on the market right now.
No. Well, I mean, you can get one, but you're gonna pay an extreme premium for a 30 series, and I've even found them where you can find a 6800X. But the problem is,
They can't hear you, Randy. Now they can hear you.
okay. The problem is-
Scurvy's walk-on went off.
Oh, okay. Always good old scurvy. But a 6800 XT right now, I've seen them $1,000 on there, and I'm like, really? Are y'all crazy?
That's cheap for a graphics card right now, really.
Yeah, it is cheap for a graphics card. If you want to turn around, really, the big thing. Everybody's got their own thing. They can all. Everybody says Intel's better. People say AMD's better.
A lot of it
I've
depends on
had
what you
both.
want to do with it.
Yep.
Gaming, Intel has had the lead for a long time because of the speed, the processor speed. But with the newest series of AMD, their instructions per clock have beat out Intel. But now Intel's, of course, getting ready to release their new generation processor as well, which I guess by all accounts is expected to take the lead back from AMD. If you're doing like graphics generation and things like that that really benefit from the multi-core processors, then AMD's the way to go. If gaming is your forefront that you want, a lot of games don't run, don't know what to do with the extra cores right now. So Intel has been winning in that department for a while.
Yeah.
But I've always been a big fan of AMD. My last 5 computers have all been AMDs. So that's kind of what I stick to. I don't need to be one of these people that's running at 144 frames a second at ultra max graphics and all this other crap. I'm good with. I mean, I'm getting 30 frames a second. You guys see it right there. 30 to 40 frames a second. I'm playing on, I say medium high because I've taken the medium settings and I've tweaked them up a little bit. And I'm more than happy with it. It dips down. I mean, when the season's update happened, it dipped down to around 12. But that didn't last very long. You guys saw that. It dipped down for a short period and right back up it went and no issues.
The main reason I say get as far as gaming goes, and I'm guessing that all you want to do is gaming. If you buy an Intel processor, you're paying a big chunk of money for their name. A big chunk of money. If you buy an AMD, starting to get that way too. But you can actually go and get you an 8-core processor. And the big thing I tell people is if you want to turn your speed up on your CPU, liquid cool your processor. Make sure you have a liquid cooling plate with whatever you buy. You can buy it with an IOA. I've always dealt with stuff I make. But or AOI or something like that.
Yeah, I agree, Techno. When I did my computer back at the end of June last year, I spent a little over $900. I did my, I went to an X570P motherboard. Actually, my specs are down below if you guys take a look. I bought a new graphics card at the time. I bought, at the time, 32 gig of RAM I bought at the time. I bought a 1 terabyte M.2 solid state drive. And the 1660 super overclock graphics card. And all told, it came out to just over $900 for everything, and the processor. So going AMD, I think I saved a lot over Intel simply because it's, you're not paying for the name. And I've been more than happy with this. This thing runs great. I mean, I get 30 frames a second on this, but if I go over to Cyberpunk 2077, I've got that set on high graphics, and I get almost 60 frames a second. ATS, I've got pretty much maxed out graphics just about. I get 60 frames a second there. So it plays the games I want to play at plenty decent enough speed. I'd love to take my i7, use it for my streaming setup, and build you an AMD PC again. Yep. AMD 6-core in a box. Yeah, I've got a 8-core Ryzen 7 3700. And I'd like to go to one of the newer Ryzens at some point, because I can use the same motherboard I've already got. I just gotta swap it out.
Yeah, you're looking just processor swaps, all you're looking at.
Yep. Well, I go to a liquid cooled setup too. I don't have liquid cooling right now.
Yeah.
So processor swap with liquid cooling. But the big thing is, before I do too much more to my computer, I need a bigger power supply. I know this power supply is getting old, and it's only, what, a 700 watt, I think? So before I go too much crazier with the power, or with stuff in the computer, I'm going to do the power supply.
Yeah, you probably, with going to a big, you talking about the 5000 series? Or are you talking about the 3900 series?
The 5000 series. Going from the
5000
37 to the 39 doesn't make much sense. It's not a very big change.
No. Well, you know, I don't know how big your finances will be for it.
Yeah, the 5
Probably
series though
looking
aren't
at-
that expensive. They're only in the $600 range.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, if I'm gonna do it, I might as well make a bigger difference. So it'd be
Yeah.
saved for the 5 series. The PC you're on with the GPU would be a good streaming PC for dual. Yeah, if you did a dual PC setup, certainly. Look at that. It's planting time. I put the wrong engine in this thing. Oh, look, the headlights are all pretty and bright ultra white.
Now, Willie, if you're still in here and you're still listening to us, we've been going on about Intel and AMD. The thing is for gaming, you can take a 3800 8-core, liquid cool it, and if you want, you can turn the processor up. The 3800s will go up to about 4.3, 4.4 and be safe. And that's plenty of power for this game. Plenty of power. Because this thing is CPU intensive. I always suggest if somebody's going to build something, know what you're building. Because if you just go buy a bunch of parts, I'm going to put all this together, you may run into a big problem. Some things will not work.
You could probably turn it up a little bit, but naturally your processor will go up and down a little bit. I think if you've got that newer i7 3700, it'll run up to 4.7, I think it said. It all depends on the processor. I know with mine, the Ryzen 7 3700, I looked into it a lot when I was starting to look at overclocking mine, and believe it or not, AMD has basically built-in I say overclocking, but it will throttle the processor up and down as needed. And for what my processor can handle, the built-in throttling that goes up and down with it is actually better than if I were to try and overclock and push past that point. But yeah, if you're looking at overclocking, water cooling is almost a necessity to prevent damage to the processor. That's the big thing, is if you're not careful, you can definitely damage your processor overclocking it without water cooling.
Yep, you can.
Alright, I need to go down here. Like this. I need to course generate this course. Headlands 1, turn in the corners. Current. I'm gonna go just a touch under. Generate field course. That looks good. Yep, I'm gonna use one tool. I'm not gonna skip any rows. That looks good. Which direction are you driving?
Beretta, I'm sitting there. I have to catch a day when I can get in early enough where I can contact AMD through this
Current.
supposed pandemic we're having. They've shortened their hours on.
What do you mean tool needs to be unloaded? Don't give me that. Tool needs to be unloaded.
It doesn't want to help. It doesn't want to do nothing for you there.
No, I think what happens is I've got it set so that it was set to not use the fertilizer, I believe.
Ah.
Lower early. Fold implement.
But Beretta, as far as things go right now, I'm running a 2950 with 128 gigs of RAM on it.
Why won't you go now?
That little venture I went into cost me, after everything was said and done, right at about $1,800 to build the new system. And of course, I added a few things I didn't have to have. I didn't have to have 128 gigs of RAM, but I'm greedy.
Friend's new PC even has custom liquid cooler for his 39. Nice. Get your CPU sorted yet? No. Where do you input stones into the stone crusher? On the conveyor belt outside. Don't do it cheap one. Get something with a good setup. Done lots of overclocking. Yep. 2060 Super Ti. Intel intended liquid cooled. To be honest, I wish I knew more about stuff when I bought this one, but you could get a lot of pre-built comps from companies that already have. Yeah.
Bodine, I'm running a 2070 FE, not a Super, just an FE, and it works fine.
There is an on switch, Henry. Just in front of the conveyor, there should be 2 red dots. If you go up to it and hit activate, it should send them up the ramp. Why don't you want to drive the course? Why are you claiming you need to be unloaded? Why are you being like this, huh?
Yeah, Beretta, my 3900 ate itself a while back. Thinking because it's chiplet design, I had a bad chiplet because it was liquid cooled. It was showing high 30s to mid 40s in the Celsius, and then all of a sudden it just shut down on me. So, and it didn't want to recognize all my memory for some reason. It would give me problems with it. And once I got that problem fixed out, it was like a week later it croaked. So something went bad.
Why do you not want to work?
It's on strike.
I think it is.
Farmer strike 2021.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on. It doesn't want to, doesn't want to seed. Help if I turn the stupid thing on first. Oh, I think I know why it's doing it. It's too early in the morning.
Too early in the morning in the game to seed?
There's a thing about the workers not wanting to work before a certain point in the morning. I don't know if that's the case here, but wait. How you do overclocking? Exactly, Beretta. That's what I looked at when I saw mine. Is the basically it's auto boosting to the point where it's it goes faster than if I tried to do it myself.
That's what I've done with my 2950. It's running base, and the base, the boost speed on it's like 4.4. So I'm like, heck, I'm not gonna even play with it. It ain't worth messing with.
Yep. Yeah, it is with the newer processors. They'll throttle themselves up and down as they need to. If it calls for a big load, it will tweak its it will tweak itself as it needs to.
Yep.
Why are you not wanting to run? What is going on here?
No course loaded.
Yeah, but I had a course loaded and it keeps telling me it needs to unload the tool. Wolfie, thank you for that jump scare. Because all I gotta do is hit that. Oh, I feel better now.
You get it?
No, it just keeps telling me I need to unload the thing, and I don't know why I need to unload it.
Well, you could always unload it right there in the field and then reload it again and see if that straightens it out. Maybe it's just something's having a brain fart.
Yeah, I don't know. It's being weird.
Oh yeah, most of the cores on 3900s are going to be asleep. You may quad core, maybe 6 cores working. The same way it is with me. That's it. Fall. I don't.
I think it's the field edge.
Uh,
I think that's what the problem is. It's brushing the grass on the field edge.
Sounds like precision farming needs to turn around and do some tweaking.
Now, now it goes. You dumb thing. Frickin' be that way then. Freaking be that way then.
You thought you broke something, didn't you?
Oh, I was getting frustrated. I was about to say, okay, no seeding today. I say somewhere out here I've got another one of these things. Oh, what do I want to put in that field there?
What field?
What do I want to put in yonder field?
Oh, 13 or
Yep,
Super
it's got
field
some
13 or 11.
loam, some sandy loam.
Don't ask me.
Loamy sand. Oh, something that's not going to be hurt too bad by that loamy sand up in the corner. Lavender. That's what I was going to put in that field. Lavender. Because it's the only one that won't take a negative in that field.
Hmm.
How do you turn on the FPS screen? FPS screen is done with F2.
Yep.
Alright, so lavender.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Beretta. I saw you turn around and told him already.
Yep, thank you, Beretta. Lavender.
Did you get the steering wheel yet?
We'll be here tomorrow.
Er,
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to have fun tomorrow. You
Yeah.
got to redo all the settings again for the steering wheel. It's a fight.
Yep. Tomorrow the steering wheel shows up. Tuesday the shifter and monitor mounts and my 10 block USB will be here. Kind of excited for that one.
Yeah,
It's-
Blue Eagle. I'm in Oklahoma City.
Alright, so course generation 11 and 13 user headlands 1 clockwise, yes, turn, yes, I'm gonna have to spin my vehicle, but that generate field course. Something like that.
It works. It works, Beretta.
Nice.
It's had its own little attitude every once in a while. There's times it hurts and you just have to push through it, but most time it's all right.
See if this one's gonna be the same way, where I'm gonna have to sit here and start the thing for like 10 minutes, get it to work. Tulsa area now, but grew up in Atlas here. Nice.
Altus, yeah. Altus,
Altus.
Oklahoma. Extreme southwest corner of the state.
Next closest. See, seriously? Need to be
Said
unloaded.
no,
No,
huh?
I don't want to unload.
I had to figure that one out.
Give me this crap.
I can't see where the edge of your planter is. It's hard to tell. Too many boxes in the way. But
Oh, it's out there. She's a biggin.
using DB120.
Yep. I sure am.
Beretta knows about the DB120, don't you, Beretta?
I gave her a few tweaks. Now do you want to drive it? Thank you. I don't know why I have to drive it for the first 200 feet. Stupid. Alright, now I need to come over here. I'm probably going to need a second seater over here. Matter of fact, I almost know I'm going to need another seater over here. HDG's
Yep, you
custom.
got the money. You got the money.
Yep. HDG Customs.
My cursor just ran over what
HDG
Henry
are no
put
longer.
up there. Yeah.
I just need to find the corner of field 64. I found it. It's over here somewhere. There it is. You gave up on the modding it there, Beretta? That's too bad. I hate articulated tractors. They're a pain in the rear. I don't know why I bother with this stupid tractor. Alright, I need to go over here. Thumbs up that. Why do I have another message from somebody? Okay, no, don't need to worry about that. Back over here like this, back over here like this. Back to this. Somewhere in here. Why you not give me the right thing? Advanced settings activated. Okay, here. Why are you not letting me load a course? The best place to find the DB120 right now that I know of is Papa Smurf, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you're gonna have issues with it on this map because it has headland, one turn. I didn't say it was the great option, Beretta. I just said it's the only one I know of at the moment.
Yeah. So was Mr. Dave going to show up today, or
Yeah, he'll show up at some point.
I didn't know if he planned on doing anything or not. You know, I know he's had his issues he's been dealing with. That makes anybody tired. Just still doing
As
it
far
for you.
as far as I know, he's planning on being here.
That'll work. I got tied up doing some honeydew things
It happens.
yesterday, so there was no way I was gonna make it. And then by the time I looked at him, he was gone. Like, yep, he's gone.
Yeah, I was on till about 1 o'clock or so with him. And he kept going, I think.
I
Yeah,
got
unfortunately,
done
most of the DB120s need a little bit of work to them.
with- Yeah.
In my case with this one, I had to add in some planting types and take out a few. Jeez, I thought it'd get lighter sooner than this. Come on.
Mid-spring? Yeah. Should be getting light here pretty quick.
They were still in chat at 3 a.m. Holy cow.
That's Dave.
Yep, he got tied up for sure, apparently.
That's the thing with Dave. This community is his life.
Carrots. I'm gonna do carrots in one of these fields. I passed the carrots. I gotta go back around to carrots again. Yep, still have the old one from Ritchieville that you edited. Old man, yeah.
Yeah.
Carrots.
Sorry, Wayne.
There's carrots.
Old man is kind of one of those subjects that, I mean, Dave may talk to him and all that. I don't like the guy.
I'm gonna do
He
carrots
did
in
me
the
dirty a long time ago.
big field.
Superfield.
No, the big one of these two.
Oh. But I looked over and it was trying to highlight the Superfield, and I'm like,
No, I was going past it. Alright, we've got loam with some sandy loam in it. That's not gonna be great for the carrots in that corner, but it's not too bad otherwise.
yeah.
What if I put...
And the mole works real good on this map if you can get it. Works very good.
a sugar beet down there?
It'll pull anything under the sun.
I don't need sugar cane, that's down south. Yeah, I'll put carrots in this field and I'll do onions in the other one. I'll do 87, 88 as onions. I'll do carrots in this field. That's what I'm gonna do. Mole. Yeah, I don't know where I found this one.
Oh, you'd love the mole. Oh, I guarantee you'd love the daylights out of the mole. The mole's just flat. Ugh. The mole's out there.
There we go. Now it's getting a little bit brighter out.
One I had 1,000 horsepower and was no problem. It'd pull anything I put behind it. Never had a problem with it. Good planting or good speed for planting or good working speed.
See, the kicker is not the horsepower it's listed with. It's the torque scale and everything on it. You can leave it listed at 500. If you've got the torque scale turned way up and the gearing ratio right, it'll act like it's got 3,000 horsepower even if it only says 500. That's why some vehicles seem like they're really torquey over others, even though they might have less horsepower.
Mm-hmm. Well, the mole will turn around and pull anything you want to stick behind it. I think I'd almost go to bed if you could figure a way to hook it to it. It would pull a 747 with 8 tires on it.
This one's gonna go counterclockwise because I don't feel like moving around. I do a lot of mining. I do a lot of mining. I'm just trying to get my planters rolling quick, and then I'm gonna go back to mining while the planters start rolling. Generate course from that corner. Yeah, that'll work.
If you saw what Darius's mines look like, you would have to agree. Yes, it will. He does do a lot of mining. A lot.
Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you doing? Random.
Drugs must be good today. Farm Sim.
Long as you don't leave a big hole in my field. What loader do I suggest for sand? The loader I use this mining bucket, the Volvo mining bucket, and I use the Volvo L350H. That's the one I use. I tend to be... Why do you need 8 wheels? 4 wheel does okay for me. Yeah, that's the one I typically use right there. And I don't need 8. It's just a look thing. I know it doesn't matter in this game. It's kind of a look thing. I like to tweak things a bit here and there and make them a bit different.
I think he was talking to me, Darius.
Oh.
I was talking about his tractor would probably pull the 747 with 8 tires.
I need to find...
He's got
You're
everything
gonna be
set
my
up
planter
right on it.
today. Time to go a-planting. Wherever I put my planter. There it is.
Yeah, Beretta. It says it's got 1,000 horsepower underneath it. More like about 1,600 horses.
Still can't get your auto drive working.
Where's X-Man when we need him?
On vacation.
Oh, that's right. He went down to Mickey World, didn't he?
Yep.
Forgot about that.
Caught.
X-Man is probably the best person in the world to sit there and
Speaking
tell you
of
what's
which,
wrong.
my computer, my stream just auto just auto shout out at him.
Yeah. If he can't figure out what's wrong with an auto drive setup, no one can. He is our go-to guy for anything auto drive.
Yeah, I've got it working, and that's good enough for me. I don't mess with it much. I know how to do just enough to get me in trouble. Pretty much.
Isn't that the case with most of us anyways? We know
Yeah, something
just
like
enough
that.
to get us ourselves in trouble. Even Dave. Dave does it too.
Headlands 1, turn clockwise. Touch you down just a smidge. Yep, that'll work. Oh, don't give me that unloaded stuff. You stupid.
Headset's rubbing against something. I can hear it.
Mine?
Drives me nuts. Mine is.
Oh. Where are you going?
I got noise cancel on, but
What
it's still
are you-
being a pain.
What are you doing? Stupid guy. Where are you going? Dummy? You big dummy.
Thank you, Beretta. When my system crashed, I lost everything, so I've been building everything back again.
Badline is your... Why do you keep doing that? It's gotta be the corner, the edge that's touching the grass.
Probably is.
No, I just pulled it out of the grass and it's still doing it.
Hmm.
Did my pretzel rocks just stop on me?
Your
Nope.
what just stopped on you?
Pretzel rocks, it's the music.
Oh, okay.
Alright, Bodine. Have yourself a good night. Good day. Now the frame rates are really starting to kick in and be bad because I've got too much stuff going on.
Yeah. Why did you got that? Linux storage device. What the- Sorry, I'm looking. I know I got my headset on. I got an open mic. I'm sitting here looking at on something on my task manager. It says I have a Linux drive. I'm like, huh? Who?
Who what now?
It's Linux file storage.
Oh no,
Device.
I know, but kind of one of those like, what now? Like who? What now? What do you mean?
Yeah. I'll have to do some digging and figure out which one that is. Bet you I know which one. Only got about 20 drives in this thing. Ah, okay. It's my thumb drive. Never mind. I know which one it is.
I think I got all the spots over here that didn't have anything on them. I think. Yep, now I just gotta resample this area.
Ooh, that could be fun. I found a new game.
What's that?
Sniper Contracts, Ghost Warrior.
Oh.
Or Sniper Ghost
Guys,
Warrior
name the same
Contracts
as-
is what it is. But, I like the sniper games.
It's, yeah, I don't remember what he said about the file and the naming convention part of it. X-Man with the auto drive. I don't remember. I'd offer you mine, but I've deleted so much out of my auto drive file that it's not even remotely the same anymore.
No, you have been streaming for a while today, haven't you?
Almost 8 hours.
Yeah. Let's start calling you Dave Jr.
Well, Bodine joked 12-hour stream, and now here I am. And he left.
Yeah.
Big chunk of the map now mapped out. Just need the fields and a few more deliveries added to the one you're making. Been here since the beginning, yeah. It's pushing to be a long stream. Surprised we haven't seen Dave at least some.
Yeah.
3 a.m. It's been 12 hours. Must have gotten some sleep by now.
Knowing Dave, he's sitting there. He's sitting there at the computer watching all of us. And he's saying a word to us and going, "Watch this." Just laying weight on them.
Hey, how's it going, Fern Dog? Well, I'm probably gonna go 12 hours, so you've got it for me for probably another 4. I've already been going for 8, Fern Dog. It's Bodine's fault. I got going halfway through, and he joked about it. It's kind of like, well, hell, why not? At least that way I can say I did one, right?
That's one way for Mama to doesn't have to deal with you during the day.
Actually, her workstation is I can reach over and poke her
Oh.
in the shoulder because she's just outside the closet door. So most of the day she's been looking at me, making funny faces.
Yeah.
No, you didn't miss it today, Fern Dog. I'm still going. I keep having to stand up here though and do my thing because my butt's been falling asleep. Uncomfortable chair.
That's the next thing on the list.
It's already on its way somewhere.
Oh, is it?
Well, it's
Which one? Which one did you buy?
I don't even know how good it is. It's supposed to be a gaming chair, up to 300 pounds. It's high back, has a head pillow and a lumbar pillow with it. It wasn't that expensive. I think it was 70 bucks.
Got a massager in it.
I
mine?
I think so. I don't know.
Mm.
I ordered it off Amazon.
Yeah, that's where I got mine.
Amazon Prime. Returns and orders. Oh, and my new DVI cable will be here tomorrow as well, so I can rearrange my my cables a little bit. I didn't quite have the right length of cable.
Yeah. think I'm going to buy a bigger hub.
That's the chair I ordered. It looks decent. Whether it is or not, who knows?
Oh, did you get the same color?
It's the blue one, yeah.
Well, matches mine. Well, except for the armrest. My armrests are different. Oh, back massager.
Back massager sounds nice.
Oh,
Well, I spent the first 6 hours or so sitting in a camp chair, and when I got up to go grab a snack, I couldn't feel my legs. I've been gaming in a recliner for a while. I've got one out in the living room, and it's got a USB power in the side of it. It's powered recliner, the whole nine, but that won't fit in my closet very well. The idea was move out from the living room so I'm not tying up the main TV in the house all the time with my gaming.
yeah.
So that was part of the reason why I invested in 2 new monitors and all the other goodies and stuck myself in the closet.
And she has to joke with you and mess with you over it too, doesn't she?
Yep, it's okay though. I mean, I did spend a pretty penny on setting myself up in here.
Well, seeing as I don't have authority to sit there and put links in there in the stream, I won't. I'll turn around and put it in open. But, yeah, being an open first.
Yeah, that might help.
Try to put it in announcements. Boy, they would try and slap crap out of me over that one.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Yeah.
I didn't pay near that much for mine though. No, he was trying to link his the chair he's got.
Yeah, I may be allowed into streams and stuff to BS with the guys and pick on them and everything, but I'm still not moderators in anybody's channel. Well, Floyd's. I'm not real sure I want that one either. But I'm not a moderator in anybody's channel. So I can't post links just like the rest of chat can't. Darius has to give that authority, and frankly, I don't need it.
You're welcome, JD fan. But stop doing that, would you please? There. God dang it.
And
I kept trying to type that in, and it kept trying to open up the preset command for it. So I kept adding mod and then putting brackets username in between everything. I kept trying to delete out username because I'd already typed in your name. It's like, you stupid thing.
Yeah.
Did Dave tell
I mean,
you about my bakery name? Not sure if you were still there by then. I don't know if I went to bed or not. Did it get changed a bit there, Ferndog? Oh, wait, my wife's not here. Why am I sitting in crappy chairs when her chair is right there? She's not sitting in it right now. She's not sitting in it right now.
Yeah, you'll go and change it. She'll come back in. Where'd my chair go? Where'd my chair? I'm gonna beat the crap out of you today.
Oh no, she knows the chair I've been sitting in for the past hour or so it's crap folding metal chair, and the camp chair works decent, but you know, it's not a good chair. This one at least has some bounce to it and stuff like that. 2 seconds after he takes it, she comes back. Yeah, no, she ran over to her friend's house to go drop some stuff off. Oh, whoa, Jesus, this thing falls back way too far. Okay, phew, whoa, hey. There it goes. Lock it in place so it doesn't lean back so far. Lean back about fell out of the chair.
That's the way mine works. I can actually lay mine completely flat.
I don't see the scout.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Country Kitchen. Drove by their main place in Lewiston the other day, and the wife's like, yeah, I don't miss that smell. We used to live 2 blocks over almost. So every day smelling Country Kitchen with all the yeast and the baking bread, after a while it makes you sick to your stomach. Listening to a live podcast once, the guy was sitting on an exercise ball that popped on the guy and it sounded like a shotgun. That would be a bad day. That would be a bad day. Better than Rumford. Actually, the paper mill's not as bad as it used to be. It really isn't. It's still kind of bad, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. That paper mill used to be disgusting.
Oh, you got a paper mill up there, do you?
Yeah, we've got one in Rumford.
Wouldn't have to be happen to be Republic paperboard, would it?
What was that, Randy?
Wouldn't happen to be Republic paperboard, would it?
No, it was the heck's the name of it?
Thompson and a few others.
No, yeah, and yes, I have been out to Woodland. I had to make a delivery out there with a driver once. That place is pretty bad. But I want to say the Rumford paper mill was... VZ keeps popping in my head, but it's not VZ. I know it's not VZ.
Rumford, Maine?
Yeah, Rumford, Maine. Sappy, yeah, Sappy's in Westbrook. I think we have a couple of paper mills up here.
Yeah, y'all do.
Rumford's the one that blew up last year. NP is up there too. Yeah, we also have international. We also have international paper in Auburn.
Yeah. You got one up there. It's called Catalyst Paper Mill.
Catalyst is actually a not a paper mill. It's more of a pulp mill. It takes recycled cardboard and stuff, turns it into pulp for the paper mills.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we get all the time. Gorham, Hancock, there's Hancock Sawmill. ND Paper,
Mm-hmm.
Rumford Division.
That might be the one.
Yeah. They look like they use ground up
Logs.
logs and all that.
Yeah, the one in Rumford takes logs, but it also takes wood chips.
Yeah.
Because there's a big chip mill not far from my house. The chip mill is in where the heck's the chip mill? South Paris. That chip mill has they take logs. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of wood that goes in that place.
Well, I can understand. We have a strand board company in Broken Bow, Oklahoma, and 20 miles away we have International Paper. And between the two, they've leveled a few forests.
Yeah, they're pretty good with the forestry around around this area. A lot of the big logging companies are very, very good about their logging practices.
They've gotten better.
Well, I mean, some of the big ones around our area, around my area, I should say, have been good for a long time. Not that they've gotten better; they have gotten better, but they've been pretty good for a long time. They haven't gone crazy with the deforestation. For probably the last 3 decades, they've been doing a lot of selective cutting rather than clear cutting.
Well, they do clear cutting here, but then they go back and they have crews that go in there and plant seedlings. They've got probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have 2 or 3 million acres worth of land leased or that they own, and they clear cut off of and then go back and replant. It's like a farm.
Yeah,
farm.
Probably the biggest outfit that I can think of around my area is Pelletier Logging. They actually used to have a show on some channel or another.
It was on Discovery, and then they went over to Weather Channel.
Yeah. Well, not Axemen. No, Pelletier Logging. They're a main logging outfit.
Yeah.
Primarily hauling on the Golden Road.
I'd love for Dave to get a few of their logging trailers.
Oh hell yeah! Have you seen some of the stuff they run down the Golden Road?
I know I've seen.
Oh, there she goes.
I've seen 1 or 2 trailers when it was in their show that was. I'm on open mic soon.
Almost had it.
They're triple wide trailers.
Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah, Carrier's pretty huge too.
I'm gonna jump off here for a few. I gotta go shove some groceries down my throat.
Yep. Food is a good thing.
Yeah. Be back in a little bit.
Between the cat and my kid deciding to crawl around my ankles. Seriously. The cat, I understand. The kid. That one I don't know about. The old frame rate's hurting right now. Had too many auto drive courses going. Alright, Wolfie, thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate it. Alright. Yep, I've got something being blocked somewhere. I need to go unblock and shut it down because it's definitely not helping the old frame rate. Left alt and period. That's better. Alright, get you sent back over to Crystal Steel. Yep, Crystal Steel. Off you get. I'm pretty sure it's the one up here at the lime mine that's all janky. It is. There we go. Alright, let's get this loaded up, because you need to... Number 5 is slipping. Why are you slipping? Oh, what'd you do that for, dummy? Why are you trying to turn around in the tree? Alright, let's get you lined back up so you don't miss a piece. Is there an option, I think, for turning around on the field? Turning around on the field. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I guess not.
Was left in the middle of the floor, and then when I went to go to the bathroom, I stepped on it. Now broken.
Alright, which would you say is easier to work with? Auto drive or course play? Auto drive. Almost guaranteed. How's it going, Sense Fan? Course play can be tricky. Yeah. It's Bodine's fault. He left, but it's his fault. He commented on a 12-hour stream, and here I am, still going, so it's kind of like, what the heck, why not? Okay, that field's done. What am I planting? Why am I missing a planter? There should be... Is the carrots planter already done? No, carrot planter's going. Wheat, corn, lavender. Why isn't cotton planter running? Where's cotton planter? Oh, you need to go back this way some. Long ways over here. Alright, now where is my cotton planter? Really? Oh, that's right. I never set him off because it was being dumb. That's why the cotton planter wasn't going. That's why the cotton planter wasn't going. Corn planter's gonna need liquid fertilizer. I will need a tanker to bring it liquid fertilizer. Let's see if it works now. Why don't you want to work, you stupid thing? This course play is being dumb. Yeah, he was joking about it, but then, I got to 7 hours and now 8 hours, and what the heck? What's a couple more hours at this point? What's a couple more hours at this point? Everybody just seems to be lurking and chilling, so a lurk and a chill we shall go. I need something for liquids. Oh, what kind of liquid tank do I want to use? You're 25. You're not quite big enough. You're too big. Guess I could get a DadgeNet special. Nope. You finally fixed your auto drive? Nice. It's good. Did you just have to rename the file or something? Or was it a different, did you have to get a different update? Downloaded the new file, deleted the old one. Nice. Sometimes it can be funny like that. Oh boy. That cornfield's gonna be going a while. Still don't want to work. Got to work out how to add routes to get your truck back to the mine. Are you familiar with adding new routes now, or? You're not? Are you using 1107? You are? Alright, I don't know if it's changed much from 1106, but give me a second to get the headland done on this field so I can try and get the worker set off, and I'll see if I can't show you. Now I have 3 cats coming to see what I'm up to. He's been all skittish of me. Hi, Drake. Hello, my kitty. Yes, it's okay. You can come say hi. Keep coming in, and every time you come in, I zap your nose by accident because you static electricity. Poor kitty. Then he runs away. The poor kitty.
This nose is always doing something. It's almost like
Alright, just about done the headland on this field. Finally. Of course, I would have to deal with a big field like this. I don't know if he's gonna stream tonight or not, Sense Fan. I haven't seen him since last night. And I guess he was up semi-late with Dave. So I don't know if he's planning on streaming tonight or not. The name of the building you need to do bridges, you need to own the government building. Right there, right there. Once you own the government building, it will let you build them. Is that idiot stuck in a tree again? He is. He's stuck in a tree again. Nope, the government building is built into the map. You just need to own this plot of land right here. It's a property. As long as you own this piece of land right here the government building's on, it'll let you build the bridges. I am gonna end up grinding out every single one of these stupid trees. I swear. Stupid trees. I don't know why I'm gonna bother you. You're just gonna get stuck again on the next pass, you idiot. About to run out of liquid fertilizer on my cornfield. Oh, one is done planting. Oh, that was just gonna say, what the heck? I think it's the end of this row. I switch around to go back the other direction. How come in the store there's a planter section and a cedar section? Typically planters are your root crop types. And your like your nightshades. And then your cedars are your cereal crops. Your wheat, your oat and things like that. Hello?
Somebody popped in here with us.
Oh, there you go.
That's a Dave.
It is.
Is that a Dave monster? Oh boy.
It's a Dave monster.
He stayed up way too late last night.
Pizza time.
And of course, I haven't even got on the computer yet today. I've been getting care of the house. But
We heard you stayed up pretty late.
yeah.
Nico said, I guess at 3 a.m. our time you were still up with Boom.
I was on with Boom till at least 3 a.m. I think I was 4:30 when I got off.
Will you drive the course now? What? Why are you claiming you need to be unloaded, you stupid?
Hey guys, how's it going? Oh, let's see. I actually gotta get more oil wells going.
Let's see. Is Dave gonna do a stream tonight too?
Probably not. I take Sundays off. Today a rest.
How's it going, Rich Trains?
After last night, you need it.
Yep. No, it was good last night. I always enjoy them, but I gotta get my head back in the game here. Let's see.
Alright, you're done with the carrots. Congratulations, sir. You finished your field. Excavator mod. I think Dave was looking at some of those things.
Excavators. Yeah, I did have a couple of them. They're not the greatest. That's the thing that I've seen.
Yeah, the controls have been awkward on a lot of the ones I've tried.
Yeah.
Onions.
Because a lot of
Caffeine.
your controls for excavators need multiple buttons on a keyboard, or you need joysticks. Joysticks work a lot better, but you're talking a pair of joysticks sit there and run an excavator, and that's not going to be very fun on the track.
Alright, seriously? Why are you giving me such a hard time then? Every other course play guy goes, no problem. But you're dumb. Why are you being dumb?
has to do with those helpers that Giants put out. You know, they're not very smart. There are times I wonder how they got out of bed without killing themselves, but oh well. You have an error somewhere, Darius? This sure seems like it's an error because they're all doing it like that to you.
No, this guy just keeps driving into trees.
Oh, well, that's normal behavior.
And I'm wondering if it's because I haven't upgraded to the newer version with precision farming having been out.
That's a possibility.
And I now need to refill that. I should have a truck over here with a trailer.
What is the mining test on X-Man's auto drive? I have no idea.
The mining test is a point right here by this salt mine. It's that auto drive point right there.
X-Man better watch out. He went down to Goofy World. He liable to come back goofier than he was when he left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a better solution to this.
I guess Mr. Beretta decided to go to bed. A little
I
late
can
over
hire
in
a
Ireland.
plain Jane worker. I've already done the headland. It's a square field. Worker away, my friend. Worker away.
It's Master 86U is here with us today.
Yeah. I forgot Beretta's a night owl.
Only 9:30 there.
Oh, okay. I thought it was later than that.
It's 8:30 hours into my stream today.
Hey, JD fan, how are you?
JD, don't be giving nobody memes about me now, dadgummit. I've seen your comment earlier.
Northern Ireland, nice. My wife definitely wants to visit Northern Ireland someday. Ireland in general. It's on her bucket list.
You could always stick her in a can and tell her, here's your trip. Pull the trigger. Oh.
Nah, she'd haunt me or something like that. It wouldn't be worth it.
I'm glad that she's not standing around you, because you probably would tell her, you need to go down there and kick Randy's butt.
No, I'm 8 hours and 39 minutes in.
Yeah, you've been going a long time, huh?
Yeah.
When you going for 12, 15, 18 hours?
12. I was thinking of 12. Bodine mentioned it, and then he decided to leave. But I know at some point here, again in a short bit, I'm gonna have to take a quick break and go eat some supper.
Ah, I see how that happens. Gotta eat.
Yep. She's making supper, and she's already kind of looked at me and said, "So I suppose you're not gonna eat supper with us?"
What are you having? Dinosaur chicken nuggets and...
Oh, that was last night. It's pork chops tonight.
That's what I just had.
What, dinosaur
chop,
chicken?
mac-
Oh.
No, pork
I
chops,
don't know what she's making with it. It's pork chops and something. Dinosaur chicken nugget. Nah, unfortunately, the smiley fries, she got cheddar fries or something like that, which wasn't quite it, so I was disappointed. Regular fries. But dinosaur chicken nuggets. And they were good, too. Tyson ones. Good chicken nuggets.
whole chicken for one nugget.
Smiley fries.
We had pork chops, green beans, and macaroni and cheese.
Oh, they're good. I've seen them made.
Yeah,
Little piece of goo.
smiley fries. Yeah, you need to add smiley fries to the McCain's.
I don't
only
get
4:30.
grossed out by how all those food pick. They could watch me. I could watch them making those chicken nuggets and put them in the deep fryer right next to the chicken.
Yep.
And I'll still eat it.
Ooh, spicy curly fries. Yeah, I need to get some of them too.
Ooh.
This map is PV County. It's a 16x PC only production, construction, mining, farming map.
Yeah, it sucks.
The voice you
wouldn't
heard
get
is the creator of the map.
Yeah.
I wouldn't download it or nothing because it's awful.
Trolling himself.
You're welcome, Bomb.
If you have a
He's only
PC,
aggravated because he's going to have to get out there and put some more stuff in the map in the next coming weeks.
Yeah, my frame rates have been killing me since I started planting with 5 course plays going and everything else.
how important are bridges? There is no end game.
There is no end game, but bridges are important if you want to get to the islands without having to use the barges all the time.
Yeah, I think he's trolling me.
Probably.
He knows. Well, let's put it this way. If you don't build the bridges, then you don't get to the end game because it wouldn't. If there was an end game, wouldn't it be when everything has been completed on the map?
True. Very true.
And I'm gonna make sure that don't happen.
You found a secret tunnel. Okay, Henry.
How do you win? You have to defeat all the other farmers.
I keep seeing some game advertised occasionally that it's you fight the other farmers. So it shows people going around with shotguns shooting the other farmers and stealing their equipment. It's like, really? I highly doubt it's that type of a game.
All right, if you want me to give you end game rules, so you have a
how do you
goal to
win?
shoot for,
Fill Fort Knox.
I'll give you end game rules. if you want something to shoot for. End game rules. You have to have all factories built, all storage units filled, all bridges built, all tunnels destroyed, all.
In other words,
let's
everything
see, we've got
complete and on the whole map.
And
you'll-
you have to have the money counter up there at max.
Fort Knox has to be filled to capacity. There's others I just can't think of. If you accomplish everything and have 9, max out the money possibility in the game, which I think is 999,999,999, then we can say your game is, you've run the gamut.
Yeah. And you have to do it all without cheating. That's the end game. You have to do it all without cheating. That guy is in love with them trees, I think, Darius.
I think so too. It's getting on
How
my
do you-
nerves with these trees.
At the dynamic mining, you got one filled with coal. You have to, I believe, while you're in the trigger, select Control T, I think it is,
I'm
to
gonna
pop
fix this
up
tree thing in a minute though.
and select the bay that you want to use next. On the dynamic quarry silo.
Uh-oh. I can see it coming. Darius fixing to remove trees. Watch this.
Yeah, there won't be any trees left in a minute. There won't be any left in a minute. Get stuck now, stupid.
All right, that one didn't have oil underneath it. Maybe this one over here. One of these two has.
He's already gotten along a little ways, so I
You
don't
might
need
as
to
well
cut
cut
these.
the whole line. You might as well cut the whole line down. Be done.
I will, but I want to make sure I'm ahead of Idiot Boy with his tree hugging thing here first.
Idiot.
I don't know, he's
Yeah,
run into every
idiot.
single tree in the line so far, I swear.
Mm-hmm. He's got a tree fetish.
Something like that. Yeah, now he's probably going to find some building to run into. You're probably right.
Probably so.
That is correct, Henry. That is correct. Henhouse.
I like that. I love
Every
that.
time you make something foolproof, they come up with an improved fool. There's a lot of different things that will use pallets. Eventually you'll need pallets for the steel factory, you'll need pallets for all of the orchards and greenhouses, you need pallets at
Sheetrock.
sheetrock, yeah, you'll need pallets there. You'll also need pallets for
Several
Corning.
factories.
Yeah, Corning Glass needs pallets. You need pallets for Borden Dairy.
Ken's, Heinz,
Yeah.
Pepsi.
There's a lot of them.
So put down a Cogent storage unit and just start filling them, because believe me,
Yep.
you'll be looking for them later. Or put down, you could start putting down green houses and orchards. They have a high capacity for pallets.
Yep, forestry storage, right here, the Cogent one. That's the one you want to put down for storing that. It'll also let you store your boards, your planks, your excess resin, the chipboard, the paper.
Wood chips.
Yep, wood chips. And barrels too, but there's not a lot that uses barrels right now.
Not yet.
Yeah, you got the whiskey factory and the wine.
Whiskey and
No.
wine. Doesn't vodka use it too, or no?
Nope. Vodka gets put in bottles.
I wasn't
Whiskey
sure.
and wine. Maybe I'll put down the winery next. I've got grapes going everywhere over there.
I've got it down. I haven't built the production lines inside yet. But it's placed.
A rum factory was on the list. Might get it eventually. Shall see. Cardi. Or Captain Morgan. I think I was gonna be Bacardi because they had the rums that I could make.
Yeah, somebody said something about a 64X map. It's coming eventually.
Hopefully. Where's all my oil?
I gotta get Dell Electronics loaded up with stuff to start producing the motors and what have you. I've been busy though at the start of planting season.
You know, the weird thing is after 64X comes the big beast of them all, 256X map.
Yeah, I don't think that one will get done this version.
I don't think I'll live that long.
Dave's like, please let me die before then.
Maybe I'll just go right to the 256, skip the 64.
That could be an interesting map.
Have the center of it be the 16X as an island.
Yeah, very small one.
Well, yeah.
Have multiple 16X maps sitting and plotted all over the place.
Well, yeah. What ends up happening is obviously a 64 is 4 16X maps, but then when you get to the 64, or the 256, it's 4 64s. So it's really you'd be able to fit this map 16 times over into a 256.
Yep.
However, remember this: that cannot be done. Sorry.
What's that?
What can't-
I can't go from this. Use this in the center of a 256 because the only way to accomplish
Have
the
you ever had a
256
dream
is by pixel
that-
duplicating. So what
that
would
you,
be here would be
you
to
had-
place the size
you-
in the map
you
to land,
would- you
and
could-
anything would
you
be
do-
stretched out,
you want
and it
you,
would not work.
You could
So basically, on a 256, every 1 inch square of the terrain becomes 2 inches. You know. Because you have to use the same file sizes from the 64 in order for it to work. It
Haha.
does have slight. It's hardly noticeable when you do it.
You better not get stuck again, Charlie, or I'm gonna get upset.
So a 256 would have to be done from scratch.
Well, maybe by the time you're ready for the 256, Giants will figure out, hey, you know, we need Unreal 5.
Why do I have to put math into it? Because you have to.
That's what computers are about, math. The games we play all have to do with math. Without math, you wouldn't have a game.
They're just an illusion.
Hmm.
I have a feeling it's going to tell me that helper number 5 there or whatever is stuck again. Because I haven't seen his dot move much.
Darius going to introduce him to the ground. Face first, drove in there like a pin.
Yeah, if for whatever reason he'll have turned the other direction and hit a tree.
Yeah.
Stupid guy. I guarantee it. For whatever reason he'll have.
He ran into the silo or something.
No, he's going back up the other direction. Hey, he didn't get stuck this time. It's amazing. You idiot. Did it all on his own. Look at that. It's amazing.
What are you planting there in the super field there, Darius?
The really big one?
Yeah.
Wheat.
Ah.
I need
Well, you'll have enough straw. You'll have enough straw to turn around and choke small country.
Well, I need it for making TMR for all my cows. Think about it. I got a lot of cows.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I'm
Life's
approaching.
watching
I'm
Star
approaching
Wars.
3,000 cows. So. Yep. Yeah. We're scientifically testing the effect of living in a coal mine using cows.
Mm.
Oh my gosh.
You run into another tree, Dave.
No. Run into a almost empty fuel tank, and I'm gonna have to build a fuel pump over by the desert because there's nothing over there to fill up. And this truck, I forgot all about refueling. Gonna have to build my desert outpost.
Can you or do you need the string lights in that cave? No, you don't need to.
You don't need
believe
to.
it or not, it's actually kind of bright in there unless you're trying to do stuff at night.
Right.
The walls are dark, but during the daytime it's actually quite bright down there. Let me get these last 3 trees down and I'll pop up quick before I go off to my next emergency.
And once you clear out the cave, the coal cave, you could always paint the terrain to make it brighten it up down there.
Yeah, that's what I did, was I painted the ground in the actual cave itself, and it makes a huge difference.
Mm-hmm. There are 3 different lights to be placed. Not huge industrial lights like that one. And they're all for outdoors. You can't put them inside factories, but there are... most factories have lighting built into them.
Or light kits to be able to drop off.
Light kits that can be added to them, yeah.
Yep. This isn't the Brux. This is the Tree Maverick. And this one I think has a... Is it a 300,000 capacity or something?
Has upwards of a 3 million.
Yeah,
liter capacity.
it's got an adjustable capacity. You can go up to 3 million with it. That one can be brought up to 3 million if you choose to.
Which means if you want, you don't have a dump truck, you can always slap it on the front of a tractor, on the back of a tractor, and
Yeah, I mean, this
have it
is
maxed out.
obviously 8 o'clock in the morning in the coal mine. You can see it's pretty bright down here.
Yeah. I guess that's what you call reutilization of land.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep, reutilizing the land. You're gonna need seed soon. As are you up over here. Excuse me. Keep finding a need for a smaller liquid tank. I don't have all of the bridges built. I've got a lot of them built. But I'm still missing 4? 4 or 5? Let's go take a look. Government building. Still missing 4. I still need to build this one down here by the racetrack. These 2 up over here, and the one by Field 94. Alright, so I did finish the one over towards the sugar factory. Now I need to get this one done. This map is not interactive, no. It just keeps track of the bridges you've built. So as you build them, they go from red to green. And then there are all of these awards that will pop up as you build some of the buildings. See, I've got Aurora, Copper by Design, and Dell Electronics there. Down here I also have Cargill and C&M Meat Company. And there'll be more that will pop in as it goes. And then there's the museum that has a lot more stuff in it, but... Vodka factory. Should I be able to see this, the steel factory from that far away, Dave?
It's 800. It's got a pretty long view.
Alright, I was gonna say, because I'm a
And
good
it
little
all
ways
depends on your-
away.
What are your computers set to again as well? That's a huge thing, and that's where a lot of people get.
I don't think mine's turned up that high, but...
But if it's not 1-to-1, I mean, some people go to 1.5 times view distance and stuff, and then they blame the map for not running. Because
Yeah,
they're
I
not
don't-
at one.
I don't think
The-
mine's
the
turned up
distance.
that much.
It's in. You wouldn't be able to tell unless you went when you load
Yeah,
up.
I'd
the game.
have to save and leave the game and then come back to it. Which I think I might anyway, just to clear my cache from running for 9 hours straight. How do you get animals? Animals can be purchased either at the
Animal dealer.
at the individual animal pens or at the animal dealer. The animal dealer is right there next to my coffee factory. Alright, let's pop back to the menu quick. Check on that view distance setting. I might actually have to turn it down. The other day, NVIDIA, the GeForce Experience or whatever the heck, decided it wanted to optimize some of my games, and I think when it did, it turned my graphics, it tweaked them upward.
That is the biggest draw. If you have your view distance set to more than 1, and a lot of times people have them set to 1.5.
View distance, object draw distance is at 100.
Okay, that's good.
Foliage
And
draw
that-
distance is 100. LOD distance is 150. I'll turn that down some.
Yeah, LOD distance, you want that to be 1. I put mine at 100 as well. That's the way the map is designed, with everything at 100. Level of detail, that will cause things to draw in before they're supposed to as
Turn
well.
that down. Yeah, see, it tweaked a bunch of stuff on me.
The LODs on objects will make them draw in earlier than if you have it up too high.
Yes, the fishing boat will actually fish. In order to do so, you have to buy the land. Then it has to rain. After it rains, there will be triggers in the river that you can drive the boat into and get fish out of them.
Yep. If you're not on a server, they do not work on server.
Yeah, I don't think Henry's on a server, though. I don't believe Henry's on a server.
Yeah. I'll just throw that out there for anybody that might be that's listening.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I have a spear hanging on the wall. These Fummins disappeared a while ago.
Yeah.
Messing with your auto drive. Yeah, this map definitely does a lot better solo. I know Dave spoke a bit about it yesterday, that he wants to eventually do some changes to it that will help it with, ouch, my knee, working in multiplayer. But a lot would have to change to the map for that to happen. And then it would create several maps to have to keep up with, and
well, there's layers that can be stripped out of the map will help it drastically. I was thinking, for instance, the bushes. I know that some people, I mean, is it necessary to have the bushes? Some people don't even like them, you know? If I take out the bush layer by itself, it saves, because it's one less layer that has to draw in.
not a problem, Sense Fan. Have yourself a good one.
And hops would be a smart one to take out and put it onto
Like a greenhouse
into
or
a factory.
or like an orchard type thing.
No, hops we could go into. It is also, we used to make it from the hemp directly.
Hmm.
It was, so that could be done, because taking a couple of those back would help tremendously on a map this size. Less things that it has to draw in across the, you know,
Yeah.
across.
Well,
the next map.
I just orchard popped into my head because I know hops are grown similar to the way you've got the orchards set up with the
Yeah.
trellising.
Yeah, but orchards would be a pain in the rear end to. I'd have to have models for the plants.
Update trigger for 21.
But I could. Onions are already in a greenhouse. That would be a big.
Right there.
Nothing in that pile. That's 5 piles in a row I dug out and haven't found oil.
I've got 2 of them I found while I was digging sand out of the desert. Before I started selling gravel.
We gotta bring this over and fill it up with gas before I leave. Or I'm in trouble.
Of course I got you in the middle of a turn.
Once you flip the speedboat, you're done. You might have to reset it. But if you have super strength, I've managed to pick it up and flip it back over.
Oh, I landscaped a little boat ramp for it the other day, Dave.
Did you?
Yeah. I got a lot further jumping than you did. You remember when you drove the length of down here by the transport company and you tried to jump towards Hines?
Yep.
And it kind of failed miserably. I landscaped a little small ramp on the ground over here.
Mm-hmm.
So it was smoother, and I slid backwards into Hines.
I'm prone to. Oh, it's Dana. All right. I'm prone to wrecking things.
Dave is prone to crashing, that's for sure. Because you can't be bothered to get that one little spot, you stupid worker. Oh, I had one more worker I think going. Did I? No. Maybe? Yes? I don't remember. Down here. Oh, you still gotta do 71 and 72, don't you?
Hey Dave, how did Boom do that one little deal where he has a little bitty pond that he refills from? that he
It's
make?
it's a mod.
Oh,
So
is it a
pretty.
mod? Okay.
Yeah, it's placeable. You gotta basically make a whole small indentation in the ground and then put the water plane into it that has the trigger.
Okay.
The only other possibility, there is a water plane under the entire map. But the
Yeah.
problem is you can't dig down into it. Sometimes when it hits it, it stops letting you go deeper.
Yeah.
Alright. Pipe back in on you.
And other avenues I can look at too.
Do you need a small pond for water? Is that what you said?
Yeah, well, I guess I could fill enough over there.
Well, technically, the greenhouses do have hydroponics built into them. They spray water all over the place.
Yeah.
In some places, you might be able to dig down to the water table, Henry. It depends on how high above the water you already are. Because you can only dig
And it
down a
used-
certain distance.
But it usually stops you before you see the water. That's the problem.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're in a field right next to or near the river, where you're not high above the water to begin with, you can probably get there.
Yeah. Yep.
But as far as water goes, I usually use the pond thing. I don't think you
Modify an oil rig to drill water wells.
I don't think you can
Oh,
get
there could
water
be
out of it,
something
though. I think you
created.
can get water out of it, actually.
We could place water wells, but that's a different story. I don't think there's a need to. We got water all over this place.
Dave needs to send you water or gold for your buying land. I'm the one with gold in Fort Knox. I don't think Dave's actually put any gold in Fort Knox, have you?
I've got probably less than, I think I got like 4,000 or 5,000 gold. Well, whatever 30 jars is. That's about the gold I have. 30 times 200. Which reminds me, I should set up a gold master down here in the desert too. Might as well. I
Yep.
hauled it out but I hauled it all out to the bank. I sold it. I pay for Fort Knox.
Yeah, see, me on the other hand, I put it all back into Fort Knox. I blew it up, I took it all out, and I put it back in. I'm up to 387,000 liters of gold in Fort Knox. If you put it that way, the sand pays for itself in the desert. Yeah.
Which bridge to build first all depends on where you want to go first.
Yep.
What's your goal for the game? How do you want to play? Everybody plays different. Look at what's on the other side of the bridge and decide, is that what I want to have? For me, it was one of the western bridges. because I wanted to go over to Cargill and get the animal feed production going first, so I
Yep.
can get my animals going. For others, they might not do much with animals, so they might choose, say,
This one
one of
here
the-
for Dell Electronics was my first bridge because I wanted to get down here to Dusty Lane.
Yeah, you might want to expand to another farm. Then, so, like
So-
he went down, got Dusty Lane Bridge going.
I did that one. Then I did this one over here. And then I did this one by Port Fitzgerald so I could get over and start building Cargill.
There's the bridge that leads off to the north to go up into Pine Valley, if that's your thing, and you want easier access to the
Yep, this one
and,
here.
and go to copper and bauxite mining areas and more forestry.
That was
So
the-
yeah, that's really what you got to look at. There is no which bridge should I build first. It all depends on the person that's playing, and that's what makes this
Yeah.
to me what makes this map interesting, because it can be played in so many different ways.
Yeah, you can literally do whatever you want with it. And
No.
nobody does it the same way.
Mm-hmm. You started as a miner, then yep. If I was started out as the miner, I would blow the tunnels so I could start trucking my stuff rather than boating it to the.
Yeah. Yeah, I
To
would
the cell phone.
concentrate on this tunnel here. Not that you can't go down and around this, but this tunnel here, get through the ore mine and get this tunnel done. You said you've already done this tunnel to get down in here, so this bridge might not be a bad one to do first, so you can get around to this end of the tunnel to get through here. Otherwise,
Mhm.
you're gonna have to you'll have to barge your stuff all the way around.
Also, starting as a miner, you're up closer and have much easier access to get the cranberry bog going. So if you don't, it's only a few fields, but you get rice and cranberry bog opened up, and there's plenty of water available at the bogs when it rains. So
Yep.
literally, when we were on the server, I started out in the bog. It is a difficult start, but I did bogging and mining, and then once I was able to get down to the mainland, I started buying up the fields that were along the side where 63 is and 28, 29,
Yep.
and started my farming in that area.
I'm closing in
And
on
then-
having the whole map.
Yep.
This is the next field I want, or the next piece of property I want here. But I'm getting close to having the whole map.
Yeah, you are. Way more than I have.
You're gonna beat Dave out of the race for the map.
Well, he cheats, so it's expected.
Yep.
You
My
can't deny it.
my 4 million liter train of goodness.
And his massive harvesting headers and all. I use almost all in-game equipment. I do use.
My headers are standard size.
Don't you have the-
13.7. Well, yeah, I've got the ones for the sugar cane, but
Yep. I use single row harvesters for the sugar cane.
I'd eat something that's lead based before that.
I found it to be quicker than the 2-row because it could pull the whatchamacallit. So I got
Yeah.
six of them going. They can work on their own, and I just go and empty the
Almost up to
Whatchamacallit?
290 hours now.
auger wagons. And available.
It can be. It can be.
See, to me, it doesn't bother me.
But
I
then,
enjoy
then
doing it.
again, that's my sugar cane header, so
But it's also one of those things that you get such a high yield from that you don't have to do it every year. I didn't plant sugarcane this year. I have
correct.
enough for probably If you're
Get outta
planting
here,
seasons,
bird.
I've got enough for a long time with that one planting.
Yeah, it's the same way with sugar beet. I've got a couple million liters, I think, of each, and I only planted them once. Sugar beet, I've got 10 million liters of sugar beet, 2 million liters of sugar cane. I'm not planting either of those anytime soon.
Hmm. I am just missing oil
I know I'm gonna
everywhere.
need sunflower, soybean, canola, 5 million potatoes. Nice. I need.
It will regrow. Yes, it will. So I didn't plant it since I set it to regrow. That's the first thing, and I also use periodic plowing, so I would have to replant it every 3 years when I do it. But I don't need it yet, so I'll probably have to plant it the next season. I've got more
Yep.
sugar than anything else now.
Yeah, I've got. I got plenty of sugar cane and stuff like that for right now. I am gonna probably have to plant more coffee this year, but I think my coffee factory is getting full. I haven't emptied it at all.
Hmm.
It's been a few days.
That one was no. What? Where the heck did I put all the? Well, we're gonna
That's
try this
right.
one.
It's under roasted nut.
Trying to find oil.
The roasted nut? There it is. One product's full. Light roast is full. My medium roast is almost full. Dark roast is getting up there. I don't have the pecan cut or any of those to do. Dark roast is getting up there. Yeah, I found 2 wells so far. I don't know how good they produce, but I have found 2 in this piece so far. I had to mark them because you lose track of them so easily.
Hmm.
Oh, look at that. Black dot.
Have you put wells down yet? Or just
No,
no.
I haven't gotten I
Oh, you
just
haven't gotten
finished
that.
I just finished Dell. I haven't gotten it loaded up to produce the motors yet.
Gotcha.
I had bought the desert area early on, and I was cleaning up the sand and selling the sand to get money, and that's when I was uncovering the wells. I've got 2 of them. 2 or 3, I think. I found. I don't remember.
I should be finding my second one here soon. Hopefully. I think I should by now have at least 3. Ooh, I'm gonna have to feed the animals and go through the night pretty soon. Be nice to get my second well in before that, though. Got about an hour in game time.
That's not where I put that. Oh.
Oh, is that what you did? How you marked them with a little grass
Yeah.
spot?
Little grass spot. That was, well, because I mean, you can already see that black dot is gone.
Yeah.
And I'm not that far away. So, spoiler alert, there's one. But you see, it's not very far off. So to be able to try and find that when you're out
Spoiler
here,
alert. That's the one I already have.
yeah.
That's the first one I found. I haven't found another one yet. Don't
Yeah,
show me anymore.
You're
I'm
just
not looking.
digging the piles though, aren't you?
Most of them are under piles.
Well, yeah, but me, I was literally digging everything, as you can see.
Yep.
I went clear out towards that bridge, and I found that one, and
I'm not looking.
that one over there.
I'm not watching.
But
I don't
no,
want. I'm
it's
digging all over that area. I'll get to it sooner or later.
yeah. But literally, I cleared all the sand, not just the piles, all of it.
Yep. Oh, once I get them unburied, I'll clear paths between them to make it easier.
In the silos, fine. They're not gonna. They don't actually have a spoil timer on them or anything like that. Retired. That would be cool if they did. It'd give you a reason to have to really build that storage, but
Oh yeah, that I remembered. It took me a day,
what?
but
You forgot to turn down the volume on the Goldmaster? We know.
well, I didn't do that yet. Oh, I'll put it on the list though.
And what did somebody else say earlier
No.
that
There was for those who do in the winter event with Christmas presents.
yeah.
To me, it was grossly under profitable. But
Yes, I know you mentioned you wanted to bring them up in price.
so the prices are you'll get 5 times what you used to get
That makes
For-
sense.
for each present after yesterday's update. But again, you have to sell them back to the banks in the winter, or they go back to 0. So you got to find them and sell them only in the winter time. But yeah, so anybody that wants to know. No, they can't be made perishable. Well, I could. Yeah, they can't be made perishable. It's a pallet. There's no way to make a pallet perishable. I thought, didn't they build into the silos at one point? I don't think they did it in this.
No,
Where-
they didn't.
I thought that, or there was a mod maybe that made it so that
Well,
the longer you had that stored, it would take it away.
nothing that I've seen. I know when
No, but
Seasons first came out, there was worry that your stuff would rot in the silos, but
Yeah,
they don't.
it don't.
The concrete. It's okay.
No, yeah, you could do that.
No time to look for presents and such. Can't keep the few basic factories running, much less time to even
Wait.
build more.
If you're playing with precision farming, you're not going to get a very high yield planting lavender up in the north.
Actually, the best spot for yield for lavender is right here by Johnson Farm.
Yeah.
There are some decorative trees.
No, none that can't be cut down. Everything tree can be
But-
cut. But they're decorative models more so than. Yep.
There are some decorative trees that you can get to plant instead of just planting the pines and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll turn. Wouldn't it be cool to turn the desert into a forest? No, it's stuck up all the sand. The sunrises are nice. Yeah, I like them.
Make it an oasis. Yeah, there are several mods for trees. Just sometimes they're occasionally difficult to get rid of after you place them, depending on the mod. But it gives you the options of planting some of like the different birch and maple trees and stuff that you wouldn't otherwise be able to plant. The grass is turning green. I'll be able to mow it again soon. Well, looks like some of my changes to the old cement truck are helping. Gets a little bit faster.
Hmm.
Is there a way to set where you will appear to place a building? Is there a way to set where you will appear to place a building?
Where you will appear, you hit the space key wherever you're standing. It'll bring you.
Yeah.
When you have that, it'll bring you to where you're standing. If you hit
Yeah.
the space bar when you have it open.
Like if I, like right now I'm here, but if I went, so obviously I'm trying to landscape around my concrete factory. So now I'm up by Johnson Farm. If I go into my landscaping menu, I'm still down by here, but if I hit space, I'm automatically where I was just standing. Thank you, Wuhan fan, for that follow. Appreciate it. How are you doing this evening? Supper smells so good. I gotta go get me a plate of supper here in a minute. Before my wife gets mad at me.
Yeah, but that's not. Don't. I know a lot of people aren't even aware of that little trick. I don't even know. I think I did it by accident the first time.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like you said, a lot of people don't even know about it. It just suddenly
it's
there
not
it is.
listed. It's not in any.
Yeah, it's not listed anywhere. It's not like it's a key or even a keybind that you can see. It's just there it is.
Actually, I am sure that one of my viewers told me that when they were watching. I'm pretty.
I think that's how I learned it. Was I was watching one of your streams and somebody mentioned it.
No oil under that one too. Oh my gosh, there has to be one of them around here.
Remember what I told you all the other day? Last week?
He's back. What's
I
that,
don't know.
Randy?
You're always telling me stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Most of it we try to forget, but
They would sit there and buy the land over there, and there wouldn't be one spot of oil.
oh, they're there. I just haven't found them yet. I know there's 10. There's got to be 10 of them in this section. Funny thing is, it's a very large desert.
There's
Helper
days
Pat
over there going,
stopped.
I'm gonna kick his butt.
Helper Pat
Yeah.
stopped unexpectedly. Which one's Helper Pat?
I don't know.
One of my helpers stopped for an empty tank. Which one was it?
Oh wait.
That's Max.
There was a dark spot right here.
That's Max. That's you.
How do I
That's
do I
you.
do that?
Oh. I bet you Helper Max. Yep, Helper Max was the guy doing the liming in the field.
I think I just figured out where one is. Right near the spot. I was a little off center.
Oh, I guess I'll buy another one of those trucks. Why not? Because, you know, I don't have a dozen already. What's one more?
What's one more?
Henry Hood gifting 3 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that, Henry. To Jaren4780, T-Long65, and Wayner1A7. I don't remember what I bought that trailer for. I really don't remember why I bought that trailer. I think I was gonna use it for transferring grains at the case. That's right, I need to change the color on it and send it to the Fent farm. Die, die! I got another sign.
Here's your sign.
I think instead of crashes, I'm gonna put a sign counter up. How many signs have I hit? Well, everybody wants me to put a crash counter up, but it's like everybody's got a crash counter now. Yep, just a driving along.
Driving along in my automobile.
Nice.
Yep. Dave likes to date himself, but yeah. That's okay. I ain't far behind.
If you
Sure,
guys even
Francis.
knew it, you know what? If you know the song, then you
Oh.
just dated yourself as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know it. And I have signs growing in my field, Henry. In my case, I have signs growing in my field.
Like I've said before, y'all, I don't hold no punches on any of these guys. They're all my buddies, and they know it's all in fun. They
Yep.
all get picked on equally.
You were just thinking that too. Have you found signs laying in your field? I haven't, unless I knocked them over.
I find them all the time after I run them over.
Well, in my case, I've combined so many fields together that they grow in my fields.
Yeah.
Am I gonna fit underneath here? That'd be a no. Almost made it, though.
And just flatten the tires. You'll get in there.
I almost made it. The trigger may be on the opposite side of the bridge. Well, forgive me. There is a trigger at each side of the bridge to put stuff into, but only one side will show you what has or how much needs to be put into the bridge still. If that makes sense.
Makes complete sense to me. That's how I designed it. No, you can only have one trigger that shows you. That's the problem.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yeah, only one trigger will tell you what is left to put into it for building, but both sides of the bridge will have a trigger you can put stuff into. I need to go get lime for Senor Dum Dum, who ran out of lime in the middle of his field. Number 2 keeps slipping.
Senor Dum Dum?
Senor Dum Dum. I have a feeling that number 2 is the one that's over by my pond at the moment. That's probably not the smoothest ground in the world. But the uppermost northwest bridge has no trigger on the south side. Uppermost northwest bridge. Are you talking over here by this area?
I think I know. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Henry?
That's south. That's northeast. West, what other side?
Northwest is over here, yeah. But if he's in this area here,
Is that the soothing voice? Oh my gosh.
how's it going, Vanj?
Yes, it is.
So yeah, the bridge that would be leading, I'm guessing from here over, from CM Meat Market maybe? You're swimming across. I guess I don't know which one you're talking about if you're swimming.
You're in the east again. He said northwest.
Yeah, but he said copper and bauxite.
That's
Maybe
over
this,
to the
maybe
west.
this one here, near Fort
Yeah,
Knox.
over there.
So yes, there's going to be a trigger. For this one here, Henry. There's
Yeah,
going
that
to
one
be
might
a,
only have one.
well,
Can't-
there's going to be a trigger here to be able to put stuff into. It's going to be right here, kind of like in this spot of the intersection here. It'll be right about here. And then there's going to be another one way over. I want to say it's up here somewhere. It might even be over here.
At the other end of the road, that, yeah, it's to make it accessible.
Yeah.
There is one.
And it's going to be this one over here, I believe, that has the trigger for the telling you what needs to go into it, I believe. So it'll be over
yeah.
here somewhere.
Yeah, you got to follow all the way back to just for where, because there's no way I'm gonna make you drive down.
I think it goes over here somewhere.
Yeah, it's gonna be down by the city because I didn't want you to have to drive all the way out to where the bridge is and on a single lane highway with the big trucks and have to figure a way to turn around. So
Yep.
So it's at the, go all the way back to the city and you'll find that trigger because there's nothing at where the road closed sign is on the other side. Simple as that. There'll be a
Yep.
trigger around there somewhere.
I thought you'd be the one slipping. Of course you're slipping, because you're getting caught on the trees up here, you idiot. You know, I have just about had enough of you and the stupid trees. Why do you like the trees so much? How do you like the trees that much? I don't get it. How are you that infatuated with the trees?
Because they're close to all the fields. Now he doesn't know what he's doing. He's lost in stupidity.
Yep, pretty much. That speed setting was part of the developer controls. Cowboy raiding with a party of one. How's it going, Cowboy? Thank you for that raid. Oh, playing some ATS today? Helper Max has stopped unexpectedly because he's out of something or another. That'd be you. You're out of... I'm guessing you're finally out of the... Yep. F11. Nah, Dave uses super strength a lot. I will say that.
Yeah. I do use the super.
All of the bridges are the same, Henry. The They all take 100,000 liters of concrete, rebar, steel, and barriers. You turn that stupid speed multiplier back off again before I lose my mind. Been a stressful day. Sorry to hear that, cowboy. Why are you missing a strip, you stupid guy? Thank you. That's all I asked. Keep going now, thank you.
There
Not a problem, Henry. And you over here have your lime now.
Also, just so you know, Henry, as well, you can check any bridge. They all take the same amount. You want to make sure you have the final product put in.
All at once.
Yeah. You want to make sure you put the last product in all at once. So make sure 3 of them are full, and then make sure you have enough to start the building, because there is a chance the triggers will disappear if you're piecemealing it, you know? So you want to make sure you have the full 100,000 of the 4th product ready to go before, so it starts building and has enough to build the whole entire bridge. And
yeah, if you're trying to put in like a pallet of concrete at a time, it might finish before you put all the concrete in if you've got the other products full already.
exactly. So you want to make sure you have that last product ready to go before it starts building. Don't try to build it like 50% at a time, 75. Eventually the pieces in the trigger has to disappear before the building process is complete, and that's what some people get down to, like, well, it still has 5% to build and the triggers disappear. How can you finish it? But we have a whole video on bridge building, YouTube, or our website in the articles section, that explains it all better for anybody that wants to know. Also, once you know what 4 products, it takes 100,000 of each product. All the bridge building products are exactly the same. So
Makes it nice and easy.
it makes it nice and easy. Yep. Unlike finding oil in the desert.
And this is the guy that built the map, everybody.
Yep, and this is the man that developed the map, and he can't even find oil. Boy, that's not good.
I know it's in here. I made 4 million in sand so far trying to dig them out.
Yep, that's where I got to where I'm at.
Your dinner is getting cold.
That's the dinner's getting cold bell, so I need to take a quick break.
I didn't hear the bell.
Ding, ding, ding. There's the bell.
You didn't hear that rattle off his head? She slapped the crap out of him.
Before I go, I need to make sure you've got seed. You're about to run out. Yep. Hey, why didn't you stop? You ran out of seed.
Yeah, what fun would it be to trip over the... Exactly.
Where did you run out of seed now? You
It's an
idiot.
Easter egg.
This dummy ran out of seed somewhere. He's been fertilizing the ground.
He said, but I didn't run out of fertilizer, man. I was set on fertilizer. I needed to fertilize the ground.
Ran out of seed way back here. Been driving along just putting fertilizer into the ground. What a dummy.
You hired him.
Well, no, Course Play's supposed to stop it when it runs out of when it runs out of seed or fertilizer, they're supposed to stop and say they're out of something.
Hashtag blame horseplay.
You'd think, yeah, hashtag blame horseplay. You can see the dark ground where he put the fertilizer down. He better not take any fertilizer next trip through. Stupid.
Maybe there was a sandstorm and all the dunes shifted off the oil node.
No. That'd be cool if it did, though.
Wouldn't that be cool if they moved around?
If they randomly moved around on you, that
I
would
did try to-
drive people
As long as they weren't
bonkers.
being used.
I did have a sand particle system blowing effect that I was going to put in places in the desert, but it was way too much frame rate.
In other words, me and you and some of the bigger systems could handle it, but the rest of them would turn around and fall flat on their face.
Mine could barely handle it.
Ooh.
That's why I pulled it out. It's just
Ooh.
to make it as big as I wanted. You know, this is a big desert. You have to use a lot of particles to make it look good. And I tested it and decided, no, I'll need about 300 or 400 more particles to animate with animated objects to make it look really good in the desert. So I decided, ain't gonna do that.
That's where you ran out of seed.
Would have looked cool though.
The heck did you drive all that way without the seed for? You dummy.
One word. One word. Moron!
Why are you driving my seeder there, Randy?
Don't look at me.
Gotcha. No, you're not the right
Well,
one. You're lime. I need the one that's got seed in it.
I guess I need to get off here for a few. I got to go and put my stuff in the truck.
Alrighty.
I shall return.
Yep.
Yep.
I know.
Right.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like I'm not going to get my second oil rig in before it gets dark. I might be able to. I do have to stop and feed the animals. Make sure I have time to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put seed in this guy, get him running, and then I'm gonna go grab my food so I can eat while it's still warm, because it smells fantastic. Pork chops and stuffing and carrots and some rice and yeah.
Sounds like a meal.
Yeah, that's my wife for you. She's a great cook.
Must-
That's what, and she complains I never help cook because I am terrible at cooking. So I leave it to the person that's better at it.
Right.
By golly, this is a big field. Why did I do that to myself? Let's see, in this session alone, I have planted 450 acres. Holy cow.
You know how much extra farmland you could plow into this thing?
Oh, into the desert?
Anywhere on in the map itself. How many places are wide open with nothing there that you can make humongous extra fields? You know.
Oh,
The desert-
I do
desert-
believe I am aware, Dave.
The desert, once you get the oil wells in, yeah, you could make some pretty good fields in between the oil wells, I'm sure. But there's so many places. If you take out forests and yeah, it's gonna be fun.
For some reason, it doesn't like to run when it's full. That's what I've noticed.
The desert don't remember your name. Ain't no. La 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 la.
Yep.
And I was dating myself. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, in the desert, a horse with no name.
Yep.
Be back in just a minute.
Started adding new field below. Yeah. Just above the desert, even there's a huge piece of property there. Yep. I'm not adding fields until I get other stuff done and have time to do more fields. I haven't even bought them all yet. Oh yeah, that I saw them in concert. That's is that really dating myself? Misspelling. He spelled horse wrong, so you could imagine what it thought it was. Horse with no name.
I take it the auto mod caught it.
I blocked it because it was a misspelling. We don't need to people actually use that for the proper spelling of the other word, and it thought it was.
Yep.
Horse sounds very similar to something else.
Yep.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. I've been to their concert back in probably 1980 something. Jethro Tull in a salsa concert. Oh, I've been to. I would have to say I've probably been to well over 100 concerts.
Myself a drink quick.
Most of them, I'm trying to think if there was anybody else I saw in concert more than once other than my
Yep. I see what it says now.
Yep. I've seen so many different people in concert, but I don't. The only band I think I've saw more than once that I can recall is Kansas, because they're my favorite. I saw them 7 times.
Let's see. I've gone to see Godsmack in concert with El Nino and somebody else. I don't remember who it was. It's been a while. And I saw Toby Keith in concert. And we were supposed to go see a couple of concerts last year. You can all guess how that went.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else
Never
stop
been to-
working yet? I don't think
You
so.
remember the first time you heard a Kansas album? I can't say I remember the first time I heard a Kansas album. I really don't, but I do know this. I own them all. Except for the last one, because... yeah, I got to get there. It just came out last year now, I guess.
Dust in the Wind.
Yeah, but you
Nice.
see, yeah, exactly. Dust in the Wind, but here's the thing: the popular songs were played so much that those are not usually the ones I like to listen to because
Overplayed.
Overplayed. So Dust in the Wind and Carry On Wayward Son, not exactly the ones that I listen. You saw Peter Frampton in Boston concert a long time ago? Yeah, me and my best friend back then, we would always argue who was better, Boston or Kansas. I still say Kansas, and I'm sure he still says Boston.
I like them both.
I like them both. Yep. But
I would
don't-
probably say Kansas is I'm more of a favorite of Kansas than Boston.
Yeah. Did I watch Speed Racer when I was growing up? Nope. Kansas had a revival because of the show Supernatural. You know that?
Yep.
Taught a whole new generation of people.
Well, it's the theme song to the show, so.
Mm. What cartoons did I watch? Oh, I wasn't a huge cartoon watching person, but I had some weird shows that I like Johnny Quest I like to watch.
Ooh, Johnny Quest, nice.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like to watch Land of the Lost. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
With
I
the-
remember that show.
With the sleeve stacks. Yeah, that was one of my favorite shows to watch on Saturday morning. I'm trying to think of other ones back then. The Flintstones.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to watch Flintstones. And the Jetsons.
Yep, the Jetsons. You know, I'm disappointed. The Jetsons was supposed to be set in like 2020 or something like that. Where's the flying cars?
Well, they do have them. They're just not around. Is it really? Was it set? HR Puff and stuff, right?
Rocky and Bullwinkle, nice.
Yep.
That's a good
You had to watch
classic.
that and the Bugs Bunny stuff and all that, Rocky. Hey, Rocky! You want to see? Oh, sorry. I'm doing my Bullwinkle.
It's actually a pretty good impression there, Dave.
Oh, I could do it. Hey, Rocky! Want to see me pull a rabbit out of this hat?
Aw, come on, you can't pull a rabbit out of that.
Why, sure I can. Watch this. There you go.
Haji and Bandit, yep.
Haji and Yep. I'm old.
Apparently I've got a couple of spots going up this side. Because the worker's a pain.
Didn't know I was an impressionist too, did you?
It was a pretty good impression of Rocky and Bullwinkle. I gotta say.
Ah, yes.
In the original Thunderbirds. Do a
You
stream
could
with
do
the.
a voice.
Yeah, it's a good way to get DMCA'd real quick. Oh, early days of the Roadrunner, Woody Woodpecker Show. Unfortunately, Woody Woodpecker Show decided it wanted to get caught by the sexual content filter. Dudley Do Right, nice.
No, I'm not doing any more. My Rocky Bullwinkle's my best. Everything else after that. I don't do a lot of cartoonish impressions, but I can sing. Yeah, we're not gonna go. I can do a lot of impressions of singers. I could, but my voice has changed over the years. But I used to be able to do a real good Michael Jackson and Stevie Wonder. Oh, my Stevie Wonder was awesome. I don't know if I could do it anymore.
Don't hurt yourself, Dave.
Huh?
Rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season. Bang!
I'll tell you guys the story. Where I was a little wild back. You know, I used to do work at a bowling center on the desk, and you know, Friday and Saturday nights I ran the Moonlight Bowling programs where we had karaoke and stuff. And I would start off and I would be singing karaoke, get the whole crowd going, and I would do songs like that in the voices of the singers. And one of the customers that we had that used to come in on a pretty regular basis, it was like 15 years later, I was working at a golf course and he comes into golf and he looks at me and he goes, "I remember you from somewhere." He goes, "Oh yeah, I can't remember your name, but you did a killer rendition of Madonna's Like a Virgin." And I'm like, "Oh great, that's what I'm gonna be remembered for? That I can do Madonna's Like a Virgin?" No singing tonight. Gotta get.
No,
I gotta have the background.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
on this platform, singing's a quick way to get DMCA'd.
Yeah.
They'll waste no time in hitting you with the DMCA and demonetizing, and that's no fun. That's just no fun for anybody.
Coming. But the funny thing is, yes, I have done that Horse with No Name in karaoke before. It was one of the ones I liked to do. I used to do all sorts of them. I did some Garth Brooks tunes, but my favorite was Shameless by Garth Brooks.
Oh, that's a good
one of my
song.
favorite. That was one of my favorite ones to sing.
That is
Still
a good
is.
song.
Magic Power by Triumph. I love that song too. And I used to sing that one really well.
And one of my vehicles is about to run out of lime.
Could you do it? Not now. Nope. Not gonna sing for you, Henry. I need the backing tracks to stay on key. You know. That's the key. I need to have the
The glare doesn't bother me? Not really. I'm only
Alyssa.
You can air guitar the crap out of them all, yep. Dave needs Twitch sync stream.
Twitch sing stream. I like a lot of obscure songs though.
Actually, as
One
a
hit
matter of
wonder.
fact, they used to allow Twitch used to allow karaoke, and
Yeah.
as of the first of this year, they did away with karaoke. You're not allowed to do karaoke on Twitch anymore.
That'll be my next if they ever bring karaoke, that'll be my next channel. We'll take requests.
Unfortunately, any stream could potentially get hit with a strike, regardless of how big or small. The smaller streams like mine are less likely to get hit, but all it takes is one person to decide they don't like it and catch it in one of the VODs, and that's that. I'd get a notice from Twitch.
Yep. I'm beginning to think there's no oil in the desert. I got real lucky last finding that first one.
Apparently. Apparently you did.
One of these two has to have oil, but I gotta go feed the. Don't need a disaster like I had the other day.
Technically, yes, you could, Henry, because it's not recorded. It's anytime it's recorded and then like rebroadcast, you run the risk of getting hit with copyright strike.
I wonder. There's a new service through Streamlabs. It's called. Oh, I can't remember what the heck it is. But it's a pay-per-view service that you can run off of any website. I could put it, and then you charge tickets to it. I wonder if you could do that on a platform like that, because technically it's not on YouTube, it's not on Twitch, it's on.
You have to have the right license. I don't know if that service has the right license. Meza, VSB Meza 3. He's a DJ guy. He does a lot of stuff with streaming and what have you. And he was doing a big thing talking about it in one of his streams the other day, the broadcasting licenses and stuff that these companies need to have to make it legal and not copyrightable. And he went on and on about it, but there was all these different things. That service might work. I don't know, but
it's a live streaming platform. It's called Lucra, Lucra.
Yep.
Pay-per-view live streaming platform. Sell tickets and go live. You create your event, share your event, go live, and let your fans support you by purchasing tickets. Trusted and tested. All the features without the bloat.
Nice. Altoona Cyclist and Eric BB King, thank you for those follows. How are you two doing this evening?
I'm sure you can. Do you get a Lucra? You can send your fans to a dedicated event page or Lucra.live or embed the player into your website. So theoretically, Twitch couldn't ban you because you're not on Twitch. YouTube couldn't ban you. Lucra could shut you down, but if you're broadcasting from your own website, I don't know how that would work. You know?
Yeah, a lot of it would happen to be on how Lucra operates as far as their licensing goes.
Mm-hmm.
To allow you to do it, but if you were to try and record it and then rebroadcast that later, that would also be
Right.
something you'd have to worry about too.
Fact. Let's see. Does it cost money to host a live event? Paid live events are free to create and run. See, I'll tell you, they're a lot more. They give you a lot more of the money than Twitch does. Ooh.
Okay, you're a regular worker down here. You might be able to finish that field.
The free version allows you to have 70%. You get 70%, but if you paid $19 a month, you get 100% of the revenue. That's a pretty good deal when you consider.
Yeah, when you consider.
You know? Maybe we should switch to there. No. We should try it sometime. Make the ticket price really low. I wouldn't do it because I know there's a lot of people that can't afford to watch the streams. I don't know. Terms.
Thank you, Venetius Silva 43Q. I hope I got that right. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing this evening? Go refill this, and then... Oh, excuse me. Then what do I want to plant in that field there? Your combination of... loam and sandy loam. Let's see. What about canola? You'd be alright. Soybean. Yeah, you'd be alright. Probably stick those down in that field though, and I'll make this one barley maybe. I'll go sorghum. I'll go sorghum there. Somewhere in here. Does this thing not plant sorghum? Well. Huh. Interesting. I could have sworn I had it on there. Hmm. Huh. Interesting. If I can't do sorghum there, what am I going to do in its place? I don't want to do... Maybe I'll put millet in there, I guess.
Millie?
Yep. Millie. Millie Vanilli. Millie Vanilli.
There was a famous duo. or
10:25 and 51 seconds. Whew, a lot of seating.
They were good. They were the best at karaoke. They're my idols. You know what's sad is that the music wasn't bad. You know? It's just that it was a complete hoax on who was singing it. Who was actually the real singers behind it. They should have waited when their songs became popular, even though the other guys were not as visually appealing. They could have still made a very... They should have just done it the right way.
Nobody does things the right way. They always do it the easy way.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at Vanilla Ice. How big of a lawsuit did he get hit with?
Oh.
Henry, that's because it's got a collision on the back of the truck above the fifth wheel plate. If you detach the trailer and pull forward a little bit,
Yep.
it will take those last two. I don't think I'm gonna have enough seed for this whole, all my seeding. I originally would have had enough, but then I went and bought a ton of fields. And now I don't have enough. Stupid clothes are attacking me in the closet. Alrighty. Come on, hurry up. Taking your sweet time. Look at that, just managed to get the coffee done before he ran out. What a champ. Well, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. We are farmers. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. I had to. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Yeah, hopefully they don't catch that little blurb of me babbling.
Oh, I've played that clip.
And it's a commercial too. It's
advertising for them, free.
Yep.
And they didn't have to pay for it.
yeah. It's the big reason for the DMCA and the copyright strikes is because those artists of the music or whatever it is feel like they're not getting paid for the use of their songs. And that's why they'll launch the copyright strikes. Oh, excuse me. I gave the sign a hug. I gave you a hug. Yeah, exactly. Alright. On down millet. What it means is that they can't have concerts and get paid to play, so we're gonna cry. Yeah. And another one. Buck 2831. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing this evening? Really? I know I set the cruise control. Come on. They kind of remind me of politicians in some way. I don't know how that is. Jeez. Henry's got all the emotes today. Scuba Squad. A lot of DashNet ones. Trying to learn some farming, huh, Buck? Well, we are willing to answer any and all questions you might have regarding the map, and we'll do our best to help you out. So if you've got any questions, just give it a shot. But me, I just hit mid-spring on my second year in seasons, so I'm trying to get my fields planted. Lots of money on the ground, as they say. I gotta keep an eye on the corn on my worker over there. Somebody's getting blocked. Why is my wheat getting blocked? What did he run into?
You got more hired worker problems. You should just, I mean, more issues with that. You really should just do it yourself. No, I'm like,
A lot of fields. The dump truck. That is a it's mods by 5.9 is the one that made that mod. It's just a back that goes onto the truck, or an option for the truck. But it's this truck here, the Cat CT 680.
oh yeah, baby. Look at all that wool. It's been a good spring. Now we can take the rest of them to slaughters. No, I'm like,
Oh, I've got so many cows, goats, pigs, and sheep I gotta get up there right now.
I need more animals still. I don't have a lot of cows. But I got enough to make the milk I need. Just the beef. Beef cattle take a long time to start breeding.
I was gonna mention that too with the dairy cows. Is there a way to change
No.
the ratio of males to females?
Oh yeah, you could do that with the dairy
Because,
cows.
With dairy operations, they used. I know from experience that they use sexed, basically, to almost guarantee females.
Yeah. It could be done. But then people would have to breed male cows to, I mean, the other ones. In order to, I take my males right to the butcher. All my
Oh,
that are-
so don't I, but it seems like there's a very high percentage of males in what would otherwise be a very low percentage.
I think it's 50-50 on those.
Yeah, but
But-
in reality, it's more like 97-3.
Really? I didn't know they play with nature on those.
Yes, they do. No, they specifically do. A lot of the insemination people will use sexed donor, essentially,
Mhm.
to almost guarantee females out of the birthing process, because a dairy operation has no use for a male cow.
Right.
So they get their the people that go around to do the insemination use chosen, the semen, for lack of a better word, is sexed, in other words, to make sure that they don't get males. They'll pay at times upwards of $200 a cap
Mhm.
for the insemination process. But then they've got like a 90, I say 97, it's probably a higher percent chance of getting a female than that. It's kind of crazy when you actually do the math on it, but Wayne found his second oil spot. Falling behind, Dave.
I'm working on it. Right now I'm feeding animals. Gotta feed the animals.
Yep, the aminals need to be fed.
I realize that. Oh my gosh, donkeys, you're eating too much.
Alright, well, you're gonna finish in no time at all. Not worried about you, which means I need to get you over here. Bring you back to the farm, top you off with fertilizer and seed. And down here, where it loves things like cotton, it's loamy sand, so I don't need sugar cane or coffee. I guess I'll do another. Oh, excuse me. I'll do another cotton field, I guess. Yeah, I'll do another cotton field there. I'll do a tobacco field there. I had 5 brothers. My mom always yelled, "Feeding time for the animals" at dinner time. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being the case.
We had 9 in our family. My mother would just ring the bell outside. Probably a cowbell or something. I don't know what it was. Didn't care. But if you weren't home in 5 minutes when that bell rang, you'd be in trouble.
How's it going, AMAC 5000? Helper Robin has stopped unexpectedly. Tank is empty. Must be you over there with the lime. Go and throw my lime. Did you have to wait for the growth state to change after you planted to lime, Dave? That's good to hear, AMAC.
No. You can lime it before. You just have to plant it before you lime.
Well, that's what I mean. You were able to just plant and then immediately lime it?
Yep. Yeah.
Alright. Good deal. I'll go get started on 64 in a minute. That's going to be a heck of a cornfield, you know that?
64? Yeah, that'd be a great field.
That's what I just finished planting.
Good corn. Mine's actually in soybean this time. Because soybean is so low quantity and I need a lot of it now.
Yep.
And combine should run quite a while over there. And you don't have to lime it. Or no, wait, it isn't soybean. That's right. What did I plant there? You don't have to lime soybean. What is purplish?
Lavender, cranberry.
Onion. Oh, I did onions. That's right. I planted onions on that. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a fun one.
Have fun with
No,
that.
I did 71, 72, 73, and 75 in soybean. And you know, soybean doesn't require liming or fertilizing. One of the two. I think it was fertilizing. Didn't require. Yeah, you don't have to
Let's try
fertilize your
this out.
soy. That's
Headland
what.
passes to turn. There's gotta be an issue with course play. I gotta update it or something. Alright, you need to get set back off over here as well. Goham said they did or will. Radish. Not really on the radish. I'm beginning to lose my patience with course play. Yep, it sure will be. It sure will be. Somewhere over here. Course pay, yeah. It's been having issues with me since I started trying to plant with it. And I don't know why it's been acting up. Like it was fine before. I'm wondering if it's the precision farming piece. But I'm pretty far behind on the course play front, so I might try updating the course play real quick. Yeah, a lot of the course plays have a lot of issues with them. I know that for a fact. There's a lot of them that typically will have some issue or another with them. In this case, my version of course play is pretty old. Yeah, you're stopped now. Something is blocking you. Right. You're gonna sit down and be right there. I don't care anymore. We're gonna save this. Oh, bookmarks, GitHub, course play. No, that's auto drive. That was the auto drive one, not course play. GitHub. Courseplay beta. Escape. I'm on 603. Yeah, that's quite a bit of a difference there. They're up to 20 now, huh? 22. What the heck? I'll give it a shot. Why not? That one's 22. Yeah, what the heck? Why not? Pretzel Rocks is the it's a music player. I don't know if you can hear it. It is playing in the background. Pretzel Rocks is the... I don't know if you're able to hear it in the background or not. Some people can, some people can't. But it just adds the song name to the chat in case anybody wants to find it. All right. Yep, going on 11 hours. Alright, we're going to back up Courseplay over here onto my desktop. Just in case I goof and screw something up. Downloads. No, stop that. U3 into there, replace the files, done. Yeah, something like that. Minus that, minus that, minus that, so I can get to my desktop. Relaunch you. Music to an extent is banned from Twitch, but there is still DMCA safe music, and that's what Pretzel Rocks does. It's got currently something like 400,000 songs that are DMCA safe from Twitch. Sorry, 328,731 Twitch safe tracks. And I'm just listening to a station called the Chill Station. Kinda, you know, calm, lo-fi type music. Oh, shut up with your key bindings. I know what's causing it, so don't worry about it. Okay, let's take a watch and see what happens. Yeah, I've got errors. I know what most of them are. In that case, the key binding one crops up from time to time because of my controller. I'll be doing away with the controller tomorrow. I saw a Lua something there real quick. I know about the peanut decal. Still don't know why it throws an error index not found. Oh, that's one of the things I wanted to do too, was add sorghum to that. Oh well. Dun-dun-dun. Not seeing any massive Courseplay blowing errors so far. It's always a good thing. McCain is still showing an error. I haven't placed it yet, so I don't know. Are you aware of that, Dave?
Nope. I haven't placed it yet either. I didn't think it was throwing an error.
No, Wayne
I
said
thought it
it's
was-
throwing an error. Do you know which one it's throwing, Wayne?
I thought it was just a trigger not working properly.
Okay, that's a new error I just saw. Didn't catch what it was, but... Still had the discharge node errors. I don't care about the not being cooked at runtime. Alright, there was something further up here that I saw that worries me. I don't care about the traffic collision. Your peanut decals I don't care about. Right there. Warning. New Holland T8. I have to look at that one. Which New Holland was that, I wonder? It can be, Irwin. It can be. Mods getting updated at times, and everybody having the same specific mods. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna go course generation. This one here, 67. Oh, we'll do one headland. Turn in the corners, don't skip any rows. Go just a touch less than normal. Clockwise, sounds good. That should hopefully work. You're probably gonna get stuck at some point. Hey! You didn't suddenly say, tank's full. You gotta unload. That's a plus. I like that. That's handy. Really? You skipped a huge piece. Stupid tractor. Drive, sir, drive. It's those ones. That's that one. Course generation, this field. Headland, I'm going to do 2 passes. Turn in the corners, 35.8. Generate course. And moderators being jerks. Yeah, some of them can be. We're going to go first waypoint. Drive that course, son. Drive, I say. Don't tell me it needs to be unloaded. No, not the first one, you stupid. I don't want to use auto drive. Return to first points deactivated. Drive the course. Where's X-Man when you need him? That's what I want to know. We changed all this. Now it wants to work. How's it going, Shiru? Error, failed to open XML file. Sounds like there's a emissive light shader XML. Huh.
That would not. Oh, I'll have to check it. I don't know if it's linked to that. I don't know why he would have an emissive light shader linked to that factory.
Well, Dave would know best. Now I gotta find the right grass. You have too many grass types, Dave. No, it ain't that grass. It ain't that grass. It ain't that one. It's kind of that one, I guess. Kinda. That'll work. Alright. You're seeding, you're seeding. What do you do? You're being dumb. It only popped up after placing McCain.
I'll check it out.
If anybody'd figure it out, it would be Dave.
It's not a really critical error anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it. But if I find it, I'll fix it. Not loading a light emissive shader. It's just gonna make whatever he was trying to light up with that emissive shader a dark object.
Could be a display board or something. Who knows?
Yeah, but the emissive light shader doesn't need to be added to if you just add the emissive texture. So I'll have to check it out.
Welcome
probably
back,
used
JD fan.
He probably used an object from something and didn't bring the shader over for it. That would be my guess. That's
Could be. Welcome back, JD fan.
Hey, JD.
Whew. This field will be done. And I think I'm going to do soybeans in several of these fields. I think. I don't have sorghum to be able to plant right now. Oh, I need to top you off because you ran out again. That's right. We finish this field and get the worker going on the next one. Helper Chris has completed their task. Either you're really quick or you're dumb. 3 guesses, anybody? Holy cow, coming up on 12 hours soon. Holy cow. Goes by quick, really. Once you get into the groove of things, it goes by pretty quick. I'm surprised. Huh? Did you run out? You bum. Fine, go on back to the silo and go pick up some more lime. Alright. Really? You stopped right where I... Couldn't be bothered to drive the last 10 feet. Stupid worker. Wait a minute. What are you doing?
This is Sparta!
What are you doing? Why are you going in this direction, you dummy? Did it change the direction on the thing all of a sudden? What the heck? I have no idea what happened to you, you dummy. How's it going, champ? Just about there. Really? be like that? Why'd you do that? Thank you. Ooh, excuse me. Now, can I finish plowing this last 5 feet of my field, please? Not even plowing. Planting. Yeah. I mean, the arrows show him working down the field, so suddenly he turns around and he's going back up the other direction. Not a clue. Course play is weird. Alright. And soybeans are important, so I'll plant some soybeans over here. Wait, is that what I'm planting over there in that field? Did I not change you? Looks like I'm gonna have 2 really big cornfields. Stupid. Oy vey.
Oh yes, Subway. It's it's getting late when your cows are laying down.
Millet, poppy, poplar, hemp, hops, carrots, mustard, soybeans. I was supposed to plant soybeans in that other field, but apparently I forgot to change my crop type. That one, a headland passes clockwise. I'll go counterclockwise because I'm sitting here. That direction. Start, stop. Yep. Good. First, drive. Why? I have no idea what you're doing. Other than you're being dumb. No. Drive that course. Thank you. Why are you not using fertilizer? Why are you not using fertilizer? There used to be a setting to turn off fertilizer. Turn it back on again. But for some reason, this guy is not... Crop does not require additional fertilizer. Okay. If you claim you don't need additional fertilizer, then I guess whatever. Undelay, vámonos. Is there a reason you can't place buildings on the plot of land where the silt pond is, up by the secret tunnel entrance? Yeah, it's technically a pond.
Where the silt pond is?
By the
By
secret tunnel
the
fertilizer.
secret tunnel? And
I'm assuming this one here.
They're all ponds. Number one, all ponds have silt. So, and there's
On that plot of land?
I don't know which plot he's talking about.
I think he's talking about this one here. Soybeans don't need it? Alright, it just seemed odd that all of a sudden it's like it wasn't taking any fertilizer, but it's been weird for me all night, so. This is the plot the pond you're talking about, right, Henry? Land wants to play the juice.
You should be able to place up there. If you're trying to place it in the water, no, you cannot. You'd have to raise the land up.
Do you have this extended placeable on in the global company menu? The activate extended placeable. Control G. I mean, just look at this guy. What is he doing?
Why would you place a building in the water? Well, people do. They cover in part of the water and put buildings there. I'm just saying. I've seen people fill in entire ponds and then because they wanted to use the land and didn't want the pond. So I don't know what you guys do. You guys, some of you are crazy. So along the edges of the pond is where you're trying to build. If it's hills that are close by can interfere. So depending on what you're trying to place, you need a much larger footprint than what's directly around it. You need to have the hill, because there's a lot of hills all the way around there. Yes. You can only put small objects or extend the land out into the pond a little bit.
Oh, trust me, I've thought about taking this pond by Johnson, raising the ground and leveling it for a field, but...
You're trolling me. So there's lots of reasons. I have in the past been able to place gold masters along the shorelines on that pond inside because they're small. So it depends what... Yep, there you go. Extended placeables needed in a ton of places on this map.
Yeah, it is. If you don't have that checked, you'll sit there and go nuts, wondering why you can't place things.
I found my second oil spot.
Finally? Yay! Everybody give Dave a round of applause.
It's very dark out too. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get a rig down here to start it up before night. I'm trying to get it completely uncovered.
That one, the landscaping for that tunnel is a little funky.
Because why is the landscaping for that tunnel? It's not messed up.
It is actually a little funky.
It's a little funky because of where it had to go.
Yeah.
That's why. Because it's very hard to position the pieces to get it to go underneath the bridge. That is why that one was very difficult. You can't resize the pieces, so I had to angle them in funky ways to get it so that they didn't poke up through the bridge that it goes underneath. No, it's not the same time of day in all our games.
Well, there is a mod that makes it so that it's the same time of day as your actual location. Which to me always sounded like a bad idea. Especially for a streamer. If you're streaming and it's nighttime where you are, then That would be a bad idea. It'd be eternally night every time you streamed.
I just chant thank you for the cues. Nope. It's the real reason. I worked on that for so long. I got it as close as I could, and I said that's gonna be it.
Yeah, all I did was I used the flatten tool and kind of drug it out towards the pond a little bit. And then smoothed it out a
the
bit.
entrance? Are you
Yeah,
talking
the
about
entrance
the
that
entrance?
tunnel. Yeah, the entrance that
Oh,
tunnel.
I'm fine with you having to go up in the entrance. That didn't bother me.
Pat Joe has a question for you, Dave.
Well, you just used it. No. Okay. Go right ahead.
How much lime am I gonna go through? All of it. All the lime. Where did you get your red barn for the cow and pig? That is the Lone Oak Cow and Pig Barns on the in-game mod hub.
Yep. On the in-game mod hub. See that? That could have been a question for anyone that's watched.
Because as a matter of fact, right there on the other side of that gold master is the pig. Lone Oak Pig Barn. Well, I knew the answer too because I have the I have the pigs.
Yep.
All right. Fill her up. We're gonna set you off over on 11 and 13.
I need to get something to eat soon.
Need to get something to eat soon, huh?
Yeah, I gotta cook something.
No, headlands twice, clockwise, sure, turn. That one. Start.
You're welcome.
Not a problem, Pap Joe. First waypoint, drive course. How's it going, gamer guy?
Good evening, gamer guy.
How are you doing this evening? Thank you, sir, for that follow. I sure do appreciate it. As I appreciate everybody that gives me a follow. Alright, I've got another one of these. I'm pretty sure, sitting in a barn. And I need more liming done, so where is that barn at?
Put the lime in the coconut.
Yep, sure does. It's over here. Huh? Did I sell it? Maybe I sold it when I thought I'd only need one per farm? Maybe, I guess.
Maybe.
I don't know. Oh well. Oh well. Tedgenet tired already? Dave's only been up for about, what, 5 hours?
3.
Three,
Yeah,
three, three
yeah,
hours or
about
so.
5. Well, I've been here for 3. I've been up for about 5. You are.
Yeah, he's been here for 3. I've been here for 11 and a half. Helper Jesse has completed their task. Where's Helper Jesse? Why are you going backwards again?
Stayed up way too late last night.
What in the heck are you doing? Why do you keep going backwards? Your course tells you to go this way.
Late spring day 9.
Hard to find. It is hard to find good help these days. But the course clearly tells him to go a certain direction, and he keeps going the wrong dang way.
Wow,
Is he
5:30 in the
supposed
morning. It's pretty late out. 30 a.m.
Supposed to be going this direction, but he's not. It could be. Usually I start them at the bottom and work their way up the hill, but... yeah, normally I start them down here at the bottom and they work their way up. Oh, Jesse. Where was Jesse? There's a Jesse. You stupid idiot. Yep. Just not my night for course play. I don't typically have these kind of problems with course play. Will you drive properly now? Yeah, this field I only did one. I'm gonna start doing the double. Do you know what you're doing? Oh, Jesse must have been this guy over here. Hey! Hey, dummy. Good grip, I guess. Yep, let's get you away from there. You're a menace. You are a menace. Alright, so that's been limed. I think 70's been limed. It has. 69 has not been planted yet. No. Courseplay takes care of the fact that I've got so many hooked together. It just keeps reverting back in the other direction for some reason. I don't know why. At least it's not wasting fertilizer and seeds. Yeah, gotta get the fertilizer in the river for the fish. Gotta get them three-headed fish. Dump all the chemicals in. Those have been fertilized or limed. Those ones have been limed. I still gotta do those ones. Why didn't I do 62? I thought 62 was planted already. It is. I should have planted it. Pay attention to where you're driving. Yeah, it's a possibility, cowboy. In this case, though, it's the field that's always been there. How's it going, Mr. Sam Lewis? There it goes. Say, the stream said it was going to go off a minute ago. Took its sweet time. Welcome back, Fummins.
Fummins is back too.
Yep. Fummins is probably about to have his walk-on sound go off again.
I was lurking there.
I know, it went off at one point, but we are approaching the 11.5 hour mark, so...
Yeah, I left the stream up and going.
There's a distinct possibility that the 5-hour time limit on it would go off again soon.
I thought you were going to say you're going to go for a 24-hour stream.
No, nope.
I mean, you're halfway there.
Not today. Maybe when I get my better chair and I can prepare for it. Thank you, Minever5, for that follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing this evening? Everyone, Fummins is back. Good to hear, Mr. Lewis. How's thine taxi service? Oh, yeah, there we go. I just can't lean back too far in this chair. I'm going to tip over backwards and probably kick my desk down. If everybody hears a big crash, it's just me flying over backwards.
What's going on, gamer guy?
Helper G has stopped working unexpectedly. Tank is empty.
St. Louis, how are you?
Hi, guys.
How's it going, Lewis?
What's going on, Sam?
I think I've taken more longer naps since I hit 50 than I did before.
Nothing wrong with naps.
I take them all the time.
Naps are great experience, and we all know it takes more experience to level up as you get older.
Maybe I'm trying to recruit my beauty sleep.
That could be. My wife was gonna get me that shirt the other day when she saw it. I didn't get a year older. I leveled up because it sounds better. You did not get very far to dump 11,000 liters of lime already. There you go. Goes 100,000 liters of lime. There we go. Park you up over here. Why does my stream on this computer keep getting all wonky? Anybody else having issues buffering?
Yeah, I am.
You are?
Yeah, I am.
I see
It's
this
saying
now.
saying you've been doing that too long. Get the heck off. No.
Hey, you joke, but I wouldn't put it past an internet service company to do stuff like that, you know what I mean? I don't think there's any bad weather in my area. Let's see, let's run a good old speed test quick. My download's fine, I wonder if my upload's tweaking out. Probably my wife and children in the other room doing all kinds of stuff bandwidth-wise. Stealing all my bandwidth. Nah, it's looking okay. Still there, Fern Dog? Just been lurking?
Dun 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 dun.
Dun,
Time
dun,
to
dun,
dun.
dun.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yep. Alright. Oh, that's right. I need to get something to do lime over at that. Have I already bought one of those yet for over there? Just gonna use a Terragator over there. I have not bought one for there yet. Yes. Fertilizer technology. I know I ask this with every truck I see on your map, but where's this one from? This one here that I'm using, the Terragator, is part of the mod pack. Or are you talking about the Seed Express that I used to add lime to the Terragator? Dun, dun, dun. Send you to Hilltop. Right to the silo. Okay, quality there. Yeah, It keeps going in and out a little bit for me. I don't know why. If it becomes an issue, somebody please let me know. Could be. Everything can be blamed on YouTube. Alright, they're both, this one's got a higher horsepower than 9130. And it has a faster working speed. Let's take a look. Rim color can be changed on this, but nothing else. We have Michelin's, narrows, wides, and standards. Trelleborg,
Have
narrow,
no
wide, standard.
fear. Twitch is owned by Amazon, so as soon as they're done taking down the Parlor servers, we'll have lots of bandwidth.
Michelin. 2 Michelins. 2 Trelleborgs. That looks alright. No, I don't want to lease it. I want to buy it. No, not tab. Okay. Right. Did I get the right one? Alright, I bought the 9130. Why does it say 9030 on the side? That's weird. That's a 9030, so it's 9030. Apparently they're the same dang thing. So this one's supposed to do 34, but it maxes out at 29. Can't say as though I like that one. About this other one. Which tracks are the 3D ones on the X9? Yeah, X9 right there. These ones right here, the ones that say JD30 and 36. If you look close, you see how you can see this notching right here off the edge of the track? It's telling you it's the 3D ones versus this track that looks flat straight across, doesn't really have any texture to it. And then that one there you can see clearly has the texture to it. I probably should do some stuff to help out with the fact that I'm sitting here running like 3 streams on my computer right now. They're both kind of poop. I guess I'll go with this one. Send you up to Hilltop. Where are you going? Alright. Let's shut you down, see if it helps out with my internet. Streamlabs telling me that I'm dropping frames or something? No? It appears to be okay. Work tool needs to be refilled. Of course it does. Alright. Which work tool is that? $49.40. That'd be this one up here, I'm guessing is out of... Yep, out of lime. Riding around in my automobile. Get on up there, you.
There he is.
What's up?
Heavy Haul Express. Boom banding.
Yeah, a while ago it was.
Yeah, he's asking if we'll
Yeah,
remove
that's been there for a while.
You want him unbanned or you want him banned? Because I can deny him or unban him.
Is he asking you?
It's in for moderators.
Yeah, no, it's been there for a while. That unban request has been there for a while.
Well, I saw it and I figured I better ask. Don't want to make somebody mad.
No, it's been there for a while.
I think it's kind of silly, Boom sits there. All he's got to do is say, "Hey, he's on a private computer. It's not a server," and be done with it. Instead, he loses his mind.
Well, bye-bye. Yeah, I noticed I'm buffering really bad.
I didn't know if it was you buffering or...
No, my end is going nuts all of a sudden right now, and I don't know why. Because my internet is fine.
How long has it been since you rebooted you on a router?
Yeah.
You on a router? How long has it been since you rebooted the router?
I don't know, a while ago.
Normally on a router, you want to reboot those about once a month because they do have memory in them.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have much. I mean, it's just for commands and whatnot. But they go through, it's like our boot log. It'll go through and it keeps booting and keeps booting until you start having issues, then it'll turn around and start corrupting itself. And all you gotta do is reboot it. It's
Yep.
stupid.
Once again, you, sir, are being dumb. One of my drivers, he keeps acting up. I'm just gonna have to manually finish driving this field.
That's why you pick up 2x4 and introduce him to 2x4. After that, they start driving right. I don't know what it is. It just, you have to
Yep.
slap them upside the head once in a while.
In this case, I'm gonna have to end the stream here shortly, because right now my stream is probably 3 minutes behind where I am right now.
Well, I'm looking at it through the stream, and you just finished purchasing the sprayer, and you're walking across the road with it.
No, that was a good 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
There we go. You're gonna stay right there. Twitch. Here. Alright, who's streaming right now? Because my internet's running fine. Camping guy. That camping guy. We're gonna... Seems better. Alright, we'll give it a few more minutes. Hopefully I can make it to my 12 hours. I've already gotten this close, you know what I mean?
You're only 8 minutes away.
Yeah, I'd like to get to my 12 hours. Hopefully now that I'm not running as much stuff on the internet. I shut down Pretzel and stuff like that, so hopefully it'll start picking itself up.
I guess we're gonna have to find you another computer too, huh?
No.
So you can sell your stuff on it and then play the game on a separate one. Slap you a capture card in it.
Yeah, at some point.
I'm not talking about one to replace that one. I'm talking about one to complement that one.
Yeah, just run the capture software on the other one.
That'd take a lot of the heat off of it.
Yep.
Because you pushing that little 8 core half to death. I already know.
Actually, no, I'm not. And you know how I know that? I'm using 18% of my processor right now.
Oh, it's not too bad. Let's see.
21%.
Yeah, not bad. Let's see. Using about 7-8% of mine at 3.95.
Yeah, I'm running 4.03 right now on mine.
Yeah. I'm only running 10% of my memory. Yeah, graphics card. 30 to 37%. 42C. Not bad. My internet's going crazy though.
Oh yeah, my Ethernet's all over the place right now.
Mine's up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, I think that's why mine's buffering so bad right now. It's up and it's all over the place. I'm watching it right now and it is all over the place.
Mine's starting to cooperate a little bit, but it does like to jump.
Yep, it's back to buffering a bit now.
And you're walking across the road.
I just refreshed your stream, and it's talking about how much you're using on your CPU.
Yep, thwarted DAGnet at the tunnel entrance. Built and removed a silo there, perfectly level. Nice. Yeah, there's my magical tree that you're just now seeing in the stream. I was parked in that a while ago. You'll see in a couple minutes that my my task menu will be on the screen.
Yeah.
So when you see that on the screen, know that's what we were just talking about, and it was on the screen at the time when I was talking about it.
Yeah. Well, think of it this way: 4 minutes after you get done streaming, we'll get to the end of it.
I don't know any tricks.
Yeah, I was parked in that tree a while ago. Alright, that can go away, that can go away. Those will help the stream a bit. In 3 minutes to make 12 hours. I know. I'll get there.
They get